Welcome to Mr. Hex. I know you clicked on this video because you're looking for something to listen to while you relax and fall asleep. You're in the right place. Before we begin, I'd really appreciate your support. Let's see if we can reach 1,000 likes and 1,000 comments on this video. Every like and comment helps the channel more than you know. Now relax, close your eyes, get comfortable, and let the stories take you into the night. Let's begin. I gripped the steering wheel so hard my knuckles turned white. The night was dark and my headlights were weak on that dirt road. I felt a heaviness in my chest that made it hard to breathe. There was no music playing. I had turned off the radio because it was nothing but static. The only sound I heard was the rumble of the engine and the thud of my heart against my ribs. I kept my foot on the gas and tried not to think about anything except getting home. But that was before I saw those three figures standing by the fence waving for me to stop. I work a freelance gig taking care of animals at a small ranch outside the city. It's not the most glamorous job, but it helps me pay my bills. That day I stayed later than usual because one of the horses had an injured leg. I spent a few extra hours cleaning the wound and making sure the horse was comfortable. By the time I finished, the sun was gone and the dirt roads around the ranch were pitch black. I was tired, dirty, and ready for a hot shower. I chose a back route to shave off some time, which turned out to be a decision I still regret. I'd driven this way a few times before, but never this late. The moon was hidden behind a thick layer of clouds. My headlights lit up only a narrow patch of road in front of me. Every bump felt like it would break my suspension, and every shadow made me uneasy. The road snaked between low hills and overgrown bushes. I kept checking my side mirrors to make sure nothing was following me. I don't know why I felt that urge, but something about that night felt off. As I rounded a tight bend, I saw three people near a wire fence on the left side of the road. They were waving, like they wanted me to stop. They didn't have a car nearby, and I wondered how they got there. All I could see at first were their outlines in my headlights. I slowed down enough to make out their faces. They looked like regular adults wearing jeans and jackets. One of them had his hand up in a thumbs-up gesture, but it wasn't a friendly thumbs-up. It looked forced. His mouth stretched in a way that made my stomach twist. I thought about stopping for a second. They might have been stranded. They might have needed a jump or a ride. But as soon as I got closer, I felt a jolt of panic. My gut told me something was very wrong. They were standing too still. They weren't shouting or showing any real distress. They were just there, like they were waiting. I caught the eyes of one of them, a taller guy with a scruffy beard. He smiled at me, but there was no warmth in it. It felt like he was testing me, like he wanted to see if I was dumb enough to stop. I kept my foot on the accelerator. I didn't slow down much, just enough to take in the scene. My heart started pounding faster when one of them, the tall guy, took a step toward the road, lifting his arms as if he was trying to wave me down more aggressively. My instincts kicked in. I pressed on the gas. The car lurched forward and I passed them. In my rearview mirror, I saw that same tall guy start running behind me, like he thought he could catch up. My chest got tight. I couldn't see if the other two followed, but my eyes were locked on the tall one. He kept running until my taillights faded from his view. Then I lost sight of him. I tried to calm myself, but my breathing was ragged. Sweat formed on my forehead, even though the night air was chilly. I wiped my face with my sleeve. My hands trembled on the wheel. My shoulders felt tense and locked. I kept expecting my phone to ring or something, but there was only silence. My phone was on the passenger seat. The screen had no signal bars. Out here, the coverage was patchy at best. I glanced at it, hoping I could get at least one bar to call for help, or at least call a friend. Nothing. I started running through scenarios in my head. Could those people have been harmless? Maybe they just needed help. But then I remembered the tall guy's grin. It wasn't right. I felt a chill in my spine. My eyes stayed glued to the rearview mirror longer than they should have, and I almost ran over a rock the size of a basketball. I swerved just in time, tires skidding on loose gravel. I didn't see any sign of them behind me anymore, but that didn't stop the tension in my body. I felt like I needed to keep driving, keep putting distance between me and that spot. My mind kept flashing back to the guy's face. that strange smile, and the way he started sprinting. Why run after a moving car unless you're unhinged or desperate? For a minute, I thought about turning around. It was a stupid thought, but my mind wasn't working normally. I was wondering if maybe someone was hurt and the tall guy was just panicked. But no. My gut told me not to do that. Something about the whole setup felt like a trap. My mouth went dry. I reached for an old water bottle I had on the floor and took a swig. The water tasted stale, but it was cold enough to steady my nerves a little. The road ahead looked the same for miles. Dirt, gravel, some potholes. No streetlights. I had planned to hit pavement about 8 miles from the ranch. I glanced at the odometer. I was 4 miles in, so I had around 4 more to go. I told myself I'd see real lights soon and maybe some other cars. But in the meantime, I was alone in the dark. My chest got tighter every time I heard a noise. Most of the sounds came from my own car. Loose tools rattling in the trunk or the creaking of the suspension. But every time something rattled, I tensed up and glanced in the mirrors again. Eventually, I found a straighter stretch of road and pushed the gas harder. The engine roared a bit and I held the wheel steady. Dust kicked up behind me, forming a cloud in the headlights of whoever might be behind me, if anyone was there. But I didn't see any lights. It was just me and the darkness. After a few minutes, the road dipped and I saw another bend coming up. I slowed to avoid losing control. My heart was still going too fast, and I realized I needed to focus on driving, or I'd end up in a ditch. My eyes scanned the sides of the road, looking for anything unusual. I saw a collapsed wooden fence and a few dead shrubs. Nothing else. I tried to breathe more steadily. Inhale, exhale. My grip on the steering wheel loosened a bit. Then I saw a faint light up ahead. It looked like it was coming from another vehicle. I felt a jolt of hope, or at least relief. Maybe I wasn't alone anymore. As I got closer, I saw it was an old pickup parked on the side of the road with its hazard lights on. The tailgate was down, and the driver's door was open. I slowed down, cautious but curious. If this was another sign of trouble, I needed to be ready. I pulled up next to the pickup, leaving a few feet of space. I rolled down my window just enough to talk without giving anyone easy access to my car. "Hey," I called out. My voice sounded shaky. I cleared my throat and tried again, louder this time. "Hello? Do you need help?" A man stepped out from behind the truck. He looked to be in his 40s, wearing a baseball cap and a heavy jacket. His hands were visible, and I didn't see any weapon. He walked over, but he kept a decent distance. "Engine died," he said. His voice was low but calm. "Battery's acting up." My heart was still pumping from earlier, and I wasn't sure I wanted to trust this guy. But he seemed normal. He scratched his head, looked at me with a nervous grin, and said, "I tried calling for a tow, but I have no signal." I checked my phone again. Still no service. I figured I could at least offer him a jump, but I was worried about those 3 people I'd left behind. I looked in the rearview mirror, then scanned the darkness ahead. No sign of them, no sign of anyone else. The hair on my arms still stood up. "I can try giving you a jump," I said. "I have cables in the trunk." I wanted to get this done fast. He nodded, looked relieved, and motioned for me to pull up a bit. I did, then popped the trunk. I got out of the car, though my legs felt shaky. I grabbed the jumper cables and tried not to think about the possibility that this was a setup. My heart thumped harder when I realized how exposed I was in the open. The man walked to his hood, which was already popped. I hooked up the cables, telling him which clamp went where. He cooperated, doing exactly what I said. I started my engine, and he tried his. It sputtered a few times, then roared to life. He let out a short laugh that sounded genuine. He gave me a thumbs up. I exhaled, relieved that nothing had gone wrong during that exchange. "Thanks a lot," he said. "I appreciate it." I forced a smile. "No problem. Just be careful out here." He nodded, but he must have seen I was on edge. "You okay? You look a bit tense." I wiped my face with my sleeve. I told him about the 3 people I saw earlier. I kept it brief and straight. He frowned, then glanced at the direction I came from. "That's strange," he said. You sure they didn't have a car? I shook my head. Not that I could see. He scratched his chin and looked around, like he was expecting them to show up any second. That made me even more nervous. I'll be careful, he said. I'm heading in the opposite direction anyway, so maybe I'll miss them. You drive safe. We disconnected the cables, and I tossed them back in my trunk. He shut his hood. I started my car again and pulled onto the road. He turned off his hazards and followed a few seconds behind me, heading in the direction I was going. It felt better to know someone else was out there, but I also didn't want to slow down. For the next mile or so, his headlights were in my mirror. Then the road split at a fork. Left led toward a small town, right continued to the main highway. I took the right fork, and he took the left. Now I was alone again. I noticed my heart rate hadn't gone back to normal. My shoulders were still stiff. I kept replaying the scene with those three people. My mouth was dry again, and I realized I was pressing on the gas harder than usual. I finally reached the paved road. I felt a rush of relief when I saw the familiar reflective markers and a small metal sign indicating the highway was 3 miles ahead. I eased up on the throttle because the pavement was better than the dirt, and I could maintain a steady speed without worrying about potholes. My mind started to clear a bit, and I tried to focus on the fact that I was almost home. Then I noticed a shape in the ditch to my right. It looked like a piece of metal. Maybe an old sign or part of a broken fence. I kept my eyes on it as I passed. It was just debris, but it reminded me of the fence where I saw those people. I glanced in the rearview mirror again. Still nothing behind me. I checked my phone one more time. Still no signal. I wanted to call someone, anyone, just to calm my nerves. The fear was still there, sitting in my stomach, making me feel uneasy. I kept driving, eyes ahead. My skin felt clammy. Each minute seemed to drag on. I heard my own breathing. I realized I'd been breathing in short bursts like I couldn't get enough air. When I finally saw the faint lights of a service station ahead, I let out a sigh. The station was near the junction with the main highway. The fluorescent bulbs lit up the pumps in a small convenience store. I decided to stop. I wanted to shake off the tension, maybe wash my face and check if I had a signal again. As I pulled in, I felt the normal crackle of gravel under my tires. It was reassuring to see something man-made and well-lit. I parked near one of the pumps, turned off the engine, and stepped out. The cold air hit me, and I took a deep breath. My hands were still shaking a bit. I walked into the store and grabbed a soda from the cooler. The fluorescent lights buzzed. It smelled like old coffee and cleaning solution. The cashier was a woman in her 20s. She gave me a polite nod. I set the soda on the counter and fumbled for my wallet. I realized my shirt was damp with sweat. "You all right, hun?" she asked. Her tone was casual, but I could tell she noticed how rattled I looked. I nodded and forced a small laugh. "Long drive on a rough road," I said. I paid for the soda, and she gave me my change. I opened the can right there and took a long drink. It helped calm my nerves. I stepped back outside, popped the trunk, and searched for my phone charger. I found it, plugged it into the car's power port, and checked my phone again. 1 bar of signal finally appeared. I felt a hint of relief. I could call someone if I wanted to. I thought about calling a friend to tell them what happened, but I decided against it. I just wanted to get home. I sat there for a minute, finishing my drink, looking around the empty station lot. A couple of moths fluttered around the bright lights. The rest was silent. After a few more minutes, I turned the key in the ignition and pulled out onto the highway. The road was smooth, and there were a few streetlights here and there. My shoulders gradually relaxed. I drove at a normal speed, feeling safer with every mile that passed. Yet I couldn't stop looking in my rearview mirror, expecting to see that tall guy's face or any sign of those other people. But the road behind me stayed empty. By the time I reached the outskirts of town, I felt more in control. I took a few deep breaths and kept my eyes on the traffic lights ahead. There were a few cars passing by, going about their business. The normal lights and the presence of other drivers made me feel grounded again. I turned onto the side street that led to my place. My body was still tense, but at least the worst part of the night seemed over. When I pulled into my driveway, I killed the engine and sat there, staring at my quiet house. I realized I wasn't sure how to move past the fear I'd felt on that dirt road. I closed my eyes for a moment, remembering the tall man's grin. My hands started shaking again. My mouth felt dry. I opened and closed my fists a few times, trying to steady my breathing. Then I grabbed my phone, wallet, and keys. I got out of the car and locked it. Inside my house, I didn't turn on all the lights. I just went to the kitchen, tossed my keys on the counter, and leaned against the sink. My mind replayed the scene over and over. That fence, those 3 people, the way he ran after me. I could practically hear my heart pounding in my ears. I reached for a glass, filled it with water, and drank it. The cold water felt good. It reminded me that I was home and safe. I walked to the bedroom. My legs felt heavy. I kicked off my shoes and took off my dirty clothes from the ranch. My thoughts were still racing. I grabbed my phone and finally got a decent signal. I saw a couple of missed messages from friends, but nothing urgent. I typed out a message to one of them, saying I'd had a strange night and would tell him about it later. Then I plugged the phone in to charge. I considered calling the police, but I didn't know what I'd say. I didn't know who those people were, or if they were even still out there. No crime had happened that I knew of. I felt a bit silly, like maybe I was overreacting. But my gut told me it wasn't a normal situation. That grin was still in my head. I decided to wait, hoping I'd calm down by morning. My heart was still beating too fast, but I forced myself to lie down. I pulled the blanket over me and stared at the dark ceiling. I could feel my pulse in my temples. I focused on my breathing, trying to slow it down. Eventually, my body gave in, and I felt myself drift into a restless sleep. My dreams were filled with images of a dark road, flickering headlights, and a figure chasing me. But in the real world, for now, it was quiet. I should have taken someone with me. I realize that now. At the time, I thought I could handle an empty prison on my own. I thought I was prepared for the silence, the darkness, and the uncertainty of a place long abandoned. I was wrong. This story still makes my hands shake. I can't explain everything I experienced, but I'll tell you what happened. I'll tell you exactly how it felt to stand in those corridors with my flashlight flickering and my breath turning shallow. I'll tell you about those footsteps echoing from a place that should have been empty. My name is Daniel. I'm in my late 30s, and I've been working in historical restoration projects for about a decade. I've seen a lot of old buildings. I've crawled through basements filled with soggy boxes and rotting beams. I've poked around attic spaces where the dust made it impossible to breathe. I've walked in places with signs of squatters or vandalism. But nothing ever gave me the kind of anxiety I felt that day in the abandoned prison. I had driven out early in the morning. It was about an hour outside the city. The roads were narrow and the pavement had cracks big enough to rattle my truck. The closer I got, the fewer houses I saw. After a while, there were only empty lots, rusted fences, and dead grass along the edges of the road. I reached a tall chain-link gate with a broken padlock. A faded sign read "No trespassing," but I had a permit from the local government to assess the building. I pushed the gate aside, then parked on a patch of concrete near the front entrance. From outside, the prison looked massive. The walls were high, made of old, weathered stone. There were metal bars on the windows, all of them rusted and bent. Tall weeds grew out of cracks in the pavement. When I got out of my truck, the wind carried a smell of damp concrete and decay. It reminded me of basement crawl spaces, but stronger. I zipped my jacket and grabbed my tools, a clipboard, a small flashlight, my phone, and some basic equipment for measuring cracks in the foundation. I also brought a camera, hoping to document everything for my records. The front doors were huge and made of heavy wood. They had large iron hinges that were flaking with rust. I pulled one door open with some effort. It creaked and groaned like it hadn't been moved in years. Dust swirled in the sunlight, and I noticed how quiet it was. No passing cars, no birds, just my own breathing and the sound of my boots scraping the floor. Right inside was a lobby area with a wide desk. The desk was chipped and covered in a thick layer of dust. I saw a few old chairs in the corner. Their cushions were torn and stuffing poked out in clumps. I took a few pictures. Then I walked toward a hallway that led into the main cell blocks. My plan was to check the structural integrity of the floors and walls. I also wanted to see if there was any major water damage or mold. I moved slowly, shining my flashlight around because the windows were boarded up or sealed with old metal bars. The corridors felt cramped. My steps echoed, and the air felt stale. As I walked, I noticed old posters and notices on the walls. Most were faded to the point where I couldn't read them. Some had peeling edges that fluttered when there was a draft. I ran my hand over the rough stone a few times to check for cracks. My fingertips came away dirty and gritty. There was a faint dripping sound somewhere, so I followed it. I found a small leak from a pipe near the ceiling. Rusty water was dripping into a puddle on the floor. I jotted down a note on my clipboard. Plumbing compromised. Eventually, I reached a row of cells. The metal bars were thick and coated in rust. The smell in that area was stronger. It was a mix of mold, old metal, and dampness. I shone my flashlight into each cell. I saw nothing but empty bunks, peeling paint, and layers of dust. Some of the doors were locked, others hung open. One door was missing entirely, leaving only the hinges behind. I listened carefully. All I heard was my own breathing and the constant drip of water somewhere nearby. I continued down the corridor until I reached a set of stairs leading to the second floor. A sign on the wall said, "Cell Block B." The stairs were concrete, and I checked them for cracks. Everything seemed stable enough for me to go up. I decided I'd finish with the ground floor first, then head upstairs. So I walked back, measuring certain parts of the walls and scribbling notes. The gloom of the place was getting to me, but I kept my focus on the job. At least that was my goal. It must have been about an hour later when I reached the administrative offices. This section had a few windows, so there was a bit of natural light coming through, but most were boarded. The doors were either locked or stuck. I forced one open and found an old office with a desk, some file cabinets, and a broken chair. The room smelled like old paper and rust. I saw some paperwork scattered on the floor, but the text was smudged and illegible. I took a few more photos. I decided to take a short break. I leaned against a wall and took a sip of water from my bottle. My back felt stiff, and the quiet made me uneasy. I checked my phone for a signal, but there was nothing. I wasn't surprised. I made a mental note to be careful. If something happened, I might not be able to call for help. The silence pressed in on me, and I realized I hadn't heard any normal sounds for a while. No wind, no rats scurrying, nothing. I stood there thinking about my next steps. Then I heard it. Footsteps above me. Slow, deliberate footsteps, moving across the ceiling toward the opposite corner. They stopped for a moment, then continued. My heart rate jumped. My mouth felt dry. I swallowed and tried to think rationally. Maybe there was a squatter. Maybe a local explorer had come in. I called out, "Hello?" My voice echoed down the corridor, but there was no reply. I waited, hoping to hear something else. But the footsteps had stopped. It was silent again. I told myself I needed to check the second floor anyway, so I gathered my tools and headed back to the stairs. Each step up felt heavier than before. My nerves were on edge, and my hands felt clammy. When I reached the top, I pointed my flashlight down the hallway. It was similar to the floor below. Metal doors on either side, some open, some locked. Dust floated in the air. Everything was still. I walked carefully, aiming the flashlight at each cell door. Some had rusty padlocks. Others were sealed with thick boards. One door had a broken hinge, so I nudged it open with my foot. Inside, there was nothing but an overturned bed frame and some debris. I kept going, checking each room. I saw graffiti on a few walls, messages I couldn't quite make out. There were a few symbols, but they were scribbled so roughly that I didn't pay much attention. I felt the temperature drop at one point. It wasn't dramatic, but it made me shiver. I checked the windows, thinking a breeze had gotten in, but all the windows were sealed. The hair on my arms stood up. My chest felt tight, and my breathing got shallow. I forced myself to calm down. I reminded myself that old buildings can have drafts from unseen gaps in the walls or ceilings. Then I heard another sound. It was faint, but it felt close. It was the same kind of footstep I'd heard below, only slower. It came from somewhere to my left. I froze. My flashlight trembled in my hand. I listened carefully, but the steps stopped again. I took a deep breath and moved toward the left hallway. My boots scraped on the concrete, and I tried to step more quietly. The hallway ended in a heavy metal door with a sign that said, "No entry." It was chained shut from my side. The chain looked old and rusted. I tugged on it. It didn't budge. There was a small gap under the door, but it was too small to see through. I didn't hear anything else. My instincts told me that nobody was there, but my gut told me something was off. I felt a slight pressure in my ears, like the air was heavier. My body felt tense. I glanced back, making sure nothing was behind me. The corridor was empty. I rubbed my temples and tried to focus. I decided to check the rest of the floor, maybe finish my notes, and then leave. The place felt wrong, and I didn't want to push my luck. I walked through the rest of the second floor. I took a few more pictures of the cracked walls and the peeling paint. I found a small closet with cleaning supplies that had turned to a solid block of rusty metal. I saw a control panel that probably managed the electricity or plumbing in the past, but it looked beyond repair. The entire time, I felt an unease I couldn't shake. My jaw stayed clenched, and I kept wiping sweat from my forehead. The building seemed to press in on me, and I couldn't get the footsteps out of my mind. After finishing my inspection, I headed back to the stairs. I kept glancing over my shoulder. Each time I saw the same dark hallway. Nothing moved. When I finally reached the ground floor, I felt a small wave of relief. My plan was to check the yard area, but I couldn't relax. The echo of those footsteps kept looping in my head. I thought about calling out again, but something told me it wouldn't do any good. I decided to wrap up. I headed for the exit near the front desk. The floor felt a bit slick, and I noticed some greenish moss growing in the corners. My flashlight flickered once or twice, and I cursed under my breath. I smacked it, and the light steadied. Outside the front doors, the sky looked grayer than before, and the wind had picked up. I stepped out and took a long breath. The stale air of the prison stayed in my nostrils, but I felt more grounded. I walked around the outside perimeter, making sure the foundation wasn't crumbling anywhere else. The walls had cracks, but nothing extreme. I saw more rusted fences and barbed wire. I took pictures and made notes on my clipboard. At one point, I tried to shake off the lingering fear by focusing on the job. I noted the corners where the water might pool. I checked an old drainage channel that was clogged with debris. My phone still had no signal, so I decided to wait until I got back on the main road to call my contact at the local historical society. After I finished outside, I walked back to my truck and set my tools in the passenger seat. I leaned against the door and looked at the prison building. It stood there, silent, with the same broken windows and rusted bars, but now it felt different. I couldn't stop remembering those footsteps. They sounded so real. It wasn't just one or two. It was a series of steps, like someone was walking a path upstairs. But I found nothing and nobody. I double-checked the area to see if another car was parked somewhere. There was nothing. No fresh tire tracks, no footprints in the dirt or weeds. I had a weird urge to go back inside and search every single room. But that urge was quickly smothered by the sense of dread in my gut. I wasn't about to wander deeper into that place alone. Not after what I heard. I started the engine and pulled away from the prison. The gate was still open, so I drove through it and headed down the cracked road. My knuckles were white on the steering wheel. I kept looking in the rearview mirror for no reason. The road felt longer on the way out. Eventually, I caught a few bars of signal on my phone, so I pulled over to the side and called my contact. I told them I'd done the inspection, but I didn't mention the footsteps. I just gave a brief report. The building was in rough shape, the plumbing was shot, and the structure needed serious reinforcement. They asked if I'd be willing to come back with a team. I said yes, but only if I had other people there. I didn't want to be alone in that place again. Once I was back on a main highway, I felt some tension lift. The normal sights and sounds of cars passing by and signs of life made me breathe easier. My mind, however, kept replaying the sound of those footsteps above me. They were distinct. They had a certain pace, a certain weight. I couldn't figure out how it could be anything but a person. Yet I found no one, no signs of recent trespassers, no footprints in the dust, no open doors upstairs. I know some people might say I imagined it. They'll say an old building has plenty of noises, creaks, settling foundations, or wind. But these were footstep sounds. They were measured, one after the other, like someone was deliberately walking. I don't have an explanation. All I have is the memory. I still plan to work on that prison project. The money is decent, and it's not every day I get to oversee a place with so much history. But the next time I enter those corridors, I'll have a few coworkers with me. I won't rely on my lone flashlight and a few notes in a dusty notebook. I want more eyes and ears around just to keep my nerves in check. I don't consider myself a superstitious person, but I can't deny how that place made me feel. To this day, when I think about it, I remember the thick air, the rusty bars, and the emptiness. I remember how my heart pounded when I heard those steps above me, and how cold my fingertips felt when I climbed the stairs. That prison is still out there. It's still standing in that quiet patch of land, hidden by overgrowth and neglected by time. And it still holds secrets that no one can fully explain. I only know what I heard. And I'll never forget that moment when I realized I wasn't alone, even though I never saw a single soul. I should have picked a modern location with steady floors, but I wanted something cheap and authentic for my video project. I heard about this old packaging factory that shut down 2 decades ago. People said it was big, empty, and easy to access through a side entrance. They warned me about weak floors and rusted metal, but I assumed I'd be careful enough. I climbed a side stairwell, reached the 2nd floor, and then the floor gave way under me. I caught myself on the edge, half my body dangling over a pit of twisted metal. My heart thudded so hard I felt it in my temples. That was when I heard footsteps somewhere down a dark corridor. My boot slid on crumbling concrete, and I grabbed a rusted pipe for balance. The pipe felt cold and slick with grime. I took a breath through my nose. The air tasted stale and bitter, like old dust. The hole I'd partially fallen into was about 3 feet wide, torn through the floorboards and concrete. Sharp pieces of rebar stuck out at weird angles. If I'd fallen all the way through, I might have been impaled or at least broken a leg. I stayed still until my pulse calmed a little. My eyes flicked around, but the place was so dim I could only see shapes and shadows. I listened for the footsteps again. I'd heard them once, fast and heavy. Someone or something running. But then nothing. My first instinct was to call out, but I wasn't sure if I should. I didn't know who else might be here, and I didn't want to spook them or draw attention to myself if they weren't friendly. My hand tightened around that pipe. I moved my free hand to the floor, trying to find a solid beam or piece of concrete to push myself up. The edges of the hole cracked as I shifted my weight. A chunk of debris tumbled into the darkness below. I heard it bounce off something metal. The echo traveled through the factory like a dull clang. I stayed quiet and listened. Still no more footsteps. I whispered a few choice words to myself. My arms were starting to burn. The pipe rattled a bit when I pulled on it. It felt solid enough for the moment, so I pushed with my right foot, lifted my body, and scrambled onto firmer ground. The floor creaked but held me. I kneeled there, breathing hard through my mouth. My throat felt dry. A sour taste lingered at the back of my tongue. Once I was back on my feet, I looked around. The 2nd floor office area was basically a large open room with a few partitions made of old plywood. Broken glass crunched under my boots. A single row of windows lined the far wall, but the glass was yellowed or missing in some places. Light came in from the late afternoon sun, but it wasn't much. The corners stayed wrapped in shadows. Exposed wires hung from the ceiling. They swayed a bit every time I moved, like the vibrations traveled through the floor to the walls and ceiling. I turned around and eyed the hole. My left knee shook a little from the rush of adrenaline. The area around the hole looked weak, so I stepped wide and moved away. Then I heard the footsteps again. This time they sounded more distant. I couldn't tell which direction they were going. Could have been somewhere below me or off to the left. The noise was faint, kind of like boots scraping on concrete, then a shuffling sound. It stopped as quickly as it started. I swallowed the lump in my throat. My thoughts raced. Was it another urban explorer? A homeless person? A security guard? It didn't feel like a place that had security, but who knows? Maybe it was just an animal. But the footsteps seemed too heavy for that. I decided I needed to figure out if someone was there. I also wanted to see if there was a safer section of the building to check out for filming. That big hole in the floor changed my approach. I moved along the perimeter, stepping carefully. Each time I put my foot down, I tested the floor. Sometimes I heard a crunch or felt the floor sink a little under my weight. My pulse would spike each time and I'd freeze. But I kept going. I reached a doorway that led to another corridor. Old graffiti covered the walls. The letters and symbols made no sense to me. Some of it was faded, some looked fresh. The smell in this hallway was heavier. It reeked of mildew and what might have been urine. I grimaced. My hands hung at my sides, fingers twitchy. I felt like I needed to keep them ready in case something jumped at me. Down the corridor I saw a few doors on each side. Most were closed. The closest door on the right was open just a crack. I approached, careful not to brush against the wall. The paint was flaking in big chips, and I didn't want any of it on me if I could help it. I pushed the door lightly with my foot. It resisted at first, then scraped open. The hinges squeaked, echoing down the corridor. I waited for a response. Silence. Inside was a small office, maybe 10 feet by 10 feet. An old metal desk sat in the center, missing drawers. The floor was covered in broken glass, scraps of paper, and some dead leaves. A single overhead light fixture dangled by a cord, obviously not working. A battered filing cabinet stood in the corner, half open. I stepped inside. The floor felt a bit more solid here. There was a window facing the main factory floor below. I walked to it and peered out. The main floor was a massive space. Rows of large machines were scattered around, with conveyor belts leading in random directions. Piles of rusted metal, collapsed pallets, and old boxes formed small hills of debris. Light poured in through large overhead windows in the ceiling, but they were filthy. Most of the light had that dusty glow. I scanned for movement. Nothing. The silence started to get under my skin. I heard the footsteps again, but they were definitely below me now. The sound was louder, a clear, steady pounding of feet on concrete. Then it stopped. My fingers gripped the edge of the window frame. I felt my breathing pick up. I forced myself to slow down, inhale through my nose, exhale through my mouth. I told myself I was just overreacting. Maybe it was just a big rat scurrying around. But that didn't make sense. Rats don't pound like that. I backed away from the window and returned to the corridor. I considered heading back to the stairs. The side stairwell I used to get in was narrow, but at least I knew it was still intact. Then I remembered the whole reason I came here. Location scouting. I forced myself to keep going. I told myself I'd do a quick check, snap a few photos on my phone, and then leave. No reason to explore too deep. Just enough to see if it would work for my project. I passed a few more doors. They were locked or blocked. One was barricaded with a piece of plywood nailed across. The corridor smelled worse the further I went. At one point, the overhead light fixtures were completely gone, leaving me with only the faint glow from broken windows behind me. After a few more steps, I reached another open door on the left. I glanced inside. It looked like a break room. There was a dented soda machine, a couple of filthy tables, and chairs scattered around. The floor in there looked rough, with water damage near the far wall. I saw mold creeping up the drywall. It was greenish-brown, and the air felt damp. I took a step in. My foot landed on something that snapped under my weight. I froze. I aimed my phone's flashlight downward. It was a broken piece of plastic, probably from the soda machine. I exhaled, relieved it wasn't anything worse. Then I noticed footprints in the dust on the floor. They were shaped like boots, not animal prints. They led to the corner of the room. The corner was dark, so I aimed my phone light there. The footprints ended near a small door I hadn't noticed at first. It might have been a closet or a storage space. The door was slightly ajar. My gut tightened. I listened. No sound from behind that door. I debated opening it. My hands felt clammy. My heart rate picked up again, drumming in my chest. I told myself I needed to be sure nobody was squatting there. I didn't want to get attacked or surprise someone. I approached it, steadying my breathing as best I could. I used my phone in my right hand, my left hand on the door's edge. I pushed it open slowly. It creaked. Inside was a narrow closet, filled with mops, brooms, and an overturned bucket. Dust coated everything. There was a small window at the back, letting in a sliver of light. No one was in there. I felt relief flood through me. Then I heard footsteps again, out in the corridor, close by. They were quick, like someone passing in a hurry. My heart hammered. I stepped out of the break room and looked both ways down the corridor. Empty. I couldn't see a soul. The footsteps faded in seconds. I snapped a few quick photos of the corridor, the break room door, and the walls. My plan was to show them to my team later, but now all I wanted was to get out of there. Something about hearing footsteps and never seeing anyone felt wrong. I didn't want to push my luck. I retraced my steps, moving faster this time. I kept checking behind me. Every time I passed an open door, I felt a prickle on my skin. I clenched my fists a few times to release tension. My shoulders felt stiff. When I reached the office where I'd first looked down on the main floor, I hesitated. I decided to walk downstairs through a different set of stairs that might connect to the main factory floor. Maybe that route was safer. I didn't want to risk that same side stairwell if there was a chance someone was waiting there. I found a wide metal staircase on the far side of the office area. It looked sturdier. Thick steps, big bolts, minimal rust. I slowly descended. Each step let out a dull vibration. I tried to move quietly, but it was impossible to be silent on that old metal. My phone flashlight showed that the walls were chipped and covered in random graffiti. The air smelled like old oil down here. At the bottom of the stairs, I reached a big open door leading onto the main factory floor. The space was bigger than I realized from above. Tall columns rose up, spaced about 20 feet apart. Conveyor belts and large machines with gears and rollers stood silent and dusty. I moved among them, staying alert. My footsteps sounded muffled on the concrete. Debris crunched. Broken pallets and old packaging materials were scattered everywhere. I took a few more photos, deciding I'd done enough to get a sense of the location. Halfway across the factory floor, I heard the footsteps again. This time it sounded like someone walking on the metal staircase I'd just come down. I spun around. I could see the staircase in the distance. My phone's flashlight didn't reach that far, but I saw movement. A slight shift of a shadow. I couldn't make out a figure, but the steps were loud. My nerves jumped. I glanced left and right, looking for an exit sign or any door that might lead outside. The nearest door I saw looked chained shut. A big padlock hung there, rusted but intact. I decided to move toward the corner of the building where I saw a possible loading area. Sometimes those loading docks have big doors that open to the outside. I threaded my way between piles of metal scraps and a forklift that looked like it hadn't moved in decades. The air felt cold, like a chill had suddenly settled in. My mouth felt dry again. My ears strained for any sounds of pursuit. Then I heard footsteps on the concrete behind me. They seemed faster, like someone jogging. I crouched behind a tall machine with rollers and peeked around. I saw a shadow pass between two columns. It was definitely a person, but I couldn't make out details. They wore dark clothing, or maybe it was just the low light. They stopped for a second near a set of shelves stacked with boxes. Then they moved again, heading away from me. I heard their footsteps fade in the direction of the stairs I came down earlier. I didn't waste any more time. I bolted for the loading area. My boots struck the concrete, sending echoes bouncing around the giant space. Each step felt heavy. My heart pounded in my ears. I reached the loading docks. There were 3 large garage-style doors. 2 were sealed shut with heavy chains. The middle one looked partially open at the bottom, about a foot of space between the door and the ground. I crouched and peered underneath. It led outside. I could see daylight, or what was left of it. I dropped to my stomach and slid under the door. My jacket caught on a jagged piece of metal on the door's edge. I yanked it free, ripping the fabric. I cursed, but I kept going. Once outside, I stood up. My hands trembled. My knees felt weak. The area behind the factory was a small concrete lot, fenced in by chain link. Parts of the fence were collapsed or bent, so I headed that way. I looked over my shoulder once. I saw no movement under the garage door, no footsteps behind me. The sky was turning orange-gray, and I knew I had to get out of there. I squeezed through a gap in the fence, scraping my forearm in the process. A small line of blood appeared, but I ignored it. I walked quickly down a dirt path that led to a side street. As I reached the pavement, I turned back one last time. The old factory loomed in the fading light. It was silent again, no sign of anyone. My mouth felt dry and my hand shook when I finally pulled out my phone to call a friend. I told him I'd found a place, but I didn't mention the footsteps right then. I just said it was too dangerous, with weak floors. I'd look for somewhere else. I could still feel my heart hammering in my chest. My skin felt clammy, and I couldn't stop replaying those heavy footsteps in my head. I went home, locked my door, and tried to forget about the entire thing. But I kept thinking about that hole in the second floor and those footprints in the break room. I wasn't sure if it was a squatter, a guard, or someone else. Maybe it was just another explorer who thought I was the threat. All I know is that I felt like I was being watched. The tension in my shoulders still hasn't gone away. That factory isn't just an empty building. It has something going on inside, and I want nothing to do with it ever again. I parked my car on a dirt patch at the side of the empty road. The old church stood in front of a wide field, dark and quiet under the fading light. I felt a tightness in my chest, just looking at it. The walls were worn, and the roof had missing shingles in a few spots. I had heard rumors it was shut down years ago because the congregation moved on or stopped coming. I wanted photos at dusk because I like the way old buildings look when the sun's almost gone. I never expected to see any kind of activity in there, but I saw a weak flickering light coming from one of the windows. It pulsed, then disappeared, then came back again, like someone was trying to signal, or maybe had a lantern. I grabbed my camera bag and stepped out of the car. The wind was cold against my face, carrying the smell of dry grass and dust. The field felt endless. I listened for any sounds of passing cars, but the road was silent. I stood still, checking the place. The church's front doors seemed locked. They were boarded up and secured with a chain. The building looked intimidating in the low light. Its tall windows had no color, just dirty glass. No sign of movement. But I saw that flickering again, coming from around the right side, possibly through a window near the altar area. I glanced at the front door once more and decided I wouldn't be able to get in that way. I walked around the side of the building, my footsteps loud in the gravel and dried weeds. The temperature was dropping fast, and I pulled my jacket tighter. On the north side, I saw a door that seemed pried open or broken. One hinge was loose. There were scratch marks on the wood like someone forced it. I didn't see any footprints, but it was too dark to tell for sure. I paused to think if this was wise. It might be someone up to no good. But my curiosity got the best of me. I told myself maybe it was just car headlights bouncing off a window or some reflection. Still, the place was quiet, and that flicker was too steady to be random. I pushed the door. It creaked and swung in without much resistance. Inside, the air was stale and heavy with dust. My throat tightened a bit as I inhaled. I wiped my nose with the back of my hand because the smell was musty. It reminded me of an attic that hadn't been opened in decades. I stepped forward, and my feet kicked up dirt that swirled around in the faint light from my flashlight. I clicked it on, aiming the beam across the floor and over some old pews. Most of them were covered in thick layers of dust. Cobwebs clung to the corners. The roof overhead looked stable enough, but there were cracks in the wood beams. I moved slowly, checking each row. I didn't see anybody. Everything felt deserted. My heart thumped against my chest and my breath was shallow. I gripped my flashlight hard, listening for any movement. Nothing. I stepped past the last row of pews toward the altar area. The floor creaked under my weight. At first, I thought it was all going to be the same, just dust and cobwebs. Then I saw something that gave me a jolt. A group of new candles lit on the altar. They weren't halfway melted or old. They looked fresh, with tall, steady flames dancing in the stale air. I stopped and stared. The altar was otherwise plain. A cloth was draped across it, covered with a light coat of dust except where the candles sat. That small area was spotless, like someone had wiped it clean. I swallowed hard. I could hear my own breathing. No one else seemed to be inside, but I felt a strange pressure in the back of my head. My ears seemed to ring a little, like they do when you're in a very quiet place. I inched closer, shining my flashlight around to see if there was any sign of recent activity. I looked for footprints in the dust. I found a few partial marks near the altar, but I couldn't tell if they were fresh or old. They were smudged, like someone brushed them away. The candles flickered. The warm glow made the area around the altar feel different from the rest of the church. The rest of the space was in shadow, dusty and cold. I felt my palms get sweaty. Part of me wanted to back off and return to my car, but another part wanted to see if there was some explanation. Maybe a caretaker had come in to light candles for some reason. But the place had been closed for years, so who would do that at this hour? I set my camera bag down on one of the pews and carefully pulled out my camera. My hands were trembling, so I took a moment to steady myself. I tried a few shots of the candles from different angles. The camera's shutter sounded too loud in that silent space. After each shot, I paused, looking around to see if anyone would react. Nothing happened. The only movement was from dust motes floating in my flashlight beam. I decided to explore more. The building wasn't huge, but there was a back area that might have been used as an office or storage. The door leading there looked old and chipped. I walked over, listening for anything behind it. Still nothing. I gently turned the knob. The door opened without resistance, and my flashlight revealed a short hallway with two smaller rooms on either side. Inside the first room, I saw broken chairs, a couple of folding tables, and stacked boxes. They were all covered in thick dust. I swept the beam of light around, noticing some old papers scattered on the floor. They looked like bulletins or old notices from services. I crouched down to glance at them, but they were damp and stuck together. They ripped when I tried to pick them up. In the second room, I found a rusted metal cabinet. One of the doors was slightly open. I pulled it gently and it squealed on its hinges. Inside there were some glass vases, mostly cracked or dusty. A few old candle holders, but nothing that looked like it had been used recently. I closed the cabinet and stood up, my knees cracking. I felt tense. My skin prickled like something was off. I kept thinking about those lit candles in the main area. Who lit them? Why were they new? I glanced at the corners of the room, just to be sure nobody was hiding. It was empty. I went back toward the altar, stepping carefully. When I got there, I noticed that the candles seemed to have melted a little more, but the flames were still strong. I took a deep breath and spoke out loud, though softly, just to see if anyone would answer. Hello? Anyone here? My voice echoed a bit. No response. The echo gave me a chill. I decided to look behind the altar. There was a small door in the wall, probably leading to a storage closet for ceremonial items. I turned the knob. It was locked. I tried to force it, but it wouldn't budge. I pressed my ear against the door, listening for any sounds. It was completely still. I felt my heart pounding. My shirt was damp with sweat. The church felt colder than before, but my body was tense and warm from adrenaline. I turned back to the altar and considered blowing out the candles to see if that would provoke some response. But then I hesitated. What if someone was watching from the shadows? I pointed my flashlight around the pews again, scanning each row slowly. My beam caught a shape near the last row, but it was just a tall statue covered by a sheet. I wasn't sure what statue it was, but it looked human-sized, and the white sheet gave it a strange outline. I moved closer, shining the flashlight on it. The sheet had dust on the shoulders, and the rest of it draped to the floor. It looked like it might be a statue of a saint or maybe a religious figure. I didn't pull the sheet off. I didn't want to disturb anything more than I already had, but I felt uneasy standing there in the dark next to that covered shape. My skin crawled with the idea that someone could be behind it, but I touched it and felt the solid statue underneath. I backed away and decided to check the doors on the far side of the building. One led outside, but it was locked from the inside. I slid the bolt open and pushed the door, only to find it blocked by something. It barely opened an inch. I tried again, putting my shoulder into it, but it didn't budge. It felt like a heavy piece of furniture was against it on the outside. That made no sense. I wondered if people had blocked it on purpose. I went around to the side entrance where I came in. It was still open. I stuck my head out to see if anyone was wandering around. The field was empty, and the road was quiet. My car was still there, a silhouette in the weak moonlight. No sign of anyone else. I went back inside, leaving the door ajar in case I needed to leave fast. Back in the main area, I noticed something different. The altar cloth was shifted slightly, like someone tugged at it. The candles were still there, but one was out. Smoke curled up from the recently extinguished wick. I felt a rush of blood to my face. That candle had been lit when I arrived. Now it was out, but I hadn't heard anything. I hadn't seen anyone pass by. My legs felt weak for a moment. I spun around, shining the flashlight at every corner. I walked fast toward the altar, checking the area behind it again. Still no one. I spoke out loud, louder this time. "Hello? I'm not here to bother you. I'm just a photographer." My voice echoed. Nothing. My mind raced. I wondered if I should just leave, but I also felt drawn to figure out what was happening. I took a few more photos of the candles, capturing the strange scene. The newness of the candles bothered me. They weren't dusty at all, and they had clean labels around the base. They looked like the kind you buy at a store in town, not some antique relic. I considered the possibility of a group using the church for secret meetings or something. Maybe they left in a hurry when they heard me come in, but I hadn't heard any footsteps. The only open entrance was the side door, and that was behind me the whole time. Unless there was another exit I hadn't noticed, it seemed unlikely they slipped past me. I reached for my phone in my jacket pocket. I unlocked the screen and checked for a signal. 1 bar, maybe 2. I could make a call if I needed, but I didn't know who I would call. The police? I had no proof of anything criminal. Just an old building with some lit candles. It wasn't technically breaking and entering because the door was already broken. I felt uneasy, though. My stomach churned. The church felt suffocating now, like the walls were closing in on me. I wanted more light, so I took my flashlight and propped it on a pew so it shined toward the altar. Then I rummaged through my camera bag and grabbed a small LED panel I sometimes use for low-light shots. I switched it on, brightening the space a little. With more illumination, I saw how thick the dust layer really was on the floor. My footprints were clear. I could trace my own path from the door to the altar. But off to the left, I noticed marks that weren't mine. They led from a corner behind some pews toward the altar, then stopped. The dust was disturbed in that area, but it didn't continue anywhere else. I followed those marks, shining my light. They went right up to the front pew, then vanished. I crouched down to examine the floor. It looked like someone brushed them away at that point, or they stepped onto something that didn't hold dust. I reached out and touched the floor. It felt rough and cold, like old wood with dirt ground into it. My fingertip came away gray with powder. Suddenly I heard a noise. It was a faint scraping, like something sliding across the floor in the distance. I whipped my head around, scanning the dark corners. The sound came from near the back, close to the small hallway I explored. My pulse quickened, and my face felt hot. I stood up slowly, picking up my flashlight. I took a deep breath and walked toward the hallway, my footsteps cautious. My heart pounded so loud I felt it in my ears. When I reached the hallway, I aimed the beam inside. The door to the second room was shut. I left it open earlier. My throat went dry. I approached and carefully turned the knob. Locked. I pressed my ear against it and listened. At first, nothing. Then I heard a subtle shifting sound, like fabric rubbing against wood. I stepped back, adrenaline surging. My mind raced with questions about who was in there. My palms were sweaty, and the flashlight felt slippery in my hand. I felt a sudden urge to leave. I didn't want a confrontation, and I didn't want to get stuck in a weird situation. My gut told me whoever was in there didn't want company. I decided to grab my gear and go. I backed away from the hallway, my eyes fixed on that door. The scraping sound stopped. Everything was silent again. I hurried back into the main space, snatched my camera bag, and switched off my LED panel. My flashlight was my only source of light now. I glanced at the altar one last time. 3 candles still burned, and one was out. Nothing else moved. My footsteps echoed as I made my way to the side door. I stepped outside into the open air, feeling a huge release of tension. The fresh breeze hit my face, and I realized I had been sweating. I turned around to look at the church facade. The broken side door hung slightly open behind me. No light came from inside. The flickering I saw earlier had stopped, probably because my flashlight and LED panel overshadowed it. I couldn't see the candles anymore from out here. The building looked empty again. The wind rustled the tall grass in the field. I stood there, my breath still shaky. I thought about going back in to see if that door in the hallway would open now, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. Something felt wrong about the whole place. I walked to my car, my sneakers crunching on the gravel. I opened the driver's side door and tossed my camera bag onto the passenger seat. I gave the church one more look. I felt a tightness in my stomach, like I left something unfinished. But the feeling of unease overpowered that. The sun was gone now, and only a faint glow remained in the sky. The silhouette of the church stood against it, with broken boards and missing shingles. It looked abandoned again, just like before. But I knew someone or something was inside. And that altar, with fresh candles and no dust, was proof that someone had been there recently. I climbed into the car and shut the door. The interior smelled like old upholstery. I locked the doors out of habit, then started the engine. As I pulled back onto the lonely road, my headlights swept across the front of the church. For a split second, I thought I saw movement in one of the windows. But then it was gone. I didn't stop to check. I just kept driving, my mind racing with questions. Who lit those candles? Why was the door in the back room locked? And what was that scraping sound? I kept looking in my rearview mirror until the church was out of sight. My body felt exhausted and my fingers were shaking on the steering wheel. I reminded myself I had photos in my camera, real proof that something strange was going on in there. But at that moment, I didn't want to think about it anymore. I just wanted to get home, lock my own door, and try to calm down. As I drove away, the field stretched on both sides, and the sky got darker. I gripped the wheel with both hands, keeping my eyes on the road. The tension in my shoulders slowly eased, but I still felt an odd pressure in my chest. I couldn't shake the feeling that the church wasn't truly abandoned. Someone was in there doing something secret, leaving fresh candles on a dusty altar, and I had barged in with my camera, clueless and alone. I promised myself I wouldn't go back there at night, if at all. The place was closed for a reason, and it wasn't just because people stopped coming to pray. The emptiness I had expected to find was filled by something else, and I wasn't prepared to find out what it was. I got the call on a Monday morning. The job seemed straightforward. Inspect a rundown property that had suffered partial fire damage. I was told nobody had lived there for years, and the insurance company needed a proper assessment of the remaining structures. They said the place was isolated and the house had boards on most of the windows. Right away, I felt a knot in my stomach, but I figured it was just the nerves of stepping into a creepy old farm. I had handled tough jobs before. I never expected what happened that day. I drove up a narrow dirt road for almost an hour before I saw the remains of the farmhouse. Part of the roof was missing, and one side of the building showed black scorch marks that extended up the walls. There was a lingering smell of burnt wood in the air, even though the fire had happened some time ago. The grass around the place was uneven and tall, brushing against my boots when I stepped out of my truck. I parked in a makeshift spot in the yard and walked up to the main house. I wore a thick jacket and a pair of sturdy jeans because the forecast mentioned cooler temperatures. The morning sun gave enough light to see the boarded windows and the battered siding. The boards looked nailed in a hurry with crooked nails and uneven cuts. Some corners had peeled back from exposure, leaving gaps and splinters. The front door wouldn't budge when I tried the handle. It felt solid, and I guess the frame might have warped from the heat of the fire. I circled around to see if there was another way in. The side windows were covered with the same rough boards. The backyard was a mess of fallen branches, old junk, and a collapsed shed. It didn't look like anyone had been around for a long time. Then I noticed a set of small cellar doors leading down into the basement. The doors were made of heavy, weather-beaten wood with rusty hinges. They were stuck at first, but after a hard shove, they opened with a loud creak. A cold, damp smell rose from inside. I grabbed my flashlight from the truck and descended the steps. The basement was dark, with a low ceiling and a dirt floor in some areas. In others, there was a thin layer of cracked concrete. The smell of ash mixed with wet earth. I heard a drip somewhere in the corner, like water seeping through the old stone foundation. My boots kicked up dust that glowed in the beam of my flashlight. I saw charred beams overhead where the fire had burned through the floor above. There was a broken table pushed up against the wall and a few scattered chairs. My flashlight's beam revealed black smudges on the concrete foundation walls. They looked like remnants of the smoke that had soaked into the place. I moved carefully, not wanting to stumble on any debris or hidden nails. My heart beat a little faster than usual. I chalked it up to the eerie setting. I told myself it was just another job site, just another burned building. I wanted to see if there was any structural damage to the foundation, so I walked the perimeter. Some sections had cracks, but nothing that looked too dangerous at first glance. I kept the flashlight aimed low, checking for holes or loose boards that might trip me up. Toward the far side of the basement, I found a wooden staircase leading up. It looked worn, with some steps missing or split. I tapped the first step with my boot and felt it wobble. I pressed a bit of weight on it, and it seemed like it would hold for a quick climb. So I started up, one step at a time, placing my foot near the edge to avoid rotted parts. The stairs creaked loudly, and each sound echoed in the basement. When I got to the door at the top, I tried the handle. It turned, but the door wouldn't open. It felt like something heavy was pressed against it from the other side. I leaned in with my shoulder and pushed. Nothing. I tried to shove harder, but it wouldn't give an inch. My pulse sped up, and a nervous sweat prickled at the back of my neck. I was alone in that basement, and I didn't like the idea that I might be stuck there. I took a moment to catch my breath and think. Then I heard a noise above me. It sounded like wood scraping against the floor. My stomach tightened. I listened more carefully, holding my breath to keep quiet. There it was again, an unmistakable sound of something heavy being dragged. I felt my heart pound in my chest. I knew nobody was supposed to be living here. The place had been abandoned for years, at least according to my files. Yet I couldn't deny the noise. It was right above me, near the door. I knocked on the door and called out, "Hello? Is anyone there?" My voice sounded shaky and too loud in my own ears. I waited. Nothing but silence. No footsteps, no response. Then another scrape, like a piece of furniture moving across the floor. A chill ran through my arms and down my legs. It felt unnatural. I tried to keep calm by telling myself it could be the wind. Maybe the structure was weak and something was shifting, but the scraping noise had a deliberate rhythm. It didn't sound random. I knocked again, a bit harder. "I'm stuck down here," I said, forcing my voice to stay steady. "If someone's up there, please move whatever's blocking the door." No reply came. I pressed my ear to the wood. Silence stretched for what felt like a full minute. I thought maybe my mind was playing tricks on me. Then the scraping sound happened again. It was slow, like someone pushing a table inch by inch. I felt a rush of panic. My breathing grew shallow, and my fingers gripped the flashlight so tightly my knuckles hurt. I tried to control my breathing and think logically. If someone was up there, they'd heard me. Maybe they didn't want me to come in, or maybe they were scared themselves. I banged on the door with the side of my fist. The sound of my pounding echoed, but there was no answer. I considered kicking the door, but it felt too solid and I didn't want to break my foot. I decided to head back down the stairs and see if there was another route out of the basement. At the bottom of the steps, I shone my flashlight around the walls looking for a window or some opening that wasn't boarded up. The cellar windows were small and placed high near the ceiling, close to the ground level outside. Most were covered with old boards or had thick cobwebs across them. I tried pulling on one of the boards, but the nails held firm, and I didn't have a crowbar with me. My breathing got heavier. I felt a wave of frustration and fear. I pulled my phone out of my pocket. No signal. That didn't surprise me, given the remote location and the basement walls. I tried anyway, pacing around, raising the phone to see if I could get a single bar. Nothing. I stepped on a piece of debris and it snapped under my boot. The sound made me jump and my heart thudded again. I forced myself to calm down and think step by step. I saw an old metal shelf against one wall, covered in dust and soot. I searched it for anything useful, tools, maybe a crowbar or a pry bar. I found a rusty hammer with a broken handle, a box of nails, and some scrap metal pieces. It wasn't much. I took the hammer anyway. The head was still solid, even though the handle was split. I returned to the staircase, determined to try the door again. I banged with the hammer on the door, hoping to scare off whoever was there or maybe force them to open it. The banging echoed in the dark. My arms were trembling a bit from the adrenaline, and sweat trickled down my temple. After a few hits, I stopped and listened. Nothing. I pressed my ear to the door again. Total silence. I tried to wedge the hammer's claw under the door to see if I could pry it, but the gap was too narrow. I leaned my shoulder against the door and felt it shift slightly, but it was still blocked by something heavy. My throat felt dry. I wanted water, but I hadn't brought any down with me. My bag was still in the truck. I cursed under my breath for not being more prepared. I stepped back down into the basement, trying to figure out what that scraping sound could have been. It crossed my mind that maybe some vagrants or squatters had taken shelter upstairs. But who would block the door and not answer me? That part felt wrong. I decided to see if there was any other interior passage or a crawl space that led up. Sometimes old houses have hidden corners or old coal chutes. I checked along the walls again, shining the flashlight carefully. I tapped on the stone in different spots to see if there were hollow areas. The basement was big, with small rooms partitioned by old wooden beams. One of those rooms held a large furnace that looked ancient. Another had a few rotted boxes. I opened one box and found dusty blankets, no tools. I headed back toward the old broken table. It looked like it had collapsed under its own weight sometime in the past. There were nails sticking out of the splintered top. I thought about using a piece of that wood to pry off one of the cellar window boards. I grabbed the biggest piece of wood I could find and tested its strength. It was cracked but still felt somewhat solid. My plan was to wedge it under the boards on the nearest window and try to pop at least one free. That would get me outside if I could manage to crawl through. I moved to the nearest cellar window. The board was old with rusty nails. I slid my improvised lever under the edge and pushed. My arms strained, and the board creaked, but it stayed in place. I pressed harder. A nail popped with a sharp squeak, and the board shifted. Encouraged, I took a deep breath and gave another big push. The board snapped, leaving half of it still nailed to the frame. I set the broken piece of wood aside and used the hammer to tap at the remaining nails. After several tries, the entire board fell away. Daylight trickled in along with a bit of fresh air. The window glass itself was filthy but unbroken. I tried to open it, but it was stuck in the frame. I chipped away some paint around the edges and slid the hammer claw under. The glass rattled a little. I pried gently, not wanting to smash the pane. Eventually it gave a few inches. Then I worked the other side until it opened enough for me to fit my arm through. I tested the gap with my shoulders. It would be tight, but I thought I might squeeze through. Before I tried crawling out, I stopped. My breath caught in my throat. I realized I hadn't heard the scraping sound for a while, but the silence upstairs felt heavy. I stood there looking at the partially open window. My heart pounded as I wondered if I should attempt to push the window wider or go back to the door. Then I remembered how solid that door felt. I told myself I was wasting time thinking about it. My best shot was to crawl through the window. I slid my flashlight into my jacket pocket so I could have both hands free. I pushed the window up as far as it would go. I placed the hammer on the windowsill, then hoisted myself. My shoulders bumped the sill and dust fell in my face. I coughed but kept going. I twisted my body to an angle, then pulled with my arms and kicked my legs. My chest scraped against the frame and my jacket got snagged. I felt a moment of panic, worrying I might get stuck halfway. After a few tries, I managed to pull free, landing on the grass outside with a thud. I sat there, panting, my hands shaking. I looked around, half expecting to see someone or something lurking near the cellar doors, but everything was still. The air felt cooler than before, and the sky looked slightly overcast. I picked myself up and brushed off my jeans. My heart was still racing, and I could feel sweat cooling on my back. I stared at the house and wondered who, or what, had blocked that door. I walked around to the front yard again, scanning the windows. They were all still boarded. Nothing moved. I decided not to go back inside. I had what I needed to file a basic report: partial roof collapse, fire damage, questionable structural integrity, and an inaccessible ground floor. I also had a strange experience that I couldn't fully explain. My mouth felt dry and my legs were a bit wobbly as I headed to my truck. I opened the door, tossed my flashlight and the hammer on the passenger seat, and sat there, catching my breath. I started the engine and glanced at the house one last time. The boards on the windows remained still and the yard was quiet. I thought about the scraping noise in the basement and the blocked door. I thought about how someone might have been up there, moving furniture, listening to me pound on the wood. I put the truck into gear and headed down the dirt road. I didn't see any signs of other vehicles or fresh tire tracks. The insurance company could send someone else to do a more detailed inspection. I had no intention of returning. The entire drive back, I felt my hands grip the steering wheel too hard, and my foot pressed on the gas pedal a little heavier than usual. My heart was still thumping by the time I got onto the main highway. I didn't call anyone right away. I just drove, letting the road roll under the tires. My mind replayed every moment of that basement. The locked door, the scraping, the final climb out through the window. I kept telling myself that there must be a reasonable explanation. Maybe old furniture just shifted from the wind or the floor was unbalanced. But it didn't feel that way when it happened. It felt deliberate. It felt like someone was pushing something against the door so I couldn't get out. Later that evening, I sat at my kitchen table typing up my notes for the report. My shoulders were tense and I couldn't focus on the usual data about square footage or damage estimates. Instead, I kept remembering the heavy scrape of wood against wood. I kept seeing the boarded windows in my mind. I never heard another human voice in that house, but I heard that noise. I decided to leave that part out of the official report. Nobody would believe me, and it wouldn't change the evaluation. The place was unlivable and dangerous. By the time I finished, it was late. I turned off the lights and tried to sleep. My hands trembled a little as I lay in bed, thinking about how I felt trapped under that old house. I was safe now, far from that basement, but my pulse still quickened every time I remembered the thud of something blocking that door. I told myself it was over. I had made it out. No one had gotten hurt, and nothing had followed me home. That should have brought relief, but it didn't. I stared at the ceiling in the dark, listening to my own heartbeat, wishing I'd never gone to that farmhouse alone. I parked my car on the uneven shoulder of a narrow back road. The place looked deserted. My contact had said this was a hidden gem, but all I saw was a huge, decaying house surrounded by tangled weeds. The paint on the front walls had peeled away, and the wood on the porch was warped and rotting in places. I stepped out of my car, stared at the property, and wondered if anyone had taken care of it in the last 10 years. The yard felt like a jungle, with tall grass up to my knees. I took a deep breath, tasting the damp air, and walked toward the front door. I'm an architect. People call me when a building is on its last legs, and they want a professional opinion on whether it's worth saving. Usually, I like the challenge. Old buildings can hide great potential, but this place had a weird pull from the moment I saw it. The driveway was full of cracks, and parts of it were swallowed by the dirt. My steps felt uncertain. I kicked a few loose stones, and they rattled against the porch. The front door hung crooked on its hinges. It still stood, but the wood looked splintered along the edges. I tried to push it open, and it moved with a scraping sound, like nails on a chalkboard. Inside, the air was stale. Dust floated in the beams of light that slipped through the gaps in the boarded-up windows. There was a wide foyer with a chandelier overhead, but the chandelier's crystals were coated in grime. A few broken light bulbs dangled from the fixture, and one of them clinked against the metal as the door's movement sent a small draft through the entryway. I paused for a moment, letting my eyes adjust to the dim space. My shoes squeaked against the floorboards, which were scattered with debris, small leaves, bits of plaster, and layers of dust that my footsteps disturbed. I ran my hand along the wall and felt chipped paint flaking off under my fingers. Ahead of me was what looked like a living room. The doorway had a tall arch typical of old manor houses. I looked in and saw sheets thrown over furniture, but they were so old that the cloth had turned gray. The room smelled like a mixture of mold and something old and forgotten, almost like a closet that hasn't been opened for years. Each breath felt heavy in my chest. The silence weighed on me. Even outside, the wind seemed to have died down. I took a step into the living room and dust flew up around my ankles. The floor didn't seem to sag, which I took as a good sign for the foundation, but I made a mental note to check the beams later. I pulled the sheet off the nearest piece of furniture. It was a wooden coffee table with short legs, polished once but now dull with scratches. I ran my finger across the surface and collected a thick coat of dust. I wiped it on my pants. On the fireplace mantel there were family photographs in simple frames. The glass was smeared and cloudy, but I saw faces staring back at me. I didn't recognize them. A man in a suit, a woman in a dress, and a couple of other relatives lined up for a formal picture. The frame next to it had what looked like the same family on a vacation, but the details were hard to see through the dirt on the glass. My stomach felt uneasy. I was standing in someone else's memories, and it felt personal even though the house was clearly abandoned. In the corner of the living room, propped against a wall, was a small bicycle. Its paint was chipped, and the tires were flat. The metal parts had a thin layer of rust. It looked like someone had left it there, planning to come back and ride it later. But it never moved. I looked away. The rest of the living room had a couple of armchairs facing an old TV set. The TV's screen was covered with a sheet, and a thick cord snaked behind it, unplugged. A few cardboard boxes sat stacked against another wall, all sealed with yellowed tape. I heard a low creaking sound from above me. I stopped moving and listened. It sounded like floorboards flexing, maybe on the second floor, or possibly the wind pushing against loose rafters. I waited, but I didn't hear it again. I checked the structure of the walls in the living room, tapping gently to see if there was any hollow echo that might indicate severe damage. It all felt solid enough, though I suspected some water damage near the windows. The paint was blistered, and the windowsills had black discoloration like mold. I made a note on my phone. Then I walked back through the foyer toward what I assumed was the dining room. The door creaked when I opened it. Inside, a long table with 6 chairs stood covered in dust. A china cabinet stood in the corner, glass doors intact but foggy. I opened one of the doors. Inside, I found porcelain plates stacked neatly and a couple of small figurines. One plate had chipped edges, the other looked new. I wondered why they were left behind. The house had that unsettling stillness where every movement felt louder than it should. My footsteps and breathing seemed magnified in the silence. My heart rate picked up every time I heard a new noise. The wind outside caused loose window frames to rattle occasionally, and each time, I felt a spike of adrenaline. There was a sense that I was intruding. I tried to shrug off the feeling. I was here for work, not to scare myself. I checked another door in the dining room and found the kitchen. Light filtered through a single window at the back. The rest were boarded up. The counters were still intact, though the surfaces were covered in thick dust and some kind of residue, maybe grease that had never been cleaned. I saw an old stove, a sink filled with brownish stains, and a row of cabinets. One cabinet door was missing, and the rest looked fragile. A sudden drip of water made me jump. I spun around and saw a small puddle forming under the sink. I approached and carefully opened the cabinet below it. The pipe had a crack, and water was seeping through. I turned the faucet handle to see if it was on, but no water came out. Whatever source was in play, it was minimal. Maybe a leftover from the house's old plumbing system or a partially open valve somewhere. I shined the flashlight from my phone into the dark space under the sink and cringed at the spider webs. A big spider crawled away from the light. I swallowed hard, feeling my pulse in my throat. I wasn't a fan of crawling things in tight spaces. I backed out of the kitchen and returned to the foyer. An old staircase led to the second floor. The banister was thick wood, carved in a decorative pattern that had probably been stunning at one time. Now it was coated in dust. I tested the first step with my foot. It creaked, but it held my weight. One step at a time, I went up. My breathing felt shallow, and each step groaned under me. I reached the top, where I faced a long hallway. There were doors on either side, some closed, some slightly open. The hallway was dark, so I kept my phone flashlight on, though its beam was weak. I wished I had brought a stronger flashlight, but I hadn't expected total darkness in the middle of the day. I tried the first door on the left. It opened into a bedroom. The curtains were drawn, but they were thin enough to let in a little light. An unmade bed stood in the center, sheets bunched up and discolored from age. A dresser stood against the wall, and on top of it was a mirror. The reflection was cloudy. I saw my own vague shape in the center, but the corners were blackened. I walked closer and opened the top drawer. It was empty except for a few stray pieces of paper that looked like receipts. They were so faded I couldn't read them. The air smelled stale, like old clothes that had never been washed. It made me cough a little. I covered my mouth with my sleeve to block the dust. A muffled clanking noise came from somewhere else in the house. My entire body tensed. I felt a rush of heat up my neck. My grip on my phone tightened. I stayed still, listening, but everything went silent again. I waited a few seconds, then decided to check the other rooms. The next door on the same side of the hall opened into a smaller bedroom. It had a single bed frame without a mattress, a nightstand, and a small closet. The floor looked damp near the wall, suggesting a leak in the roof. Water had discolored the wallpaper in a large patch. I used my phone to take photos, making sure I documented every potential repair. My job was to figure out if the cost of fixing everything would be worth it. I moved on to a door at the end of the hallway that was closed tight. The doorknob felt cold and stuck at first, but after I jiggled it a bit, it gave way. This room appeared to be a study. Shelves lined the walls filled with old books. A desk sat in front of a window. The window was covered with thick wooden planks from the outside, so the only light came from my phone. The smell here was dense. It reminded me of old libraries, mixed with mold. The leather on the chair behind the desk was cracked. On the desk there were a few open books and a small stack of letters. I picked up the top letter, but the writing was smudged. I saw a date in the corner that looked like it was from decades ago. My skin prickled at the thought of how long this place had been left to rot. After a while, I felt a growing need to get fresh air. The quietness of the house was messing with my nerves. I also realized the temperature was dropping. The place had no heat and the late afternoon sun was getting low. I left the study and headed back down the hallway. As I passed the stairs, I glanced down and noticed a slight movement by the living room doorway. My breath caught in my throat. I froze, focusing my eyes to see better. It might have been a reflection or a shifting shadow. After a second, I saw nothing else. My hand trembled against the banister. I told myself it was probably just a trick of the light or my imagination. The tension in my muscles didn't ease, though. I forced myself to move down the stairs, each step squeaking in protest. I reached the foyer and paused. The front door was still ajar, letting in a bit of pale light. I could see my car through the opening. I took a few quick steps and stepped outside. The cool evening air hit my face and I breathed in deeply. My shirt stuck to my back with sweat I hadn't noticed before. I glanced around the overgrown yard, checking for any sign of movement. Nothing. Just a breeze rustling the tall grass. The sun was dipping behind the trees, casting long shadows across the lawn. My shoulders felt tight and my pulse was fast. I walked back to my car to grab a bottled water. I drained it in a few swallows, the cool liquid soothing my dry throat. I turned around to face the mansion again. The structure was huge, probably 3 stories if you counted the attic. The roof had missing shingles, and parts of the facade were crumbling. I needed to finish my evaluation before dark. I wasn't keen on staying there past sunset. I took out my phone and reviewed the photos I'd taken. I had enough to note serious repairs: roofing, plumbing, windows, mold treatment, and structural reinforcements. It would be expensive, but maybe not impossible. It depended on how much money the owner wanted to pour into this project. I decided to check around the outside of the house before leaving. I walked along the perimeter, pushing through the tall weeds. My jeans got snagged on briars and I had to tug free a couple of times. Near the back of the house, I found a door leading into what looked like a cellar. It had a heavy padlock, but the lock was rusted. I made a mental note about potential basement access. Then I noticed a small pile of tools near an old shed: a shovel, a rusted rake, and a couple of empty paint cans. They looked abandoned. The shed door was off its hinges, lying on the ground. I peeked inside. It was dark, but I saw some broken shelves and a few spider webs. No reason to explore further. The sun was almost gone now, and the temperature dropped fast. I shivered and decided I had enough information for a preliminary report. I walked back toward the front yard, my eyes scanning the windows as I passed. I saw my own reflection in one of the shattered panes. My heart thudded when I thought I saw another shape behind me, but I spun around and saw only the yard. I exhaled and rubbed my forehead, feeling a dull ache creeping in. I was probably spooking myself more than necessary. Reaching my car, I leaned against it for a moment, checking my phone battery. It was low. I scribbled down a few extra notes on a small pad I keep in my glove compartment. Roof repairs, interior plumbing, possible mold, foundation check. Then I looked up at the mansion one last time. The broken windows looked like dark holes against the old stone walls. The porch sagged on the right side and the tall grass rippled in the wind. Somewhere inside, a child's bicycle sat collecting dust in a silent living room. The family pictures remained on the mantel, untouched for who knew how long. Everything seemed frozen in time. I climbed into my car, started the engine, and turned on the headlights. The beams lit up the driveway and part of the porch. The wheels crunched over broken gravel as I pulled away. My chest felt tight, and I realized I was holding my breath. I let it out, trying to calm the tension. I thought about the cost of restoration. I thought about the possible hazards, the mold, the water damage, the structural issues. Was it worth it? I didn't have the final answer yet, but I knew I'd be back with a team of inspectors if the owner decided to move forward. The job was my responsibility. Still, a part of me wanted to recommend demolition. The place felt like it was filled with ghosts of the past, though I never saw anyone. As I drove down the empty road, I glanced in the rearview mirror. The mansion's silhouette disappeared behind the trees. I drummed my fingers on the steering wheel, my mind racing with all the details I'd have to include in my report. But I also felt relief. My heart rate slowed to a normal pace. The tension in my shoulders eased. The sense of being watched lifted the farther I got from that house. I focused on the next steps, contacting the contractor, arranging an official inspection, and explaining my findings. I told myself it was just an old building with some spooky atmosphere. I tried to push away the images of dusty furniture, family photos, and that small bike leaning against the wall. It was just another job, I repeated in my head. But a knot of unease sat in my stomach. I kept looking at the rearview mirror, half expecting to see something dart across the road behind me, but I saw only darkness. Eventually, I turned onto a busier road, where streetlights and passing cars helped me feel less alone. My phone buzzed with a message, likely from the client, asking about my progress. I didn't answer. I needed time to think. When I finally got home, I locked the door behind me and dropped onto my couch. A wave of exhaustion washed over me, like I'd been on high alert for hours. My clothes still smelled like dust and mold. I set my phone to charge and went to take a shower. The hot water felt good on my skin, washing off the grime and the lingering anxiety. Afterward, I dried off and stared at my face in the bathroom mirror. I looked tired. My eyes were bloodshot, and my hair was damp and messy. I felt a slight throbbing in my temple, but it wasn't too bad. I pulled on some clean clothes and sat down with my laptop. I began typing up my notes. Structural integrity, roof condition, plumbing issues, probable mold infestation, possible insect or rodent problems. My stomach growled, but the idea of food didn't appeal to me. I kept remembering the silence in that house, the dusty sheets over the furniture and the photographs on the mantel. I glanced at my phone. No more messages from the client. I shut my laptop and rubbed my eyes, deciding I could finish the report in the morning. I turned off the lights in my living room, then hesitated at the window. Outside, the street was quiet. A car passed now and then. I felt safe at home, yet a bit unsettled by the day's experience. I crawled into bed and tried to clear my mind, but I kept seeing images of that bicycle and those pictures. They seemed out of place in an empty house. I stared at the ceiling until I drifted off. I wished I could shake that feeling of intrusion, like I'd stepped into something I wasn't supposed to see. But it was just a job, and soon it would be a construction project or a demolition plan. Either way, that old mansion wouldn't stay hidden forever. I arrived at that property with a knot in my stomach. The listing said it was a large rural lot with old buildings. My boss told me it used to be a religious retreat, but he didn't have many details. I took the assignment because nobody else wanted to drive that far. The trip took longer than I planned, and I reached the entrance well after sundown. I don't like arriving at unknown places at night, but I didn't want to waste another day. My gas tank was almost empty, and my eyes felt heavy from the long drive. Still, I got out of the car and walked past a rusted gate. A sense of unease hit me as soon as I stepped onto the property. The dirt path stretched forward in a narrow strip. Weeds poked through cracks in the ground. My flashlight beam bobbed up and down as I moved. The air felt cold and damp. I heard the distant sound of crickets. My legs felt stiff from hours behind the wheel, so I tried to stretch while I walked. My breath came out in short puffs. I told myself I just needed a quick look around, maybe snap a few pictures. Then I'd get out of there. A few minutes later, I noticed something odd. The property had multiple small houses arranged in a circle. They looked old and neglected. Some had broken windows. Others had doors that hung off their hinges. The paint was peeling on every one of them. I saw a chapel in the center of the circle. It had a simple wooden cross on top of a small steeple. The building itself was plain, with white walls that looked gray under the moonlight. I felt a chill run through me. There was no obvious light coming from inside. No lamps, no electric bulbs. Everything was dark. I stopped to take a closer look at the chapel's doorway. It was a single wooden door. I tried the handle, but it was locked or stuck. I heard a creaking sound behind me, so I whipped around. I didn't see anyone at first. I just saw shapes of buildings and the outlines of a few low trees near the edge of the clearing. My heart pounded. I held my flashlight higher, scanning around me in a slow circle. That's when I caught sight of someone standing in the shadow by one of the houses. The figure stood motionless, half hidden behind a corner. I couldn't see a face. I just saw a dark outline and a faint reflection in the eyes when my flashlight passed over. I cleared my throat and tried to speak, but the words stuck. I felt sweat on my forehead even though it was cold. I forced myself to call out, "Hello?" I paused, expecting some response. I got nothing. The figure shifted slightly, and then I heard a low sound, almost like a shuffle on the ground. I wasn't sure if it was the wind or the person's foot. I told myself maybe it was a caretaker or someone who stayed behind to watch the place. My boss mentioned the retreat had been closed for a while, but sometimes these places have squatters or holdouts who never left. I tried to look calm. "I'm from the city," I said, my voice shaking. "I'm here to check the property. I'm a real estate agent. I'm just doing my job." No answer. The figure took a step back, disappearing behind the building. I took a deep breath and considered my options. Part of me wanted to jump back in the car and drive off. Another part of me felt a responsibility to do what I'd come to do. I figured I'd at least try to look around the chapel. Maybe I could see enough from the outside. My shoulders were tense and my legs felt tight, but I forced them to move. I walked around the chapel's perimeter. The siding had cracks. The windows were small, and I noticed thick dust on the panes. I stepped on broken gravel. My flashlight lit a short walkway that led to a side entrance. A loose piece of wood scraped against the wall. I smelled damp air mixed with a stale odor, like moldy papers or old cloth. I heard my own breathing, shallow and fast. Then I caught movement near the ring of houses. Another figure appeared, then a second, then a third. They stood in the open areas between the houses like they were waiting. I could see them more clearly this time. They wore plain dark clothes. Some had long sleeves, some wore jackets. No one made a sound. The nearest person was maybe 15 yards away. I spotted short, scruffy hair on one man. Another looked older with a thin frame. They all stared at me. I felt my hands start to shake. I raised my voice again. "I'm not here to bother anyone. I just need to look at the property. Then I'll leave." The group didn't respond. Nobody nodded or waved. They just stood there, watching. I tried to angle my flashlight away from their faces because I didn't want to provoke them. I heard my pulse in my ears. I began to wonder if they were part of some group that never left the retreat. I didn't see any sign of normal living, though. No lights, no vehicles, no sign of a generator or anything like that. It looked abandoned. I knew I had to keep it together. I took a few steps toward the path that led back to my car. That's when one of them moved closer, closing the distance by a few yards. Then another figure copied him. They advanced in short increments. I stopped. The hair on my arm stood up. I felt a sudden rush of adrenaline. My flashlight trembled in my grip. "Look," I said, my voice quivering. "I'll leave right now if you want." They said nothing. They spread out slightly, forming a loose semicircle around me, but they were still a few yards away. I felt trapped between the chapel and those people. My mouth went dry. I swallowed hard and decided to move toward the gap between two of them. I figured if they wanted to stop me, they would, but I couldn't just stand there. As soon as I took one step, they took one step. It wasn't a coordinated march, but it felt like they were mirroring my movements. My heart pounded against my ribs. I kept thinking about how I had no phone signal. I'd checked earlier, and there were no bars. Even if I tried to call for help, I doubted it would go through. My car was parked outside the gate. It wasn't too far, but it felt like a mile away. I remembered the gate was just a few hundred feet back, near the entrance. Maybe I could sprint there, but I had no idea if these people would chase me. I forced myself to speak again. "I'll just go." My voice cracked. Nobody replied. They took another step toward me. Now they were close enough for me to see their faces under the faint moonlight. Their expressions were blank, but their eyes looked wide and unblinking. One man's jaw was tense and his lips parted like he was breathing through his mouth. A woman to his left had her head tilted slightly as if she was trying to get a better look at me. I felt a spike of panic. My hands tingled from the rush of blood, and I felt a trembling in my knees. I turned and walked fast in the direction of the gate, keeping my eyes on them as best I could. They moved too, matching my speed. I wanted to run, but I was afraid that if I ran, they'd chase me. My stomach churned. I reached the spot where the dirt path met the main clearing. I could see the fence line ahead. The rusted gate was open. My car was just beyond it, a dark shape against the night. I felt a slight sense of relief. I glanced back. They were still coming, closing the gap. I heard the crunch of dirt and gravel under our feet. My heart was hammering so hard that it felt like a drum in my chest. My eyes locked on the car. I kept walking. My flashlight bounced. My breath came in gasps. I felt the cold air hitting my lungs. Behind me, I heard shuffling steps and maybe a mutter or two, but no clear words. I just sensed their presence getting closer. My adrenaline spiked again, and I broke into a run. I didn't care anymore about provoking them. I bolted toward the gate, arms pumping, flashlight beam shaking violently. I glanced back once while running. They were running too, or at least moving fast enough that I saw them covering ground. My chest burned from the sudden sprint, and I pushed myself harder. The gate was old and one hinge was broken, so it hung crooked. I slammed into it with my shoulder, shoving it aside. My car was right there. I fumbled with my keys, nearly dropping them on the ground. My hand was slick with sweat. I managed to unlock the door and yank it open. I threw myself behind the wheel and jammed the key into the ignition. My door was still open when I turned the engine over. I heard it roar to life, and I slammed the door shut. As I did, I saw several figures appear at the edge of the gate. I couldn't tell if it was the same group, or if there were more of them. I didn't stop to count. I put the car in drive and hit the gas. The tires spun on loose gravel before catching. The car lurched forward. As I sped away, I fought the urge to keep looking in the rearview mirror. I managed a quick glance and saw a couple of silhouettes standing in the path, fading into darkness as I got farther away. My entire body was shaking. I gripped the steering wheel until my knuckles hurt. My breath came out in ragged bursts. A few minutes later, I hit a paved road. The tension in my shoulders didn't vanish, but I felt some relief knowing I was on a public highway. I kept checking my rearview mirror, half expecting a set of headlights to appear behind me. I didn't see anything. My face felt hot, and I noticed I was breathing through my mouth. My mind raced with thoughts about what had just happened. I wondered if they were some sect that still occupied that land. I wondered why they never spoke. I just kept driving. My gas gauge was low, and I wasn't sure if there was a station close by. I decided to keep going until I found a town or any place with lights. After a few miles, I found a small diner that was still open. It looked run down, but there were a couple of trucks parked out front. I pulled in, turned off the engine, and sat there staring at the dash. My hands wouldn't stop trembling. I debated going inside to call someone, but it was late, and I didn't even know who to call. The local police, my boss? I didn't have an exact address for the property. I only had coordinates and some brief notes. I took out my phone. No signal. I felt a headache coming on, so I rubbed my temples and tried to calm down. Eventually, I forced myself to exit the car. The cold night air hit me again. I walked into the diner. The fluorescent lights flickered, and the place smelled like old frying oil. A tired-looking woman behind the counter asked me if I wanted a seat. I told her I'd just like some coffee. She poured a cup, and I noticed my hands were unsteady as I lifted it. I didn't say much. I just stared at the liquid and tried to slow my breathing. I played the scene over in my head again and again. Those people were real. They stared at me and approached me without a word. I wondered if they were trespassers or if they considered me the trespasser. Maybe that was their land. Maybe they didn't want anyone else there. I had a lot of questions, but I was in no mood to drive back and ask them. I sat in that diner for about an hour. I finished my coffee and asked for a refill. I tried to think of how I would explain all of this to my boss. There weren't any photos to show besides a few pictures of the chapel's exterior I'd managed to take, but I doubted that would capture the unease. I felt too shaky to go through the photos right then. Eventually I got up, paid for the coffee, and went back to the car. My head was buzzing with a mix of adrenaline and exhaustion. I was out of breath from just walking back across the parking lot. I tried my phone again. Still no signal. I started the engine. Part of me considered sleeping in the diner's lot until morning, but I didn't want to stick around any longer. I wanted to put distance between myself and that property. So I drove. I kept going until I reached a small motel on the outskirts of another town. I checked in, not caring about the condition of the room. I just needed a bed and a lock on the door. I dragged my bag from the trunk. Inside the motel room, I locked the door and put the chain on. I sat on the edge of the bed, staring at the clock on the nightstand. It was past midnight. My mind kept replaying every detail. The shape of those houses, the look of that chapel, and the silent stares of those people. I didn't feel safe until I pulled the curtain shut and checked the lock again. Then I took a quick shower. The hot water helped calm me a bit, but I still felt my heart skip whenever I thought I heard a noise outside. I dried off, got dressed, and lay on top of the bed. I didn't sleep well. Every time I closed my eyes, I pictured dark shapes closing in, stepping out of those old houses and circling me. The next morning, I tried to call my boss from the motel phone. He picked up, and I told him I wouldn't be finishing that assignment. I gave him a summary of what happened. He was confused, but didn't push too hard for details. I said I'd email him everything later. My plan was to drive home and never go back there. If anyone wants to buy that property, they can visit it themselves in daylight with a group of people. I wanted no part of it. I didn't see those silent watchers after that night. I didn't want to. All I know is that I walked onto that land expecting an empty retreat and found something else. Those people had no interest in talking. They just stood there, staring, and they seemed ready to run me off if I stayed any longer. I won't forget the way they moved or how the property felt under the moonlight. I'm done with that place. If someone else wants to close that deal, they can handle it. I'm not stepping foot in that circle of houses again. That's all I have to say about it. I first heard about the old manor from a local historian. He told me it used to produce wine until the 70s. He said the place was abandoned, and people in town whispered about strange noises at night. I make regional documentaries, so I figured I'd check it out. I didn't expect to find anyone living there. I didn't expect to feel uneasy in those empty rooms. But from the moment I set foot inside, I sensed something was off. The hallways were silent, but I kept catching little signs that I wasn't alone. That's when I discovered the new supermarket bags and the cookie wrappers in the attic. That's when I realized someone else might be hiding in that house. I arrived at the front gate early in the morning. The sky was clear and the air felt a bit cold. I parked my old van on a small gravel patch near the front steps. The manor stood in front of me with chipped paint and vines crawling up the walls. The windows were dark and the wooden door looked sturdy, though it had cracks along the edges. I pulled on the door and it opened with a creak that made me swallow hard. I stepped inside with my camera equipment on my back and a flashlight in my hand. The entrance hall was large and empty. The floorboards squeaked under my boots and dust drifted in the sunlight coming through the broken windows. A few furniture pieces were scattered around, covered in sheets. I could see an old chandelier above me, missing half its crystals. I heard my own breathing echo as I stood there, getting a feel for the place. I walked deeper into the manor, filming everything. The main hallway led to what seemed like a parlor on the left and a large room on the right. I peeked into the parlor. It had a fireplace with a cracked mantel. A faded rug covered part of the floor. I saw a few bottles, maybe leftover wine bottles, but they were empty and covered in dust. I started setting up my tripod to get a wide shot. My plan was to capture each room, then record a voiceover later. As I got my camera positioned, I felt a prickling at the back of my neck. I glanced at the open doorway behind me. Nothing was there. I kept filming. After I got what I needed in the parlor, I moved to the room across the hall. It was huge, with high ceilings and tall windows that overlooked the vineyard. Actually, the vineyard was just overgrown weeds by now, but I could still see the old rows where vines once grew. There were large oak barrels along one wall, some tipped over, some still upright. I ran my hand over one barrel and the wood felt brittle. I noticed a thin layer of grime on my palm afterward. The air smelled musty, mixed with something stale. Maybe old wine residue or mold. In the corner, there was a door that led down to what might have been a cellar. I decided to check the upper floors first before heading downstairs. So I walked back into the main hall, found a grand staircase, and made my way up. The steps groaned, and the handrail felt loose. Once I reached the landing, I saw a corridor with rooms on each side. I filmed as I walked. Each room looked similar. Dusty floors, peeling wallpaper, and old furniture. I opened one door and found a bedroom with a mattress on the floor. The mattress had a huge stain in the center. I grimaced and turned away. I didn't plan to spend much time in these rooms. They were mostly empty, and I wanted footage of the more interesting areas, like the attic. So I looked for a way to the attic. At the end of the corridor, I spotted a small door in the ceiling with a pull-down ladder. I tugged on it and the ladder creaked as it unfolded. I took a deep breath and climbed up. The attic was dark, so I switched on my flashlight. The beam cut through thick dust in the air. At first, I saw old trunks and a few crates. Cobwebs hung off the rafters. I set my camera on top of a trunk, hoping to capture the wide view. Then my flashlight revealed something strange in a corner. A few plastic grocery bags, the kind you'd get at a modern supermarket. They looked new. They weren't discolored or dusty. I walked closer and saw cookie packaging and empty water bottles. I even saw a jacket hanging from a nail in the wall. I felt my stomach twist. I stood there trying to make sense of it. Someone must have been in here recently. The packaging had bright colors, so it couldn't have been more than a few weeks old, maybe days. The water bottles had labels from a local store. I crouched and felt the inside of one bag. There were crumbs of crackers or cookies left. I heard a noise behind me like a soft scratch. I whipped around and pointed my flashlight. I saw nothing except a few shadows. My heart thumped hard. I scanned the attic again, stepping around carefully. I didn't see anyone, but I felt watched. I walked back to my camera and flipped off the recording for a moment, trying to keep quiet. My breathing sounded loud in the stillness. I decided to keep the camera rolling, just in case. I wanted to document every detail. I moved the beam of my flashlight across the rafters, the floor, and the far side of the attic. I noticed footprints in the dust leading to a small window. They looked newer than the rest of the clutter. My pulse quickened and my thoughts raced. I wondered if I should call out. I wondered if I should just leave. But I've been in abandoned places before, and sometimes people squat in them. They're usually harmless, just folks who need a place to stay. Still, I felt uneasy. The manor was big, and I didn't know if there was only one person. I stayed quiet. I finished getting the shots I needed up in the attic. I filmed the plastic bags, the wrappers, the jacket, and the footprints. Then I backed away. I wanted to see if there were any other signs of recent habitation in the manor. I climbed down the ladder and returned to the second floor. The corridor was silent. I noticed my hands felt cold and a little shaky. The air felt thicker than before. I walked back toward the stairs. Each step made a dull thump. I kept my flashlight on, even though some light came in through the windows. I reached the main floor and heard a faint rustling sound. It seemed to come from somewhere near the large storage room I'd visited earlier. I turned my head toward that direction. My heart pounded. I moved slowly, holding my breath. The door to that big room was still open. I peeked inside. The oak barrels were there, the same arrangement as before. Dust motes floated in the beams of sunlight. I didn't see a person, but I smelled something like stale sweat. That wasn't there earlier, or at least I hadn't noticed it. I took a step inside. Hello? I said in a low voice. My voice sounded rough. I waited. No answer. I moved the flashlight beam around, checking behind the barrels and in the corners. Nothing. But the sense of being watched crept back. My heart thumped again and my palms were damp. I thought about leaving, but part of me wanted to capture more evidence. I'm not usually jumpy, but the discovery in the attic had me on edge. I decided to check the cellar after all. There might be signs that someone had broken in from a back entrance. I found the door that led downstairs. It was made of old wood with rusted hinges. I pulled it open, and the smell of damp air hit me. The staircase was narrow. I shined the flashlight down. I could see a stone floor at the bottom. I stepped slowly, leaning against the wall for balance. My camera bag bumped my hip with each step. The cellar was darker than the rest of the house, and it felt colder. At the bottom, I saw rows of wine racks. Most were empty, but a few still held dusty bottles. A single light bulb hung from the ceiling, but it was dead. I only had my flashlight. Water dripped from the walls. The sound echoed softly. I noticed there was a second chamber in the back, so I headed there. My footsteps were steady, but my breath got faster. The air smelled stale, like old stone and moldy wood. When I reached the second chamber, I noticed something that looked like a makeshift sleeping area. There were a few blankets spread on the ground. They weren't ancient blankets. They looked worn, but not from the 70s. There was a small pile of items. A flashlight, some unopened packages of snack food, and a couple of half-filled water bottles. I crouched down and touched one of the blankets. It was slightly warm. My chest tightened. That meant someone had been here recently, maybe minutes ago. I felt a sudden rush of adrenaline. My skin tingled and my throat felt dry. I stood up and raised my flashlight, checking every corner. The chamber was about 15 feet by 15 feet, with stone walls and no windows. I didn't see any other exit. There was no place for someone to hide except behind the racks, but they were against the walls. I backed away, keeping my eyes on that sleeping area. My thoughts bounced around in my head. If the blanket was still warm, the person who used it might be nearby. I might have scared them off. Or maybe they were still somewhere in the manor. I moved back toward the stairs, shining the flashlight around one more time. I didn't see anyone, but the tension in my stomach got worse. The quiet felt heavier. I climbed the steps, my legs feeling unsteady. When I reached the top, I carefully closed the cellar door. I didn't lock it because I didn't have a key, but I wanted to put a barrier between me and that dark space. I stood in the large storage room again and took a few deep breaths. I checked my watch. It was getting late in the afternoon, and the light in the windows had shifted. I decided I had enough footage for the documentary. I also had evidence that someone was living there in secret. I planned to talk to the local historian later and figure out what to do. I didn't want to confront anyone directly. I just wanted to leave without causing trouble. But part of me still wanted to see if I could spot this person, at least from a distance. I packed up my camera gear and slung my bag over my shoulder. I headed back toward the front entrance. The door was still ajar, exactly how I'd left it. As I stepped into the foyer, I heard a scuffling noise upstairs, like shoes on wood. My heartbeat kicked up again. I glanced up the staircase. The second-floor corridor was dim. I couldn't see anyone, but the noise stopped. I stood still, waiting to hear it again. Nothing. I debated whether to call out or ignore it. I decided to keep moving. My nerves were shot, and I didn't want a confrontation. I walked outside and closed the front door behind me. The cool air felt good on my skin. The sun was lower in the sky, and my van looked comforting in the otherwise empty driveway. I quickly walked to it, loaded my equipment, and sat in the driver's seat. I locked the doors out of habit, then started the engine. I gave the manor one last look. The broken windows, the peeling paint, the silent walls, they all seemed to hide a story that someone living there didn't want to share. I drove away, my mind replaying what I'd seen. The attic with fresh wrappers, the cellar with a warm blanket, and the footprints in the dust. I wondered if the person living there felt afraid of me. Maybe they heard me coming and hid. Maybe they'd been in the house for a while just trying to survive. I felt uneasy, but also curious. I'm used to discovering local histories and filming old sites, but finding someone secretly living in an abandoned manor was new territory for me. When I got back to my place, I offloaded the footage. I watched some of it on my computer to confirm I hadn't imagined the details. Sure enough, there were the plastic bags, the wrappers, the jacket, and the footprints. I could see the outlines of the modern packaging. I could see my own flashlight beam shaking slightly, a sign of how tense I was. In the cellar footage, the blankets and snack packages were clearly visible. I paused the video and stared at the screen, remembering how my stomach knotted at that moment. I couldn't stop thinking about the possibility that someone was watching me the entire time. I didn't go back to the manor right away. I called the historian and told him what I found. He sounded surprised, but not entirely shocked. He said the place had been left to rot for decades, and that he'd heard rumors of squatters over the years. We decided to keep it quiet for the moment. I still plan to use some footage in my documentary, but I'll edit out the evidence of the person's presence. I don't want the local authorities swarming in and forcing them out. I don't know their situation, but I doubt they mean any harm. Whenever I think of that attic, I remember the soft crinkle of plastic bags and the faint rustling behind me. It makes my pulse pound, even now. I don't have an explanation for every noise I heard that day, but I know I wasn't alone in that house. That's enough to remind me that some abandoned places aren't as empty as they look. And sometimes the secrets they hide aren't about ghosts or legends. They're about real people, living quiet lives in the dark corners we rarely explore. I parked my truck by the curb in front of the old brick building. The windows were boarded up and a few sections of the front wall had chunks missing. I walked up to the entrance with a flashlight in my hand and a clipboard under my arm. My job was to figure out how much debris was inside and how big of a crew I would need to clear it. I'd done this routine in many places before, but this place felt different. The air around the door smelled stale, and I noticed a broken chain on the ground near the entrance. Someone must have cut it to get in at some point. I reached for the steel door. It was slightly ajar, and I pulled it open. It scraped against the floor, making a rough sound that echoed. My flashlight beam showed a dusty hallway leading to the main area on the ground floor. The space was littered with shattered tiles, busted drywall, and pieces of wood. There were some metal frames, maybe from furniture or old equipment. Water stains ran along the walls, and a few exposed wires stuck out near the ceiling. I stepped in and felt the crunch of debris under my boots. I tried not to trip over the pieces of concrete or random junk. The air was thick with dust, and I coughed a few times. I clicked my flashlight to a brighter setting, scanning the corners. I had a sense that someone else might be in the building, but I didn't see or hear anyone. Still, I felt uneasy. My shoulders tensed, and I kept glancing around. I walked deeper into the main floor. The place looked like it used to be some sort of office or maybe a reception area. There was a big desk on its side near one wall, and I spotted a few dark stains on the floor. I didn't want to step on them, so I walked around. I heard my own footsteps echo, and every time I stopped, the building felt too quiet. Only drips of water from somewhere above broke the silence. I made notes on my clipboard about the volume of debris. There were broken ceiling tiles scattered all over. Broken glass from windows lay in piles near the walls. I thought I saw an old elevator shaft on the other side of the room, but I didn't feel like investigating it yet. My plan was to do a quick sweep of the ground floor, then check the upper floors if the stairs looked stable. I moved a piece of drywall aside with my foot. The flashlight beam caught a large hole in the wall. It looked like someone had torn out parts of the wall to get to the wiring. I took a few more steps, listening to the crunch of debris. Then I heard a sudden thump that came from somewhere behind me. I spun around and aimed my flashlight, but I only saw dust in the beam's path. I tried to slow my breathing. My pulse was a little faster than usual. I told myself that old buildings make noises. There could be rats, stray cats, or even a homeless person. I decided to call out, "Hello, anyone here?" My voice echoed. No one answered. The hair on my arm stood up and I couldn't explain why. I took a few slow breaths and continued toward a door that looked like it might lead to a side room. The doorknob was missing, so I pushed it open with my foot. The hinges squeaked. The small room was filled with more rubble. Pieces of tile were stacked in one corner. There was a strong smell of mold. A broken shelf leaned against the far wall. I shone the flashlight along the shelf. Nothing interesting, just old boxes and some trash. I heard another drip of water. I located the source. A damaged pipe overhead. Water droplets slid down a bent piece of metal and fell into a small puddle on the floor. I stepped back to avoid getting dripped on. My flashlight flickered for a second and I gave it a shake. I stood there, trying to decide if this room was worth examining in more detail. Then I felt a sudden pressure on my arm. It was firm, like a hand grabbing me. The grip felt real and it sent a jolt of shock through my body. My eyes widened and my stomach lurched. I snapped my head to the side, aiming the flashlight toward where I felt the grip. But there was nothing. My heart thumped so hard I thought it would burst out of my chest. I yanked my arm away by reflex. The pressure vanished, like it had never been there. I couldn't speak. I held my flashlight with a shaking hand. I turned in a full circle, checking every corner, but I didn't see a single person. My throat was dry. My arm tingled where I had felt that grip. It felt like fingerprints pressed into my skin. I took a step back, stumbling a bit on a chunk of concrete. My knee bumped against a bent piece of rebar. I realized I was panting. I could hear my breath echo in my ears. My mind raced. Maybe I had brushed against something sharp, but my sleeve was rolled up to my elbow. I should have felt a scrape, not a grip, and I didn't see anything that could have latched onto my arm that hard. I spun around again, shining the beam in short bursts, checking behind the broken shelf. Nothing moved, not even a rat or spider. I swallowed hard. My instincts told me to get out of there. I rushed out of the small room, heading back to the hallway. My boots kicked up dust and I coughed again. I kept looking over my shoulder, expecting to see someone following me. Nothing was there, just the flickering shadows. My mouth felt sour. I needed fresh air, so I jogged toward the entrance, stepping over debris without caring about the noise. Every little sound, the crunch under my feet, the drip of water, the creak of the old ceiling, made me more anxious. I just wanted to leave. When I reached the door, I shoved it open harder than I intended. It made a loud scrape, but I didn't care. I stepped outside into the daylight. The relief was immediate. The air smelled fresher and the sunlight felt warmer than before. I closed my eyes for a moment, taking a long breath. My skin felt clammy and my shirt stuck to my back. I was covered in a layer of dust and sweat. I looked down at my forearm. There were red marks, shaped almost like fingers. They weren't cuts. They looked more like bruises or welts. I placed my own hand next to them to compare. The spacing was different. It didn't match my own hand. My stomach turned as I realized it really looked like someone else had grabbed me. I rubbed the spot. It felt tender. My head pounded with questions. Did someone sneak up on me? Was there some trick of the debris that pinched my arm? But I knew what I felt. It was firm, like a human hand. I couldn't deny it, and the proof was right there on my arm. I kept trying to calm myself, pacing a little near the curb. I glanced at my truck, then back at the building. Part of me wanted to get back in there and search the place again, just to prove I wasn't losing it. But another part of me wanted to leave and never come back. I decided to at least gather my thoughts. I leaned against the side of my truck and sipped some water from a bottle I had in the cab. The water tasted flat, but it helped. I wiped the sweat from my face with my sleeve, leaving a streak of dust on the cloth. My arm still throbbed where the marks were. I kept staring at them. They looked so distinct, like someone had grabbed me with force. I shook my head and tried to reason through it. The building was old. Maybe the atmosphere was playing tricks on me. Maybe I bumped into something that had an odd shape, but the shape on my arm looked too much like fingers. I couldn't ignore it. My shoulders felt tight and I realized I was clenching my jaw. I tried to loosen up, rolling my neck side to side. I walked around to the back of my truck and looked at the equipment I'd brought. I had some gloves, a hard hat, a pry bar, and a flashlight charger. I considered going back inside with more protective gear. Then I remembered the feeling of that grip, how sudden it was. My chest tightened at the thought of stepping inside again. I decided to do a quick walk around the outside of the building. I wanted to see if there were any open windows or side doors. I walked along the cracked sidewalk, passing boarded windows and piles of trash. Weeds poked through the concrete. I saw some graffiti on the side walls. It was nothing special, just random tags. There was a rusted dumpster around the back, overflowing with bags of who knows what. Flies buzzed around it. The stench of rot filled my nose, and I backed away. I found a side entrance, also boarded up, with a broken lock on a chain. It looked old. I tugged on the board. It didn't budge. The wood was splintered in places. I peered through a gap, but it was too dark to see much. I heard a faint rustle, but it could have been wind or an animal. I stepped away and walked to the rear of the building. The old loading dock was piled with broken pallets. The big metal garage-style door was partially open, but it was dark inside. I aimed my flashlight in there from the outside. I saw more debris and broken furniture. The place felt abandoned and wrong. I couldn't shake that tension in my stomach. I circled back to the front and stopped to catch my breath. My boots were coated in dust and my arms felt shaky. The marks on my arm were still there, just as red. I looked at them again. They felt warmer than the rest of my skin. It freaked me out. I clenched my fists and closed my eyes, trying to decide what to do next. I thought about my job. My boss wanted a quick assessment. Normally, I'd go floor by floor, take photos, and figure out the disposal plan. But that grip felt too real, and I wasn't sure I could walk through that place alone. My chest felt tight with dread. I checked my watch. I realized I'd only been in the building for maybe 20 minutes. It felt longer. I decided I needed backup. I pulled out my phone and tried to call a coworker. The signal was weak, and the call didn't go through. I walked closer to the street until I got a signal. I called a buddy from work and told him I needed help with a site. I didn't mention the weird stuff. I just said I wasn't comfortable going in there alone, and that the structure might be unsafe. He said he could come by in an hour or so. I sat in my truck with the engine running, letting the air conditioner blow away some of the dust. My heart was still racing, and I kept checking my arm, half expecting those marks to fade away. They didn't. They stayed, red and shaped like fingers. I flexed my arm and it stung a bit. I drank more water and waited, tapping the steering wheel. I watched the building's entrance like I expected someone to walk out. No one did. When my coworker arrived, I got out of the truck and showed him the marks on my arm. He gave me a confused look. I explained that something weird happened inside. I told him I felt a hand on me. He glanced at the building and then back at me. He said maybe I was just jumpy from the environment. I shrugged, but I knew what I felt. Still, I let him think what he wanted. We decided to go in together. We each had a flashlight and gloves. I also carried a small crowbar. We walked through the door. The air felt thick again. Dust motes floated in the flashlight beams. We checked the big room and the side room where I'd felt that grip. Nothing looked out of place, except for the debris. No footprints, no signs of anyone hiding. He joked that the place was creepy, but he didn't seem nervous. I tried to keep my breathing steady, but my pulse was still high. After a quick sweep, he said he didn't see anything worth worrying about. The structure seemed stable enough for our usual crew. I nodded, but I stayed close to him. I felt safer with a second person there. He didn't mention feeling anything on his arm. I didn't either, and I certainly didn't want to linger. We left after making some notes about the needed equipment. Outside, I caught another glimpse of those red marks on my arm. They weren't as bright, but they were still there. My coworker looked at them again. He suggested maybe it was an allergic reaction to something in the debris. I didn't bother arguing. I told him it felt like a person's grip. He just shrugged. We packed up and left the property. I felt a wave of relief once we were a few blocks away. I didn't look back. Later that night, I checked my arm at home. The marks had turned into faint bruises. I pressed on them, and they hurt a bit. I kept replaying the moment in my head. The sensation of fingers pressing into my skin wouldn't leave my thoughts. I knew I hadn't imagined it, and the prints proved something touched me. I didn't have an explanation, and I wasn't going to invent one. All I knew was that, in that dark, dusty room, something grabbed me and I couldn't see it. I went to bed feeling uneasy, my thoughts racing. The building was just supposed to be another rundown place in a long list of jobs. I never expected to walk away with those marks on my arm. I never expected to run out of there like some frightened rookie. But I did, and those red marks stayed with me for days. I still don't have a solid explanation. I haven't gone back there alone, and I don't plan to. I've done plenty of tough cleanouts, but something in that place was different. Maybe it was just the stale air in my imagination. Maybe it was something that had no business grabbing my arm. I don't know, and I'm not sure I want to find out. All I know is that I felt a grip on my arm and I ran out of there faster than I'd ever run from any job. When I look at my forearm, I still picture those red, finger-like marks. They remind me that sometimes you can't see what's right next to you, and sometimes you just have to get the hell out. I drove about 40 minutes from my place that morning. The roads were mostly empty. I left home before sunrise because I wanted to check out a section of forest I had never explored. It wasn't on any official trekking map, but I enjoy finding quiet spots where I can walk without running into crowds. I felt awake and excited. My back seat had my hiking pack, a water bottle, a small first aid kit, and a few snacks. I parked near a gravel shoulder by a cluster of tall pine trees. The air smelled damp and fresh. I locked my car and started walking. I stepped onto a narrow dirt path that seemed half made by some animal traffic, or maybe old logging routes. There wasn't a marked trailhead, but I guessed it went roughly northwest, deeper into the woods. The sun rose behind me, lighting the tops of the trees. I heard the buzz of insects. The forest floor was covered in moist leaves, branches, and moss. With every step, the ground gave a slight squish or crack. I felt small sticks snap under my boots. My phone had 1 or 2 bars of reception, but it was spotty. I decided I would rely on my sense of direction and some offline maps if needed. I kept moving for about half an hour. The terrain stayed mostly flat, but I noticed more rocks and fallen logs than usual. I had to duck under low-hanging branches. At one point, I paused to drink some water. The forest was quiet, except for my breathing and the occasional rustle of leaves overhead. I could feel the air growing thicker as I went deeper. The temperature felt a bit cooler under the shade, but the humidity clung to my skin. My shirt stuck to my back. I wiped some sweat from my forehead and kept going. After another 10 minutes, I spotted something odd. At first, I thought it was a random pile of leaves. Then I realized it was fabric. I walked closer and saw a small clearing with 3 tents. They were camouflaged, sort of dull green, blending with the surrounding brush. I saw them at an angle through the trees, so they didn't jump out right away. My heart rate picked up. I thought maybe some hunters or other hikers had set up camp, but the entire place felt strange. It wasn't an official campsite, and I didn't see any sign of a fire ring or typical camping arrangements. I stepped carefully, trying not to make too much noise. I wasn't sure if anyone was inside those tents. My gut told me something was off. As I got closer, I saw a few items scattered around. A pair of boots, some plastic bags, and a couple of empty water bottles. It looked like people had been there recently. There were pans near a makeshift cooking area. They had dried food residue in them, like someone cooked something not too long ago. I saw an improvised torch leaning against a tree trunk. Its tip was blackened, suggesting it had been lit recently. The smell of stale smoke lingered in the air. I stood still and listened. The forest around me was quiet, but my ears picked up faint rustling that could have been the wind or an animal. My pulse thumped in my chest. I felt my legs tense up. I had a weird sensation that someone was watching me. I looked around, scanning the trees, but I couldn't see anybody. The tents were zipped up. No movement. It felt too quiet. I couldn't ignore the sensation that I was being observed. I swallowed hard and stepped a bit closer, glancing at the tents from the side. One of them had its flap slightly open at the base, like someone left it unzipped at the bottom. I crouched down and tried to peek inside without actually touching anything. I saw a sleeping bag tossed to one side and a small flashlight on the floor. There was a foldable chair knocked over near the entrance. I didn't hear any breathing or stirring. That made me uneasy. It looked like whoever was there had either left in a hurry or was hiding somewhere. I felt the hair on my arms rise. My stomach knotted up, and I felt a bead of sweat slide down my temple. I stood back up and slowly walked around the clearing. My boots brushed against damp leaves, and each step sounded too loud in my ears. I felt exposed. I didn't see footprints that would indicate a large group, but I definitely saw footprints. Some were deeper, probably from boots, and a few looked like they might have been made by lighter shoes. I counted at least 4 different shoe patterns. The overlapping marks were scattered around the tents, heading in various directions. It was hard to tell how old they were, but the ground felt soft. Some impressions were fresh enough that the edges hadn't collapsed. I was tempted to call out, but something in my gut told me to stay quiet. It didn't feel right to announce my presence. I kept my voice inside and scanned the tree line around the clearing. There were tall pines, thick patches of brush, and large boulders. Anyone could be behind one of those trees, watching me. I felt my adrenaline rise. My shoulders stiffened. My breaths grew shorter. I told myself to stay calm, but my instincts were on high alert. I decided I should leave the clearing and see if I could circle back to the main path. Maybe I'd contact the local ranger station or something like that once I had a clear signal. I took one step toward the trees, and I heard a twig snap from somewhere off to my left. It might have been an animal, but it froze me in place. I didn't move for a few seconds. My eyes darted around, but I saw nothing. My heart hammered in my ears. The forest was silent again, but that moment left me feeling vulnerable. I turned slowly and started moving away from the tents, trying to keep as quiet as possible. My boots still crunched leaves, but I tried to place my steps carefully. I kept checking over my shoulder, but all I saw were tall tree trunks and dense undergrowth. I walked back in the direction I had come from, or at least what I believed was the direction. After a few minutes, I realized I might be veering off track. I recognized some landmarks, like a big fallen tree with broken branches, but then the path seemed to curve in a way I didn't remember. My phone's GPS was weak. The offline map was slow to update, so I had to rely on my sense of direction. My tension grew. I didn't want to wander aimlessly while feeling like I was being watched. I paused behind a thick tree trunk and took a few breaths. My palms felt clammy. My throat was dry. I sipped some water from my bottle. I reminded myself that I had decent navigation skills, but the nerves were getting the best of me. I pulled out the offline map app, waited for it to grab my approximate location, and tried to orient myself. I saw that I was slightly east of where I planned to be. I decided to angle northwest and hopefully rejoin the route I used earlier. I stayed alert as I moved. Every sound around me felt magnified. The rustle of leaves in the breeze made me tense up. A distant bird call jolted me for a second. I kept picturing a figure stepping out from behind a tree, but no one appeared. My stomach was in knots. I forced myself to breathe slowly and keep going. Step by step, I made my way through the undergrowth. I tried not to think about how weird that campsite was or why those tents were abandoned. All I knew was that I wanted to get out of there. After about 15 minutes of careful walking, I found a stream. The water was shallow, flowing slowly over rocks and roots. I recognized this stream from an earlier part of my hike. It ran parallel to the rough path I had followed before. That gave me some relief. At least I had a reference point. I decided to follow the water downstream until I reached the spot where I first crossed it. Then I could retrace my steps back to the car. My legs were starting to feel shaky from a mix of anxiety and the uneven ground. My breath felt unsteady, but I kept pushing forward. The light started to shift as the sun moved overhead. The canopy was thick in some areas, so parts of the forest looked dim, even though it was still daytime. My boots occasionally slipped on mossy rocks by the stream, forcing me to step carefully. I kept checking behind me, though I never saw anyone. I did have that persistent feeling of eyes on my back. It made the hairs on my neck prickle. Every time a branch snapped or a bird flew by, I'd jump a little. My mind conjured images of whoever camped there following me quietly. Eventually, I found the spot where the path had crossed the stream. The ground was disturbed there, with some boot prints near the water's edge. I felt a slight rush of relief. I recognized the shape of a large rock near the bank that I'd passed earlier in the morning. I stepped across carefully. The rocks were slick, but I managed not to slip. Then I headed up the slope to what I hoped was the same rough trail I had used before. My phone had a few bars now, so I felt better about at least being able to make a call if something happened. I walked for another 10 minutes, scanning the woods for any sign of movement. I saw only trees and brush. I heard only the natural sounds of the forest. Slowly, my nerves started to settle, though I kept glancing behind me. I had a strong urge to break into a jog, but I controlled it because I didn't want to risk twisting an ankle or losing the path. I told myself that if there were people in those tents, maybe they were harmless or just shy. But the condition of that campsite felt wrong. The leftover pans, the improvised torches, and the silent tension made it seem more suspicious than a casual camp. At last, I spotted the gravel patch where I had left my car. I felt a wave of relief as the roof came into view through the tree line. The morning sun was brighter now, illuminating everything more clearly. I hurried the last stretch, my boots crunching against small stones and twigs. When I reached the vehicle, I unlocked it right away, threw my pack inside, and closed the door behind me. I let out a long breath and just sat in the driver's seat, my heart still thudding. I took a moment to gather myself. My hands were shaky on the steering wheel. I debated whether I should call someone about those tents. I thought about the local park rangers or the county sheriff's department. I wasn't sure if I had stumbled onto some kind of private hunting setup or something more sinister. My gut still told me it was off. I decided to drive a bit closer to town before making any calls. The cell coverage would be better, and I could think more clearly once I was away from that place. I started the engine and pulled onto the dirt road. My tires kicked up a little dust. I checked my rearview mirror a few times, half expecting to see a figure step out of the forest. There was nothing but trees and brush. The tension in my shoulders remained as I navigated the winding road back to the main highway. Once I hit the pavement, I felt my body ease up slightly. The hum of other cars in the distance and the occasional farmhouse on the side of the road reassured me that I was back in familiar territory. I drove until I reached a gas station about 15 minutes away. I parked near one of the pumps and turned off the car. My hands were still a bit shaky, and my mouth was dry. I walked inside and bought a cold drink. The fluorescent lights and the hum of the coolers felt oddly comforting. I realized how tense I was out in the woods. After a few sips of water, I stepped aside and pulled out my phone. I dialed the non-emergency line for the local ranger station and tried to explain what I saw. A hidden campsite, seemingly abandoned, but with signs of recent activity. I mentioned that I felt watched, but didn't see anyone. The person on the other end said they'd send someone to check it out. They also asked me for specifics about the location, so I gave the best directions I could. After that, I just sat in my car for a moment, thinking about how the day turned out. I'd started off wanting a peaceful hike, and I ended up feeling like I stumbled onto something I shouldn't have seen. My heart rate was almost back to normal, but my chest still felt tight. No part of me wanted to go back to investigate on my own. I knew I'd stay away from that area for a while. If the rangers found something, they'd handle it. I had a strong urge to drive home, lock my door, and relax on my couch. That's exactly what I did. I left the gas station, got on the highway, and headed back to my place. The entire drive, I kept replaying the scene in my head. The tents, the footprints, The leftover food, the torch, that feeling of being watched. It still made me uneasy. Even though I was safely in my car, I felt like I could sense eyes on me. By the time I got home, I was exhausted from all the tension. I locked my door, double-checked it, and set my pack down. I turned on the TV for background noise because the silence of my apartment reminded me too much of the silence in those woods. That was the day I learned that not every unexplored patch of forest is worth hiking alone. Sometimes you find signs of other people and you can't be sure if they want to be found. I never heard back from the rangers about it, and I decided not to call again. I stayed away from that area and chose more familiar trails after that. When I think of those tents, I still get a chill down my spine. I can almost feel the weight of someone's gaze from behind the trees. I've done plenty of hikes before and since, but I've never forgotten the feeling I had that day. The sense that I was intruding on someone else's territory, and they were just out of sight tracking my every move. I stood in front of that boarded-up nursing home and felt a tight knot in my stomach. I never liked the idea of sneaking into places, but I promised my mother I would do whatever it took to find her old documents. She worked there years ago, back when the lights still worked and the place smelled like antiseptic. The building closed down after financial problems, and it had been locked up ever since. The front doors had thick chains on them, so I walked around to the back. The windows were boarded up except for one near the far corner. The wood had rotted and pulled away from the frame. I noticed a small opening near the top, big enough for me to push through. I tested the window. It creaked, but it moved. The glass was cracked, so I was careful not to cut myself. The last thing I needed was a trip to the hospital. I used both hands to lift myself up, pressed my elbows onto the sill, and wriggled inside. My sneakers scraped against the concrete walls as I slid in. Once I got my legs through, I dropped down onto a dusty tile floor. The dust in the air made my nose itch. I brushed myself off and tried to get my bearings. I switched on the small flashlight I had in my jacket pocket. The beam cut through thick darkness. Inside, the hallway stretched in both directions. The walls had peeling paint, and there was a stale smell that reminded me of damp newspapers. Water dripped from somewhere in the distance, hitting the floor in a slow, steady rhythm. I took a deep breath and walked down the corridor. My footsteps echoed, so I tried to move slowly. I didn't want to startle any security guard or squatters, if there were any. I remembered my mother's description of the place. She said the records room was on the second floor, at the end of the east wing hallway. I had to find a staircase or an elevator shaft, but I wasn't sure where it was anymore. The signs on the walls were faded. I walked with my flashlight angled toward the peeling directories. The letters were hard to read, but I could make out the words kitchen and laundry on a sign pointing to the left. I knew that meant the administrative section was probably the other way. As I moved toward the administrative section, I felt the floor tiles shift under my feet. Some of them were loose, and a couple cracked when I stepped on them. The echo in the hallway got louder with each step. I tried to keep my breathing steady, but my heart thumped a bit faster than normal. The darkness felt heavy, like it was pressing in on me. I focused on my mission. I told myself I would find the documents, get out, and lock the place up behind me. I had no plans to stay longer than necessary. The corridor opened into a larger reception area. I saw an old desk to the right. It had a phone on it, but the cord was yanked out. The seat behind it was covered in a layer of dust. There were papers scattered around, but they looked like old mail and invoices. I rifled through a few of them, holding the flashlight between my chin and chest. Nothing seemed relevant. They were mostly utility bills and outdated schedules. I moved on, stepping behind the desk to search drawers. Everything was either empty or filled with junk, pens with no ink, coffee-stained stationery, and a few office supplies. I sighed and stood up again, feeling the wood creak under my weight. Suddenly, I caught a glimpse of a bright flash. It lit up the corridor past the reception area for a brief second. It looked like a beam from a flashlight, but it was gone before I could get a clear idea of where it came from. My first thought was that I might have triggered a motion sensor or something. but that didn't make much sense in a place this neglected. I stood still. I tried to listen for footsteps or any kind of sound that would tell me someone else was there. My mouth went dry and I felt the hair on my arms stand up. I gathered my nerve and called out, "Hello? Is someone there?" My voice bounced off the walls. I waited but got no response. I thought about the possibility of an actual security guard making rounds, but why would they be so quiet? Why wouldn't they shout back, or at least tell me to leave? I decided to keep moving, but I stayed on high alert. If I really was trespassing on private property, I needed to be ready to explain myself. I found a sign on the wall near a set of stairs that led to the second floor. The arrow next to Records and Administration pointed up. I headed up the stairs, shining my flashlight on each step. They were concrete and bits of paint chips were scattered everywhere. I could smell mildew more strongly the higher I climbed. It was like the second floor had taken more water damage over the years. At the top of the stairs, I turned left because that was where the sign had indicated the records room should be. The hallway had a series of doors on both sides. The old plaques next to each door were tarnished and barely readable. I pointed the flashlight at them as I passed, looking for something that said records or archives. Most of them just had numbers that probably corresponded to offices or small storage closets. Then I found a door that read medical records. The paint was chipped, but I could still make out the words. I reached for the doorknob and tried to turn it. It was stiff. I jiggled it harder and it finally gave. The door creaked open and I stepped inside. The smell of damp cardboard and old paper overwhelmed me right away. My nose twitched and I sneezed twice. I recovered and swept the flashlight beam around the room. Rows of metal filing cabinets lined the walls. There were also stacks of boxes on a long wooden table in the center. Some boxes had collapsed under their own weight, spilling folders onto the floor. I closed the door behind me. I didn't want to be surprised by anyone walking in. I hoped the door would stay unlocked from the inside. I noticed a small sliding latch on the door. I quietly slid it shut. Then I started searching for the documents my mom needed. She told me the approximate year and department, but nothing was guaranteed to be in perfect order. The cabinets had old typed labels, but many were faded or torn. I tried to find the ones that might match the time frame she worked there. I opened a few drawers. The metal squeaked and scraped. The folders inside were crammed together. Some had names and dates, others had codes. My mother had been in administrative nursing, so I figured her files would be in a cabinet labeled with something about staff or employee records, but I wasn't sure. I kept looking. My flashlight began to flicker, so I gave it a quick tap against my palm. The light steadied. I knelt beside one drawer that had a series of staff rosters. I saw old timesheets and payroll records. That seemed promising. I flipped through them, squinting at the faded print. I tried to read the employee names. Many were blurred from water damage. Then I noticed a separate folder tucked in the back. It had my mother's name on it in pencil. My heart pounded a bit harder as I reached for it. The folder felt damp, and some of the pages were stuck together. I held the flashlight in my mouth, carefully prying the papers apart. These documents had her staff ID and some old performance reviews. I guessed my mother wanted these for personal reasons, maybe to dispute something from the past or just to have proof of her employment. Either way, I was relieved to find them. I slipped them into a large manila envelope I had brought with me. Then I kept searching to see if there was anything else she might need. After a few minutes, I realized I had probably found everything. I felt a wave of relief. I could leave now. I latched the drawer shut. That was when I heard something outside the door. It sounded like a faint shuffle or a step. I froze, holding my breath. My pulse throbbed in my ears. I listened for another sound, but I didn't hear anything at first. Then I heard a gentle click, like someone tapping the door handle from the other side. I swallowed hard. I reached up slowly and switched off my flashlight. The room went pitch black. I leaned against the cabinet, trying to stay quiet. My thoughts raced. Maybe it was the building settling, or maybe I'd imagined the noise. but then I heard it again. The handle rattled slightly like someone was testing it. I was grateful I'd slid the latch shut. The handle stopped moving. Everything went still. I waited a few seconds, but it felt longer. My palms were sweaty. I wiped them on my jacket and tried not to let my breathing get too loud. Suddenly, I saw a small glow from underneath the door. It looked like someone on the other side was shining a flashlight toward the floor. My body tensed. I pressed my ear to the door, but I couldn't hear any voices. I couldn't figure out who it might be or what they wanted. My first impulse was to call out, but that might draw unwanted attention. I decided to stay still and silent. The glow moved away after a few seconds, like whoever was holding the flashlight had stepped back. Then the door handle rattled again, but this time more firmly. It didn't open, though. I kept the latch in place. I realized I needed to get out of there. Hiding in that small room forever wasn't an option. I took a moment to calm myself. Then I looked around for another way out. The room had one window high on the wall, but it was boarded over from the outside. I grabbed a metal stool near the table. I set my envelope of documents on top of the filing cabinet for a moment. Then I climbed the stool to check the window. Sure enough, thick boards covered it and I could see no gaps. I was stuck using the door. I climbed back down and picked up my envelope. My hands were shaking and my throat felt tight. I quietly unlatched the door, crouched low, and turned the knob. I eased the door open an inch or two. The hallway lights were off, so I only had the minimal glow of my flashlight, which I still kept off for the moment. I slowly peeked out. The corridor was dark. I couldn't see anyone standing there. I stepped out, trying not to make noise. My sneakers squeaked on the tile, and I winced. I expected someone to jump out, but no one did. I glanced left and right, shining the beam quickly. There was no sign of a person, no sign of a security guard or random intruder. The place was silent except for the distant drip of water. I moved back toward the stairs. I walked quickly but tried to stay alert. My flashlight picked up the dust particles floating around. I swallowed the lump in my throat. When I got to the stairwell door, I eased it open and glanced down the steps. My flashlight showed the path was clear. I started descending, my heart thumping with each step. The air felt thicker, like I was carrying tension in my shoulders. Part of me wanted to dash out of there, but I forced myself to stay calm. Running could cause me to trip or make noise. I reached the bottom of the stairs. I was back near the reception area, where I'd seen the first flash of light. Everything was still dark. I kept my flashlight on a low angle to avoid drawing too much attention. I hurried toward the corridor that led me to the back window. I reached that corridor and found the room with the open window. I'd left the window partially raised, so I moved a box out of the way. Then I hoisted myself up onto the ledge. It took some effort to squeeze through, but I managed to get my torso outside. The fresh air felt cold on my face. I smelled damp earth and old leaves. I pulled my legs out, dropped down onto the ground outside, and took a moment to breathe. I crouched by the building and listened to see if anyone followed me out. No voices, no footsteps, no lights. The place looked just as dark and lifeless from the outside as it did when I arrived. I felt a wave of relief. I tucked the envelope under my arm. My clothes were dirty and my hands were grimy with dust. I got up and walked along the side of the building until I reached the street. The chain-link fence around the property was rusted, but I found a gap and slipped through. I turned back to look at the abandoned structure one last time. The windows were boarded up. The front doors were chained shut. I wondered who or what I had encountered inside. It might have been a guard, but it didn't feel right. I didn't hear any normal commands or warnings, and I never saw a uniform or anything official. It might have been someone else looking for valuables or trying to shelter for the night. I didn't want to stick around to find out. I made my way to my car, which I'd parked a couple of blocks away. I slid into the driver's seat and locked the doors. My hands still felt shaky. I placed the envelope on the passenger seat and stared at it for a second. At least I'd found my mother's documents. I started the engine and pulled away, checking my rearview mirror. Nothing was behind me except empty streets and darkened buildings. I kept my eyes on the road and tried to calm my racing thoughts. By the time I reached my apartment, My nerves had settled a bit. I parked in my usual spot and carried the envelope upstairs. I didn't bother turning on the TV or anything. I just went into my room, dropped the envelope on my desk, and sat on the edge of my bed. My heart rate was slowing down, but my mind kept replaying the flashes of light and the rattling door handle. I didn't have any explanation. All I knew was that I was safe, and I had the records. I decided I'd tell my mother everything in the morning. I wasn't sure how she'd react, but I knew she'd be happy to have what she needed. She might be alarmed about me sneaking in there, but I couldn't see any other way to do it. I didn't plan on returning. There was something unsettling in that building, whether it was just my imagination or something else. I'd done my job. I'd gotten out in one piece. That was enough for me. I took a quick shower to wash off the dust and grime. As I stood there, I felt tension in my neck and shoulders. My muscles ached a little from climbing through windows and ducking around corners. I got out of the shower and toweled off, then went back to my room. I flipped open the envelope just to confirm everything was still there. The papers were slightly damp around the edges, but the text was legible. My mother's name and staff details were clearly visible. I closed the envelope and placed it on my nightstand. I lay down in bed, staring at the ceiling, letting my eyes adjust to the darkness. My mind drifted to the moment I saw that bright flash in the corridor. It felt so sudden, like someone intentionally clicked a flashlight on and off. But no one answered when I called out. And then, whoever it was tried the door in the records room. They didn't speak or identify themselves. That stuck with me. It made me wonder if they were just as scared of me as I was of them. Or maybe they had a different motive. Either way, I was out of that place, and I had no reason to go back. I hoped the documents would settle whatever my mother needed. I closed my eyes, trying to push away the memory of that rattling door. My hands were no longer shaking and my breathing was steady. I finally drifted off to sleep, thinking about how strange it was to break into a place my mother once worked. But it was done. I had what I came for, and all I wanted now was some rest. I gripped my flashlight so tight my knuckles hurt. The front entrance of the old hospital loomed in front of us, its windows boarded up and its brickwork cracked. I stood there with two classmates, both fellow nursing students, and I could already feel the stale air clinging to my lungs. I didn't want to be the first to step inside, but nobody else moved, so I took that first step across the threshold. My shoes kicked up dust on the worn floor tiles. I shone my flashlight around the lobby. The beam showed rows of dented chairs, an abandoned reception desk, and a few stray papers scattered on the floor. The air smelled like old paper and mildew. Each breath felt thick. The place had closed down due to a lack of funds, and it looked like it had been abandoned in a rush. The overhead lights were broken and cobwebs hung from corners of the ceiling. I saw a small cluster of mold in one corner, and I hoped I wouldn't end up breathing in anything dangerous. But we were there on our own time, not for any official project, so I couldn't exactly complain. We had heard rumors about the basement. People said that was where they kept old patient files, medical records, and large bins of leftover equipment. Some talked about hearing strange sounds down there, like metal scraping against concrete. My friends wanted to see if there was any truth to that. I'm not usually into ghost stories or anything like that, but I wanted a break from textbooks. I also couldn't ignore that nagging curiosity. I'm the kind of guy who likes to see things for myself. We made our way deeper into the hospital. Our flashlights slid over cracked walls and broken exit signs. The hallways felt too quiet. My heartbeat pounded in my ears. I kept telling myself it was just an empty building. I glanced at my friends. Gabriel looked uneasy. He kept wiping sweat from his forehead even though it wasn't hot. Jade walked ahead, chewing the inside of her cheek. We didn't talk much. The silence in that place seemed to swallow our voices. Soon we found the stairwell leading down to the basement. The metal door creaked when Gabriel pulled it open. A stale draft rushed up. My nose wrinkled at the smell, like old water and rotten cardboard. The flashlight beams illuminated chipped paint on the stairwell walls. I could see water stains on the ceiling. My steps made hollow echoes on each concrete stair. I tried to focus on my footing, but my mind kept drifting to the rumors. People said they'd heard things moving around down here, like something metallic rolling from one end of the corridor to the other. I kept imagining a wheel or a cart screeching across the floor. Once we reached the bottom, Jade pointed out the sign that read, "Archives" in faded letters. The door had flaking paint, and the handle was covered with dust. She tried it, but it was locked or jammed. She leaned her shoulder against it, but it wouldn't budge. Gabriel offered to help, but Jade shrugged and said we could look for another entrance or see if there was a disposal area next door. We walked a bit further, stepping over some loose debris, bits of plaster, old papers, and a fallen ceiling tile. Our footsteps echoed in a strange way. Everything sounded sharper down there. Then I heard that metallic noise. It was a rolling or scraping sound, almost like someone pushing a heavy cart with a rusty wheel. It was distant, but it cut through the silence. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. Jade turned toward me with wide eyes. Gabriel tilted his head, listening. The noise lasted a few seconds, stopped, then started again. It sounded like it was coming from around the corner, past a row of closed doors. I shone my flashlight that way, trying to see if something was moving. The beam didn't catch any movement, just blank walls and a flicker of dust. We walked down the hall, following the sound. Each time we paused, we'd hear it again. Scrape, scrape, scrape. And then it would stop. The intervals made it creepier, like someone was deliberately pushing, pausing, and pushing again. My stomach tightened and my mouth felt dry. I swallowed hard. A small part of me wanted to turn around and get out. But I told myself we were just dealing with leftover hospital junk. Maybe a cart that had been left leaning against something. Sometimes old buildings settle, or there could be a draft moving items around. I kept going, though my knees felt shaky. Around the corner we found another corridor. The overhead lighting fixtures dangled, and every few steps I'd hear a soft clink from the metal swaying. The floors were littered with old boxes. Some were ripped open, and I saw stacks of brittle folders inside. The air smelled of cardboard and damp concrete. My flashlight beam landed on a door labeled "Disposal." The paint was nearly scraped off. I noticed old medical waste bins lined up along the wall next to it, each with peeling biohazard labels. Some looked empty. Others had their lids sealed shut. It gave me a weird feeling, but I tried to keep calm. We heard the metallic noise again. This time it was much louder. It sounded like it was right in front of us, coming from the disposal room. My heart hammered against my ribs. Gabriel glanced at me. His breathing was fast, and he looked like he was getting second thoughts. Jade whispered that we should take a quick look, just to see if there was something rolling around in there. We agreed. It felt like we couldn't leave without checking. I reached for the door handle. It felt cold and gritty. The door creaked as I pushed it open, the sound echoing in the cramped space. My flashlight showed rows of large metal containers, all marked for different kinds of waste: sharps, paper records, general trash. A strong chemical odor hit me, making my eyes water slightly. The floor was dotted with stains. Some bins were tipped over, and I saw a few scattered gloves and broken glass on the ground. We moved in a few steps. The place felt cramped, with so many metal bins close together. It was hard to walk around without bumping into something. I tried to control my breathing. The tension in my chest grew with each squeak of my shoes. I wanted to find the source of that noise, but I also wanted to get out of there. I waved my flashlight around, scanning the corners for movement. Suddenly, there was a clang. It came from behind a row of stacked containers. I flinched and nearly dropped my flashlight. Jade let out a stifled yelp. Gabriel stepped back, nearly bumping into me. My pulse hammered in my ears. I steadied myself and raised my flashlight higher. That's when I saw a large steel cart with a wobbly wheel. It was resting at a slight angle, as if it had been propped up and then pushed. The wheel was still spinning, making a faint rattling noise, but there was no one there. We walked closer, our flashlights aimed at the cart. I felt a cold sweat on my neck. I checked around the containers. Behind them, underneath them, nothing. No footsteps, no signs of anyone else in the room. Yet the cart had clearly moved. The wheel was still spinning down to a stop. I exhaled, feeling my breath shake. I didn't want to jump to conclusions, but it was impossible not to feel spooked. Jade looked over her shoulder at the open door behind us, probably considering if we should leave. Gabriel mumbled that we should check the rest of the basement. Maybe there was a draft or a slope in the floor. He sounded like he was trying to convince himself more than anyone else. I nodded and led the way back into the corridor. When we stepped out, everything was silent again. No scraping, no rolling, just the faint echo of our own footsteps. The tension in my shoulders made me stiff, and I tried to stretch my neck to release some of it. We decided to search a bit more. There was a small office across the hall with a shattered window in the door. I peered through the broken glass. Inside, I saw old desks and chairs. The door was unlocked, so we went in. Dust covered everything, and the air smelled like damp furniture. I went over to a file cabinet that was half open. It looked like someone had rummaged through it. The drawers were empty except for a few random documents. I thumbed through them. They seemed like inventory lists, dates, item names, and signatures. Nothing out of the ordinary. Jade glanced over my shoulder, then started looking through another cabinet. Gabriel stood by the door, keeping watch. I think he was still on edge about the cart. I was too. After a few minutes, we heard the metallic rolling again. It sounded farther away this time, like it had moved down the hallway. That scrape, scrape, scrape noise made my heart skip a beat. Jade put the papers down and exchanged a worried glance with me. Gabriel clenched his flashlight, his jaw tight. None of us spoke. We just knew we had to see where it was coming from. Or maybe we felt like we had to confirm we weren't imagining it. We stepped back into the corridor. The hallway stretched ahead with flickering shapes from our flashlights dancing on the walls. We followed the noise. It would start, then stop, start, then stop. Each time it felt like it was leading us somewhere. My stomach churned with anxiety. I kept telling myself not to panic, but I could feel my nerves on edge. My breathing grew shallow, and I noticed my hands shaking. I gripped the flashlight tighter to steady them. The corridor ended at a heavy double door that had a sign above it, storage. It looked like it once had a security lock system, but the panel was dark. It didn't look like it had power. We tried the doors and they opened with a bit of force. A musty odor came out and I coughed into my shoulder. We stepped inside and found ourselves in a large storage room. Metal shelves lined the walls, most empty, but a few still held cardboard boxes and metal trays. My flashlight beam caught a few blankets folded in a corner, medical supplies sealed in plastic, and some random junk like broken chairs. In the center of the room, I spotted a large rolling container, something like a hospital bed frame without the mattress. One of its wheels was missing a chunk of rubber, and as soon as I saw it, I recognized the possible source of that scraping noise. But it was still. There was no movement. The air felt dense. I walked around it, checking the floor, seeing if there were tracks in the dust. The floor was scuffed, but not enough to clearly show us if it had been moved recently. Jade came up behind me, standing close. I could hear her breathing. Gabriel stayed near the door, shining his flashlight at the shelves. He asked if anyone else noticed the temperature dropping. My arms prickled with goosebumps. I couldn't tell if it was the actual temperature or just pure tension. Then we heard the sound again, right outside the storage room, as if something heavy was rolling in the hallway. It made my scalp tingle. My entire body felt rigid. I looked at Jade and Gabriel, and I could see in their faces that they had the same reaction. That was enough for me. I felt a sense of urgency to leave. I didn't care to solve any more mysteries. The repeated noise, the moving cart, the isolation of that basement, it was all pushing me past my comfort zone. I could sense that we were not going to find a neat explanation, and I wasn't eager to encounter someone lurking down there. We gathered ourselves and stepped back into the corridor. The air was still. The flashlight beams cut through the dust in the air. My palms were sweaty and my breath felt shallow. We stood there for a moment, listening. No noise. Nothing. It felt like we were alone again, but I didn't want to linger. I told Gabriel and Jade that we should head back before we got stuck or lost in that maze of hallways. They agreed without hesitation. Jade glanced around one last time, then nodded. We retraced our steps, our footfalls echoing off the walls. My heart wouldn't calm down. Every now and then I would spin around, aiming the flashlight behind us, half expecting to see something moving. But it was just the corridor, silent and empty. We passed by the disposal room, and I noticed that steel cart in the same position, which at least confirmed it hadn't moved again. That offered me a tiny bit of relief, but I was still on edge. When we finally reached the stairwell, I breathed a sigh of relief. I think we all did. We climbed the steps more quickly than before. My legs felt heavy, like I'd been carrying tension in them the whole time. At the top, we pushed open the door to the first floor. The air felt slightly fresher. We walked through the hospital halls until we got back to the main entrance. Stepping outside felt like breaking the surface of deep water. I took a long breath of the cold evening air. My shirt clung to my back with sweat. We didn't bother hanging around the building. We just walked away from that front entrance and headed to our cars. Nobody said much, but I could see the relief on their faces. My heart rate started to slow, and I wiped the sweat off my forehead with my sleeve. I looked back at the hospital one last time. The broken windows and dark corridors seemed to watch us leave. I felt uneasy, but also strangely satisfied we made it out without stumbling into anything worse. I still don't know how to explain the moving cart and the sounds. Part of me wants to believe it was a draft or a tilted floor, but there was something about those pauses between the scraping noises that felt intentional, like someone or something was doing it on purpose. I didn't lose any sleep that night, but I caught myself jumping at small sounds in my apartment. It made me realize that some things are better left alone. I'm not eager to go back. I don't think Gabriel or Jade will suggest it either. In class the next day, we all avoided talking about it in front of other classmates. It just felt too strange to sum up in a casual conversation. Sometimes I still wonder what caused that metal scraping. Maybe the old hospital has secrets that nobody ever figured out. But I'm fine not knowing the details. We went, we heard enough, and we got out. That's good enough for me. I stepped onto the cracked driveway around noon. I'd been reading about that old psychiatric facility for months, and I finally worked up the nerve to see it in person. The front gates were rusted and bent outward, and someone had spray-painted a warning on the brick wall near the entrance. It felt like nobody had touched this place in years. I walked around the perimeter, looking for any easy way in, and I found a collapsed section of the building where the kitchen used to be. The roof above the kitchen had caved in, leaving a gap wide enough to climb through. I checked my backpack for a flashlight and extra batteries, then pulled myself up over the debris. I'm a 35-year-old guy who's always been interested in psychiatric history. I've read about old treatments, outdated wards, and the ways these places fell out of use. Still, I wasn't prepared for how deserted that kitchen would feel. The tiles on the walls were coated in grime and mold. Pieces of the ceiling clung to broken light fixtures. I saw a massive metal stove in the corner, twisted and rusted. I stepped on shattered glass and felt the crunch under my boots. There was a damp chill that cut through my coat. I could see my breath in front of my face, a white puff drifting in the stale air. The smell was like rotten wood and old grease. I moved carefully to avoid slicing my hands on any exposed metal. The sink area was a mess of twisted pipes. A few old pots and pans were strewn around, spotted with corrosion. I tried not to dwell on how many meals might have been prepared there for patients who never left. I wanted to find the main corridors, so I followed a hallway sign that was barely clinging to the wall. It pointed toward the cafeteria and the staff dining room. Large patches of paint had fallen off, exposing the concrete underneath. My footsteps echoed in the silence, creating a steady rhythm that made me feel uneasy. I found a side door that led into a corridor. The double doors had glass panels, but the glass was spiderwebbed with cracks. I pushed them open, and they made a loud screech as the metal hinges resisted. My flashlight beam wobbled on the dirty floor. The corridor had old bulletin boards with scraps of paper. I paused to scan them. Most were announcements, staff schedules, weekly menu plans, and outdated holiday notice. Nothing stood out. No clues about how this place shut down or what it looked like when it was active. It was just ordinary debris from another era. I kept walking. The air was still cold, and I felt a draft coming from somewhere deeper in the building. I passed rooms with chipped paint and broken windows. Some furniture was scattered, old chairs with missing legs, desks with their drawers pulled out. Everything looked ransacked. My shoulders tensed, and I felt my heart pound every time I heard a small sound. Little drops of water trickled from unseen leaks in the ceiling. Every time I heard a drip, I'd stop, hold my breath, and listen to make sure it wasn't someone else's footsteps. I followed a wide staircase up to the second floor. The metal railing felt icy when I gripped it. The steps were caked with dust, and my boots left prints that trailed behind me. I flipped my flashlight around the landing. Old posters about mental health treatments clung to the walls. They were faded and torn, the words mostly unreadable. A few doors were shut tight, and I didn't try them yet. I wanted to get a feel for the place before opening random rooms. The hall on the second floor smelled mustier than the first. The air was stale, with a hint of mildew, like wet newspapers left out for weeks. I noticed a few doors had heavy locks, probably isolation rooms. I moved on, not ready to linger. The corridor led me to another set of stairs. This was a narrower flight, more like an emergency stairwell. It had a metal door at each level. The sign beside it was dirty and illegible, but I guessed it went up to staff offices or patient wings. The second floor hallway was just as cold as the first. My fingers were stiff and my breath felt sharp in my lungs. I kept my flashlight pointed ahead and climbed toward the third floor. About halfway up, I noticed something strange. The air grew warmer. At first, I thought maybe I was just heating up from walking, but I stopped for a moment and felt the temperature. It was definitely warmer. My forehead felt the heat, and my cheeks didn't sting from the cold anymore. I kept climbing. By the time I reached the top of the stairwell, I was sure the temperature was significantly higher. My flashlight illuminated the metal door. It had scratches near the handle like someone had used a tool to pry it open. I turned the knob. The door swung in easily. The hallway ahead was lit by a faint glow from some overhead fixture down the corridor. That was impossible, as I didn't see any generator or working power lines outside. I stepped forward, my flashlight scanning the area. The walls here looked less damaged, as if someone had done repairs. There were fewer cracks, and the dust layer seemed thinner. I walked slowly, aiming the beam along the baseboards. The warmth increased with every step. I wiped sweat off my forehead. My pulse was pounding in my temples. It felt like walking into a heated building in winter, but that made no sense. The facility had been abandoned for decades. There was no sign of a caretaker. I reached a T-junction in the hall and looked both ways. To the left was darkness. To the right, I saw a faint flicker of light. I turned right. I crept along, one foot in front of the other, trying not to make noise. My flashlight caught glimpses of peeling wallpaper and old signage. Then I heard a mechanical hum. It sounded like a radiator or some kind of heating unit. At first, I thought I was imagining things, but the noise was real. A consistent whirring followed by an occasional clank, like pipes expanding. I followed the sound to a door on my left. The door was partially open, and a yellowish light leaked into the hallway. My heart raced as I approached. I pushed the door gently and stepped inside. The room was some kind of small common area, with a few wooden chairs shoved against the walls. In the far corner, I saw a large radiator. It looked ancient, the kind with vertical metal fins. It shook a bit, rattling against the floor. Next to it, there was a strange setup of wires connected to its main pipes. The wires were snaking across the floor, taped together in places. They vanished into the ceiling panel, where somebody had removed a tile. A single light bulb hung from the ceiling, glowing weakly and flickering every few seconds. That explained the light in the hallway. but there was no reason for it to be powered. I tried to follow the wires with my eyes, but they disappeared into the darkness above. I moved closer to the radiator. The heat radiating off it was intense. My face felt flush and I could smell hot dust. I reached out and touched it carefully. It was scalding. I jerked my hand back. I stared at the improvised setup. The wiring looked handmade, like someone had rigged an extension cord or a series of cords to power this one radiator. But what was the source? There was no generator noise, no visible circuit breakers, just a messy tangle of cables going into the ceiling. I shined my flashlight upward. The ceiling was too high for me to see much. My stomach twisted with anxiety. Who set this up? Why? Was someone living here? I stepped away and scanned the floor for any footprints. I saw some marks in the dust, but I couldn't tell how fresh they were. My mind started to race with possibilities. Maybe a squatter. Maybe an urban explorer who set something up. But this seemed too elaborate for a casual visit. The radiator was definitely drawing power from somewhere. I swung my flashlight around, looking for a door or another exit. The walls were bare except for chipped paint. The chairs in the corners were stacked in a haphazard way. I noticed a small pile of food wrappers under one of the chairs. They looked modern, like something you'd buy from a gas station. That meant someone had been here not too long ago. My breathing became shallow. I felt the hair on my arms stand up, not from cold, but from tension. I looked at the door, wondering if I should leave. My curiosity kept me rooted. I wanted to know how the power was running. I decided to follow the wires if I could find a way into the ceiling or the floor above. I stepped out of the room and back into the hallway. The mechanical hum faded behind me, but the warmth still lingered in the corridor. I took a right, following where I guessed the wires might run. I passed a few closed doors. Each had a small frosted window. I shone the flashlight through them. One looked like a storage closet, another like a small office. The third was locked. I rattled the handle a bit, but it wouldn't budge. The corridor took a sharp turn to the left. Ahead, I saw a hatch in the ceiling. It looked like a maintenance access. Maybe that was where the wires were going. The hatch was slightly ajar. I walked up to it, reached up, and tried to push it open. It didn't move. I tried again, putting more force into it. A faint squeak came from above as it scraped against something. Then the hatch lifted an inch. Dust cascaded down on my shoulders. I coughed and stepped back. I set my flashlight on the floor, shining up at the hatch. I reached both arms overhead, pushed, and felt the hatch swing open. A stale gust of warm air hit my face. I grabbed my flashlight and angled it inside. I could see a crawl space or a narrow loft area. Wires ran across the beams, taped and spliced in different spots. Whoever did this definitely improvised. I considered climbing up, but I wasn't sure if the beams would support my weight. The wood looked ancient and worm-eaten, but I felt driven to understand what was going on. My gut was clenched, and my thoughts were racing. Was someone up there right now? Could they be watching me? I listened for any movement. It was silent except for the faint hum from the radiator room. I pulled myself up through the hatch, taking it slow. My arms strained to lift my body. Once inside, I rested on my stomach and swept the flashlight beam around. The space was cramped, filled with insulation and dusty boards. The wires led toward the far corner, where I noticed a tangle of power strips and old extension cords. They were plugged into a single large cable that snaked into the building's main wiring. It looked like someone had tapped into a power line that still had some juice, maybe from a municipal grid that was never fully disconnected. That explained the light and the heat on the third floor. I felt relief and panic at the same time. Relief that it wasn't something supernatural. Panic at the thought of who did this and why. I inched my way closer, trying not to fall through the ceiling. My flashlight shone on random objects scattered around. A box of tools, plastic water bottles, a few empty cans of food, and a sleeping bag rolled up near the corner. My pulse quickened again. Someone had definitely been spending time here. That meant they could be around. My hands felt clammy and sweat dripped from my temples. I felt like I was intruding in a private space. I glanced back at the hatch to make sure I had an exit. It was still open. The corridor below was dark. I crouched there, scanning the area for any sign of recent activity. The food cans were dusty, but not too dusty. The sleeping bag looked unused for a few days, maybe a week. I didn't see any clothing or personal items, just the bare essentials. It wasn't the setup of someone living in comfort, more like someone who needed a heated hideout. My thoughts tumbled in my head. Was this a former patient who never left? Was it an urban explorer who wanted a private workshop? I couldn't be sure. All I knew was that this wasn't normal. I crawled back to the hatch, lowered myself down to the hallway, and landed softly on my feet. My knees felt shaky. I shined my flashlight around again, thinking I should check a couple more rooms before leaving. I tried to quiet my breathing. The building felt too silent, like I was the only one disturbing it. That radiator room rattled again, followed by a hissing noise from the pipes. The heat in the corridor was thick and my clothes stuck to my skin. I decided to check another door across from the hatch. It was slightly open. I eased it wider with my flashlight hand. The room inside was a small office with a single metal desk. A chair sat behind the desk, tilted to one side. The walls had a few old corkboards, empty except for a couple of push pins. On the desk, I saw a folder covered in dust. I blew on it, wiped it off, and shined the light. It was a collection of old staff records and maintenance logs. I flipped through the first few pages. They were from the 70s, listing repairs for the boiler, requests for new equipment, and notes about wing closures. Nothing about who might be here now. I took a few pictures with my phone to look at later. My hands were trembling, so the shots might be blurry. I looked around the office for anything else. The drawers were empty, except for some pens and paper clips. The smell was a bit better here, less musty and more like old paper. My eyes stung from the dust and I blinked a few times to clear my vision. My mind buzzed with the question of what to do next. I could keep exploring, or I could head back. The third floor felt menacing and I didn't want to push my luck. I decided to make my way back downstairs. Maybe I'd come back another day with someone else. I didn't like being alone in a place where someone had clearly set up a secret space. I walked out of the office and retraced my steps. The warmth followed me to the stairwell, but once I passed through the third floor door and started heading down, the cold returned. My body tensed up against the chill. Each step on the metal staircase echoed, and I kept expecting to hear another set of footsteps behind me. But I never did. I reached the first floor and spotted the corridor that led back to the destroyed kitchen. That was my exit. I crawled through the same hole I'd used to enter. The afternoon light outside felt jarring after all that time in dim hallways. I exhaled in relief, my breath visible in the cooler air outside. I glanced back at the crumbling building. The sight of that broken kitchen entrance gave me chills. I had no real explanation for the improvised setup, except that maybe some unknown person had tapped into a lingering power line. I felt uneasy thinking about whoever had done that, but I was also glad I didn't run into them face to face. I walked off the property with my head spinning. The question stayed with me. Who was keeping that radiator running? Where were they now? What else were they doing in that place? I wasn't sure I wanted to find out without backup. Despite my nerves, I knew I'd probably come back. I needed more time to see if there were other hidden rooms or active electrical lines. I liked solving mysteries, even if it freaked me out. As I climbed into my car, I noticed my hands shaking on the steering wheel. My shirt was damp from sweat, and my heart was still beating fast. I drove away, watching the old sanatorium fade in my rearview mirror. The image of that warm third floor wouldn't leave my mind. The rattling radiator, the snaking wires, the flickering light bulb, they felt like a puzzle I couldn't solve. I told myself I'd get a friend to come with me next time. Maybe someone with more experience exploring abandoned buildings. I wasn't sure what else we would find, but I didn't want to face it alone again. For now, I just tried to calm down. I rolled down the window to let the cold breeze wash over me. It felt good. It reminded me I was back outside, away from that claustrophobic heat. Yet I couldn't shake the tension in my chest. The thought of that hidden sleeping bag, the food wrappers, and the improvised wiring made my skin crawl. Someone was out there, quietly maintaining a piece of this dead facility. No sign of a generator, no sign of a caretaker, no one in sight. But something was alive in that building's electrical system. I couldn't figure out why. That mystery hung over me like a question with no clear answer. I just knew I wasn't finished with this place. The next time I stepped inside, I'd be ready for whoever else might be calling it home, and I'd bring a better flashlight. I walked into that building with a sense of duty, not curiosity. I had a straightforward job: inspect the structural integrity of a foreclosed office complex that closed down after bankruptcy. I wasn't there to explore or poke around in offices that had been abandoned. My goal was simple: to assess the condition of the walls, floors, and support beams so I could figure out what needed repair or what was salvageable. I entered through a back door that was ajar because it seemed like the most convenient path. It didn't even cross my mind that I might get stuck in there with no quick way out. But after a few minutes inside, I realized I was standing in a dead-end corridor. And when I tried to go back out, the door I'd come through was locked or jammed. It was a moment that rattled me because it felt like something I should have been able to avoid. Then I heard steps. Heavy steps that echoed in the narrow hallway. They were steady and getting louder. I had no clue who or what was coming toward me, and I didn't see any windows to check. My only choice was to force that door until the hinges broke. That's how I got out, but not before my heart pounded so hard I thought it might burst. I started my day early. I arrived at the property around 9 in the morning, hoping to be out by lunchtime. The front entrance was boarded up. Big slabs of plywood covered the main doors, and there were large "No Trespassing" signs in faded letters. It's not unusual for closed buildings to be boarded up like that, so I didn't think too much of it. I walked around back to see if there was an alternate entrance. Sure enough, there was a simple metal door that had some rust around the edges. It was slightly open, and I remember thinking it was a bit odd. Usually these places are locked tight, either to keep squatters out or just to keep everything secure. But this door was almost inviting me in. I should have been more cautious, but I figured maybe someone else had been in there recently. Another inspector, a bank rep, or even a security guard. Once inside, the first thing I noticed was the stale air. It smelled like old carpet and damp drywall. The corridor was dim. The overhead lights didn't work, so I relied on the sunlight slipping through cracks and dusty windows at the far end of the building, even though none were in my immediate path. I tried flicking a few light switches out of habit, but nothing happened. The floor was covered in debris, scattered papers, chunks of plaster, pieces of wood. I stepped carefully to avoid twisting my ankle on any broken tiles. I made my way down the hall, checking the walls for cracks and uneven surfaces. The building was quiet, and the emptiness made it feel even larger than it was. Sometimes I saw mold creeping along the baseboards or large stains on the ceiling. In some spots, the smell was intense, like rotted carpet, but there were no major water leaks that I could see. I wrote a few notes on a small pad marking areas of concern. After about 10 minutes, I reached the end of the corridor. That's when I realized there wasn't a door leading to another section. It was just a dead end. I turned around to go back the way I came, but as I retraced my steps, something felt off. The corridor seemed darker, and I thought maybe the clouds outside had moved. I walked up to the back door, the one I'd come through. It was a simple metal door with a push bar on the inside. When I pushed down on the bar, the door didn't budge. I tried again, a bit harder, and heard a dull thud like the door was jammed. I assumed maybe something had fallen against it on the outside or the lock was damaged. I felt a flicker of nervousness, but I've dealt with stuck doors before. My plan was to give it a good shove. I dropped my tool bag on the floor to free my hands. I leaned my shoulder against the door, braced my feet, and pushed. Nothing. I tried again, using a bit more force. Still nothing. I checked the edges for a hinge I could tap loose, but it was the type of door with hidden hinges on the inside. I muttered to myself that maybe the door had some mechanical lock that engaged when I'd closed it behind me without noticing. That was possible. I considered removing the push bar hardware to see if I could manually release the latch, so I reached into my tool bag to grab a screwdriver. I started unscrewing the plate around the bar, but the screws were rusted and didn't budge easily. As I stood there fiddling with the door, I heard something that made my neck tingle. It was a distant thump, like someone's footstep. I lifted my head and listened. Another step, then another. It was methodical and somewhat slow, but it had weight to it. The sound was coming from behind me, back down the corridor, around a bend, or maybe from a staircase I hadn't noticed. I stopped messing with the screws and turned around. The place was too dim to see very far, but I could hear the thumping growing closer, one slow step at a time. My chest tightened. I wasn't expecting anyone else there, and I wasn't sure if it might be a security guard or a homeless person or something else. I had no idea if they were friendly or hostile. I quickly grabbed my tool bag, zipped it up, and swung it over my shoulder. I stepped to the side of the corridor, pressing my back against the wall near the door, trying to stay quiet. My heart pounded. The steps got louder, and I felt a burst of adrenaline. All I could think about was how I had no real weapon and didn't want any confrontation. I just wanted to get out of that building. I listened closely, trying to gauge how close those footsteps were. The place echoed, so it was hard to tell exactly how far away they were or which direction they were going. The corridor remained dark, and I still couldn't see a figure. I might have whispered a few curses under my breath because the tension was driving me crazy. There were no windows in that hallway, no side doors, and no second exit. I felt trapped. I made a decision. I'd try to force the door open. Screwdrivers weren't enough. I had a small crowbar in my bag that I used for prying old boards. I pulled it out. It wasn't big, maybe a foot long, but it had a solid edge that could give me some leverage. I wedged the crowbar between the door and the frame, near the latch, and pushed. I strained my arms and shoulders, trying to pry it open. The metal groaned, but the latch stayed locked. Behind me, the footsteps continued. I imagined someone stepping around debris or maybe dragging a heavy boot. My hands shook from the effort and from my growing panic. My palms were sweaty. The crowbar slipped a bit and I almost lost my grip. The footsteps got louder, so I pushed again using my whole body weight. The door frame creaked. I could see a slight gap opening near the hinges. It wasn't the latch that was giving way, it was the hinge side. If I kept going, maybe I could break the hinges or the surrounding wood. I shoved harder, feeling a jolt in my elbow. The gap widened. I yanked out the crowbar, repositioned it near the top hinge, and leaned in with everything I had. My mind raced. I was thinking about who was walking my way. I had to assume it was a person, but I didn't know if they were hostile. I also wondered if maybe it was security and I'd get arrested for trespassing. But I figured I'd rather explain myself to the cops outside than be cornered in a dark hallway. I kept pushing the crowbar, and the hinge started to bend. The metal squealed, a sound that echoed in the silent corridor. I stole a quick glance over my shoulder. I still couldn't see anyone, but the steps were definitely closer. There was a rhythm to them. It wasn't random. It sounded like someone large, moving deliberately. I could almost feel the vibration with each step. My breathing was fast and my heart hammered against my chest. I remember telling myself, keep going, don't freeze, just get the door open. I braced my foot against the wall for leverage and gave one more hard push. The hinge snapped with a sharp pop, and the top of the door jutted outward. I pried the crowbar down toward the lower hinge. The door was angled, so I had a bit more room now. I used the same technique. Push, reposition, push again. The metal frame around the lower hinge started to tear. It made a scratching sound that set my teeth on edge. The footsteps were so close now that I expected someone to come around the corner at any second. My entire body shook with adrenaline. I pressed one last time, and the door tore away from the frame. It didn't fall off completely, but it was loose enough for me to shove it open from the bottom. I squeezed my body through the gap, my shoulders scraping against rough metal. It scratched me, but I barely felt it in that moment. Once I was outside, I stumbled and nearly fell on some loose gravel. There was a jolt of bright light, the midday sun hitting my eyes after the dim interior. I squinted, took a breath of fresh air, and felt relief flood my system. But I didn't linger. I shoved the door from the outside. It hung crooked, no longer able to close properly. I didn't hear the footsteps anymore, but that might have been because my ears were ringing from the tension. I turned around and jogged away, passing a few dumpsters and then circling around to the front parking lot. I paused by my truck, trying to steady my breathing. My chest burned. I felt sweat on my forehead and under my arms. My heart was still pounding. I looked back at the building. From this angle, it was just a block of concrete and windows. It didn't look threatening, but I knew something strange was inside. Maybe it was just a guard checking the premises. Or maybe it was someone else who'd found a way in. I didn't see any obvious signs of life. The place looked dead from the outside. I opened my truck door and tossed my bag onto the passenger seat. My crowbar was still in my hand, and I realized I was gripping it so tight my knuckles were white. I set it down and took a few deep breaths. My heart rate was still high and my muscles felt tight. I glanced at the building one more time. I wondered if I should call someone to report that the back door was damaged and that there might be someone inside. But then I considered that I'd forced it open myself. I also had no solid evidence of wrongdoing besides hearing footsteps. There was no sign of a break-in, at least not that I'd noticed before. The building was already foreclosed and boarded up. I decided to leave. My plan was to tell my boss about what happened. Maybe we'd arrange a proper inspection with a full team, or at least alert whoever owned the property now that it wasn't secure. My job was structural evaluation, not security. I slid into the driver's seat and started the engine. I cranked up the AC to cool myself down, but my hands were still shaking. I rubbed them on my pants, trying to calm the adrenaline coursing through me. I looked down at my left arm and noticed a patch of skin rubbed raw from scraping against the door. A small trickle of blood stained my shirt sleeve. I cursed under my breath, grabbed some napkins from the glove box, and dabbed at it. I pulled out of the empty parking lot. The building towered behind me, silent and uninviting. I drove down the street, checking my rearview mirror every few seconds, even though I knew there was nothing to see. My mind replayed the sounds I'd heard in that hallway, the heavy footsteps. I kept wondering if I'd actually been in danger or if I'd let my imagination get the best of me. But the locked door and the echoing corridor were real. I couldn't ignore that. I also remembered the feeling of being trapped, that sudden panic that I couldn't just walk out the way I came in. By the time I hit the main road, I'd calmed down enough to think clearly. I still felt an ache in my arms from forcing the door. My shoulders were stiff. The tension had left me wiped out. I passed a few gas stations and a grocery store before deciding to pull over for a moment. I parked in a small lot, took another look at my scraped arm, and checked for any more injuries. Nothing serious, just some bruises and a bit of raw skin. My phone buzzed in my pocket, and I checked a text from my boss asking if I had a chance to evaluate the site. I typed a quick reply that I ran into some problems and would explain later. As I drove the rest of the way back to my office, I tried to stay focused on the traffic and the normal flow of life around me. People were going about their business, shopping, pumping gas, driving their cars. That felt strange after my tense moment in the hallway. I felt a bit paranoid, checking my mirrors too often. But with each mile, the sense of relief grew. At least I was out, safe, and able to get on with my day. When I finally parked at my workplace, I sat in my truck for a minute, shutting off the engine. I stared at the steering wheel. My heartbeat was back to normal, and I felt the weight of exhaustion. I grabbed my gear, walked into the office, and told the receptionist I needed to talk to the boss. I still hadn't decided how to phrase the story. It sounded ridiculous in my head. I got locked in a corridor and heard footsteps, so I broke the door's hinges to escape. But that was exactly what happened. I made my way to my boss's office, sat down, and recounted the whole thing. I described the jammed door, the dark corridor, the footsteps, and my forced escape. He stared at me, then said he'd look into the ownership situation. He wasn't mad about the door. He just seemed concerned about my safety. He thanked me for giving him a heads up. I went to my desk, wrote up some notes about the structural issues I was able to observe, and then decided to call it a day. My nerves were shot. I couldn't focus on anything else. Even as I drove home, I couldn't get the memory out of my head. I felt that flash of fear again when I pictured the hallway and heard the echo of those heavy footsteps. I'd never had a job site experience quite like that. I still don't know who was in there or if it was just my imagination playing tricks on me. But my hands still ache sometimes when I think about how hard I had to pry that door open. I haven't gone back to that building since. Whenever I drive by that part of town, I keep my distance. It's a concrete shell that looks completely empty. But I know what I heard. If I ever go inside again, I'll make sure I bring a team. No more solo visits. I don't like feeling trapped, and I don't ever want to repeat the experience of being stuck in a dead-end corridor while listening to unknown footsteps coming my way. That moment taught me that no matter how routine a job might seem, there's always a chance it can go sideways. And sometimes the only way out is to break the door down. The old floorboards creaked beneath our feet as we tiptoed through the darkened hallway, our hearts pounding in unison with each careful step. It was supposed to be a romantic getaway, a chance for Mark and I to reconnect away from the chaos of city life. But as we heard the heavy footsteps ascending the stairs, I realized with a sickening dread that our quaint countryside inn had become a trap, and we were the prey. My name is Emily, and this is the story of how our dream vacation turned into a nightmare that would haunt us forever. It had all started so perfectly. Mark and I had been drifting apart lately, both of us consumed by our demanding careers and the daily grind of urban living. When we found an ad for a charming bed and breakfast nestled in the rolling hills of the countryside, it seemed like the perfect opportunity to rekindle our relationship. The Willow Creek Inn looked like something out of a fairy tale as we drove up the winding driveway. A beautiful Victorian-era house, surrounded by lush gardens and ancient willow trees. The innkeeper, a kindly old woman named Mrs. Abernathy, greeted us with warm smiles and freshly baked cookies. "You two are in for a treat," she said, her eyes twinkling. "We don't get many visitors this time of year. You'll have the whole place to yourselves." As she led us to our room, I couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement. This was exactly what we needed: peace, quiet, and time alone together. The first day was blissful. We explored the grounds, had a picnic by a babbling brook, and spent the evening cuddled up in front of a crackling fireplace. For the first time in months, I felt the tension melting away from my shoulders. Mark seemed more relaxed too, his smile coming easier, his laugh more frequent. It wasn't until our second night that things began to feel off. We had just finished a romantic dinner in the inn's dining room when we heard a car pull up outside. Curious, we peeked out the window to see a sleek black SUV parking next to our modest sedan. 3 men got out, all wearing dark suits despite the late hour. "Probably just some businessmen," Mark said, but I could hear the uncertainty in his voice. We retreated to our room, trying to shake off the uneasy feeling. But as we lay in bed, I couldn't help but notice how quiet the inn had become. The usual creaks and settling noises of the old house were absent, replaced by an eerie silence. It was just past midnight when we heard it, hushed voices and footsteps in the hallway outside our room. Mark sat up, pressing a finger to his lips. We listened, hardly daring to breathe, as the voices grew closer. "Are you sure they're in this one?" a gruff voice asked. "Positive," another replied. Mrs. Abernathy confirmed it before we took care of her. A chill ran down my spine. Mrs. Abernathy. What had they done to her? Mark was already out of bed, pulling on his jeans and motioning for me to do the same. We had just finished dressing when the doorknob began to turn. In a moment of panic-driven inspiration, Mark wedged a chair under the doorknob. It wouldn't hold for long, but it might buy us some time. "Hey!" the voice on the other side shouted as the door refused to open. "They're awake. Break it down." The door shuddered as someone threw their weight against it. Mark grabbed my hand and pulled me towards the window. We were on the second floor, but there was a small balcony that ran along the side of the house. As we climbed out onto the balcony, I heard the door splinter behind us. Heavy footsteps entered the room. "They're on the balcony," someone yelled. We ran, our bare feet slapping against the cold wood. I could hear shouts and the sound of breaking glass as our pursuers gave chase. At the end of the balcony, Mark boosted me onto the sloping roof of the inn's sunroom. He scrambled up after me, and we carefully made our way across the slick shingles. "There," a voice called from below. A flashlight beam cut through the darkness, illuminating us. The sharp crack of a gunshot split the night. I felt something whistle past my ear, and a small chunk of roofing material exploded near my foot. "Oh, God," I whimpered. "They're shooting at us." Mark's face was grim in the moonlight. "We need to get to the car. It's our only chance." We reached the edge of the roof. Below us, I could see our car, tantalizingly close. But between us and freedom were our armed pursuers. "On three," Mark whispered, gripping my hand tightly. "1, 2, 3. We jumped, landing hard on the soft earth of one of Mrs. Abernathy's flower beds. Pain shot through my ankle, but adrenaline kept me moving. We sprinted for the car, zigzagging as more shots rang out behind us. I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get them into the ignition. The engine roared to life just as one of the men reached us. He slammed his fist against the driver's side window, spiderweb cracks appearing in the glass. Mark threw the car into reverse, peeling away from the inn in a spray of gravel. In the rearview mirror, I could see the men running for their SUV. "Who are they?" I gasped, my heart still racing. "What do they want with us?" Mark shook his head, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. "I don't know, but we need to get to the police. Now." We sped through the winding country roads, the headlights of the SUV visible in our rearview mirror. Every time they got close, Mark would take a sharp turn or speed up, somehow managing to keep us just out of reach. As we crested a hill, I saw the welcoming lights of a small town in the distance. Hope surged through me. We were almost safe. But then, without warning, our car began to sputter and slow. "No, no, no," Mark muttered, frantically pressing the gas pedal. "Not now." The car rolled to a stop, steam billowing from under the hood. Behind us, I could see the SUV's headlights growing larger. "Run!" Mark shouted, already out of the car and pulling me with him. We dashed into a nearby field, the tall grass whipping at our legs as we ran. I could hear car doors slamming, voices shouting. The beam of a flashlight swept across the field. My lungs were burning, my legs felt like lead, but the sound of pursuit kept me going. We reached the edge of the field, where it bordered a dense forest. "In here," Mark panted, pulling me into the trees. We pushed through the underbrush, branches scratching at our faces and arms. Behind us, I could hear the men crashing through the forest, getting closer with each passing second. Just when I thought we couldn't go on, I saw a glimmer of light ahead. As we burst through the tree line, I realized we were on the outskirts of the town we'd seen earlier. "There." I pointed to a police station just down the street, its windows still lit despite the late hour. With the last of our strength, we sprinted towards it. I could hear our pursuers emerging from the forest behind us, their shouts of frustration carrying on the night air. We burst into the police station, startling the officer at the desk. "Please," I gasped, collapsing against the counter. "Help us. They're trying to kill us." The next few hours passed in a blur of questions, statements, and cups of bad coffee. As dawn broke, we learned the truth. The men chasing us were part of a notorious crime syndicate. They had been using the inn as a front for their illegal operations, and Mrs. Abernathy had been their unwilling accomplice. When she'd tried to warn us, they'd silenced her, and then they'd come for us, seeing us as loose ends that needed tying up. In the days that followed, there were more questions, more statements. The police eventually caught the men who had chased us, but the leaders of the syndicate remained at large. Mark and I moved after that, unable to shake the feeling of vulnerability that had taken root that terrifying night. Our relationship, tested by fire, emerged stronger, but we both carry the scars of that experience. visible and invisible. Now, years later, I still wake up sometimes in a cold sweat, the sound of footsteps in the hallway echoing in my mind. Mark holds me close on those nights, a silent reminder that we survived, that we're safe. But a part of me wonders if we'll ever truly feel safe again, because now we know that sometimes the most dangerous places are the ones that seem the most innocent, and that a dream vacation can turn into a nightmare in the blink of an eye. The click of the lock echoed through the room like a gunshot, freezing Mark and me in place. We exchanged glances, our eyes wide with panic. This wasn't how our romantic getaway was supposed to end. Trapped in a stranger's home, with masked intruders on the other side of the door. But as the handle began to turn, I realized our quiet countryside retreat had just become a fight for survival. My name is Sarah, and what started as a second honeymoon turned into the most terrifying night of our lives. Mark and I had been married for 5 years, and like many couples, we'd fallen into a routine. Work, home, sleep, repeat. When we found a quaint bed and breakfast online, nestled in the rolling hills of a nearby rural county, it seemed like the perfect opportunity to rekindle our romance. The Willow Creek Inn was everything we'd hoped for. A beautiful Victorian-era house surrounded by gardens and towering oak trees. Mrs. Abernathy, the innkeeper, greeted us with warm smiles and freshly baked scones. "You two are in for a treat," she said, her eyes twinkling. "We don't get many visitors this time of year. You'll have the whole place to yourselves." The first day was blissful. We explored the grounds, had a picnic by a babbling brook, and spent the evening cuddled up in front of a crackling fireplace. For the first time in months, I felt the tension melting away from my shoulders. Mark seemed more relaxed too, his smile coming easier, his laugh more frequent. It wasn't until our second night that things began to feel off. We had just finished a romantic dinner in the inn's dining room when we heard a car pull up outside. Curious, we peeked out the window to see a sleek black SUV parking next to our modest sedan. 3 men got out, all wearing dark suits despite the late hour. "Probably just some businessmen," Mark said, but I could hear the uncertainty in his voice. We retreated to our room, trying to shake off the uneasy feeling. But as we lay in bed, I couldn't help but notice how quiet the inn had become. The usual creaks and settling noises of the old house were absent, replaced by an eerie silence. It was just past midnight when we heard it. Hushed voices and footsteps in the hallway outside our room. Mark sat up, pressing a finger to his lips. We listened, hardly daring to breathe, as the voices grew closer. "Are you sure they're in this one?" a gruff voice asked. "Positive," another replied. Mrs. Abernathy confirmed it before we took care of her. A chill ran down my spine. Mrs. Abernathy. What had they done to her? Mark was already out of bed, pulling on his jeans and motioning for me to do the same. We had just finished dressing when the doorknob began to turn. In a moment of panic-driven inspiration, Mark wedged a chair under the doorknob. It wouldn't hold for long, but it might buy us some time. "Hey!" the voice on the other side shouted as the door refused to open. "They're awake! Break it down!" The door shuddered as someone threw their weight against it. Mark grabbed my hand and pulled me towards the window. We were on the second floor, but there was a small balcony that ran along the side of the house. As we climbed out onto the balcony, I heard the door splinter behind us. Heavy footsteps entered the room. "They're on the balcony," someone yelled. We ran, our bare feet slapping against the cold wood. I could hear shouts and the sound of breaking glass as our pursuers gave chase. At the end of the balcony, Mark boosted me onto the sloping roof of the inn's sunroom. He scrambled up after me, and we carefully made our way across the slick shingles. "There," a voice called from below. A flashlight beam cut through the darkness, illuminating us. The sharp crack of a gunshot split the night. I felt something whistle past my ear, and a small chunk of roofing material exploded near my foot. "Oh, God," I whimpered. They're shooting at us. Mark's face was grim in the moonlight. We need to get to the car. It's our only chance. We reached the edge of the roof. Below us, I could see our car, tantalizingly close. But between us and freedom were our armed pursuers. On three, Mark whispered, gripping my hand tightly. 1, 2, 3. We jumped, landing hard on the soft earth of one of Mrs. Abernathy's flower beds. Pain shot through my ankle, but adrenaline kept me moving. We sprinted for the car, zigzagging as more shots rang out behind us. I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get them into the ignition. The engine roared to life just as one of the men reached us. He slammed his fist against the driver's side window, spiderweb cracks appearing in the glass. Mark threw the car into reverse, peeling away from the inn in a spray of gravel. In the rearview mirror, I could see the men running for their SUV. "Who are they?" I gasped, my heart still racing. "What do they want with us?" Mark shook his head, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. "I don't know, but we need to get to the police, now." We sped through the winding country roads, the headlights of the SUV visible in our rearview mirror. Every time they got close, Mark would take a sharp turn or speed up, somehow managing to keep us just out of reach. As we crested a hill, I saw the welcoming lights of a small town in the distance. Hope surged through me. We were almost safe. But then, without warning, our car began to sputter and slow. "No, no, no," Mark muttered, frantically pressing the gas pedal. "What, not now?" The car rolled to a stop, steam billowing from under the hood. Behind us, I could see the SUV's headlights growing larger. "Run!" Mark shouted, already out of the car and pulling me with him. We dashed into a nearby field, the tall grass whipping at our legs as we ran. I could hear car doors slamming, voices shouting. The beam of a flashlight swept across the field. My lungs were burning. My legs felt like lead, but the sound of pursuit kept me going. We reached the edge of the field, where it bordered a dense forest. "In here," Mark panted, pulling me into the trees. We pushed through the underbrush, branches scratching at our faces and arms. Behind us, I could hear the men crashing through the forest, getting closer with each passing second. Just when I thought we couldn't go on, I saw a glimmer of light ahead. As we burst through the tree line, I realized we were on the outskirts of the town we'd seen earlier. "There." I pointed to a police station just down the street, its windows still lit despite the late hour. With the last of our strength, we sprinted towards it. I could hear our pursuers emerging from the forest behind us, their shouts of frustration carrying on the night air. We burst into the police station, startling the officer at the desk. "Please," I gasped, collapsing against the counter. "Help us. They're trying to kill us." The next few hours passed in a blur of questions, statements, and cups of bad coffee. As dawn broke, we learned the truth. The men chasing us were part of a notorious crime syndicate. They had been using the inn as a front for their illegal operations, and Mrs. Abernathy had been their unwilling accomplice. When she'd tried to warn us, they'd silenced her, and then they'd come for us, seeing us as loose ends that needed tying up. In the days that followed, there were more questions, more statements. The police eventually caught the men who had chased us, but the leaders of the syndicate remained at large. Mark and I moved after that, unable to shake the feeling of vulnerability that had taken root that terrifying night. Our relationship, tested by fire, emerged stronger, but we both carry the scars of that experience, visible and invisible. Now, years later, I still wake up sometimes in a cold sweat, the sound of footsteps in the hallway echoing in my mind. Mark holds me close on those nights, a silent reminder that we survived, that we're safe. But a part of me wonders if we'll ever truly feel safe again, because now we know that sometimes the most dangerous places are the ones that seem the most innocent, and that a dream vacation can turn into a nightmare in the blink of an eye. The last customer stumbled out into the night, leaving behind the stale scent of beer and broken dreams. I sighed, wiping down the bar one final time before closing. That's when I heard it, a soft thud from the storage room. My heart skipped a beat. I was supposed to be alone, but something told me this night was far from over. I'm Jenny, and I've been tending bar at the Rusty Nail for 3 years now. It's not glamorous work, but it pays the bills, and I've grown fond of the regulars. Tonight, though, as I stood frozen behind the bar, straining my ears for another sound, I realized how vulnerable I truly was. The storage room door creaked open slowly, and a figure emerged from the shadows. It wasn't anyone I recognized. A man, tall and lean, with a face that seemed carved from stone. His eyes locked onto mine, and I felt a chill run down my spine. "We're closed," I managed to say, my voice sounding thin and weak even to my own ears. He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Oh, I'm not here for a drink, Jenny." The fact that he knew my name sent a fresh wave of fear through me. I glanced at the phone behind the bar, calculating my chances of reaching it before he could stop me. As if reading my mind, he pulled out a gun, its metal gleaming dully in the low light. "I wouldn't if I were you," he said calmly. My mind raced. Who was this man? What did he want? And how the hell was I going to get out of this alive? "Look," I said, trying to keep my voice steady, "if this is a robbery, take whatever you want. There's cash in the register and—" He cut me off with a laugh. "This isn't about money, Jenny. This is about information. Information that I believe you have." I stared at him, bewildered. "I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just a bartender." He moved closer, his eyes never leaving mine. "Oh, I think you know more than you're letting on. You see, we've been watching this place for a while now. We know about the little side business your boss has been running, and we know that you're not just a simple bartender." My blood ran cold. It was true that I'd noticed some strange things happening at the bar lately. My boss, Mike, had been having a lot of private meetings in his office. There had been an increase in unfamiliar faces coming in, people who didn't seem like our usual clientele. But I'd chalked it up to Mike trying to drum up more business. "I really don't know anything," I insisted. "Whatever Mike's involved in, he hasn't told me about it." The man's expression hardened. "I don't believe you. And I'm not leaving until I get what I came for." He gestured with the gun towards the office door. "Let's continue this conversation somewhere more private, shall we?" I had no choice but to comply. As we walked towards the office, my mind raced, trying to piece together what little I knew. Mike had been acting strange lately, jumpy and secretive. There had been hushed phone conversations, mysterious packages delivered after hours. But I'd never imagined it was anything like this. Once in the office, the man forced me to sit in Mike's chair. He loomed over me, the gun never wavering. "Now," he said, "let's start with the shipments. When are they coming in?" I shook my head, genuinely confused. "I don't know anything about any shipments, I swear." His eyes narrowed. Wrong answer. Without warning, he backhanded me across the face. The force of the blow sent me sprawling out of the chair. I tasted blood in my mouth as I struggled to sit up. "Let's try this again," he growled. "The shipments. When and where?" Tears stung my eyes, partly from pain, partly from fear. "Please," I begged. "I really don't know what you're talking about. Mike doesn't tell me anything about the business side of things." He studied me for a long moment, then sighed. "Perhaps you need some motivation to jog your memory." He reached into his pocket and pulled out a phone. After dialing a number, he spoke quietly into it. "Bring him in." My heart sank. Who else had they captured? Minutes later, the office door opened again. 2 more men entered, dragging a battered and bloodied figure between them. It took me a moment to recognize him through the bruises and swelling, but when I did, I gasped. "Mike!" My boss lifted his head, his one good eye focusing on me. "Jenny," he croaked. "I'm so sorry." The first man, clearly the leader, smiled coldly. "Now then, Jenny, let's see if your memory improves with some company." What followed was a nightmare of questions, threats, and violence. They demanded information about shipments, contacts, drop-off points, none of which I knew anything about. Every time I couldn't answer, they hurt Mike. His cries of pain tore at my heart, but I truly had no information to give them. As the night wore on, I began to piece together bits of the puzzle. It seemed Mike had gotten involved with a rival gang, using the bar as a front for drug trafficking. The men interrogating us were from another organization, looking to take over the territory. Just when I thought things couldn't get any worse, we heard sirens in the distance. The leader's head snapped up, his eyes narrowing. "Seems like our time is up," he said. "One last chance, Jenny. Tell us what we want to know, or we finish this right now." I looked at Mike, slumped in the corner, barely conscious, then back at the man with the gun, his finger tightening on the trigger. In that moment, something inside me snapped. Maybe it was the adrenaline, or maybe just blind luck, but I saw an opportunity and I took it. I lunged forward, catching the leader off guard. We grappled for the gun, its barrel swinging wildly. The other two men shouted, moving to help their boss. But in the chaos, Mike managed to summon the last of his strength. He tackled one of the men, sending them both crashing into the other. The gun went off, the sound deafening in the small office. I felt a searing pain in my side, but I didn't let go. We crashed into Mike's desk, sending papers and a heavy paperweight flying. I managed to grab the paperweight and brought it down hard on the leader's head. He crumpled to the floor, the gun clattering away. I snatched it up, my hands shaking as I pointed it at the other two men. "Don't move," I gasped, trying to ignore the warm wetness spreading across my shirt. Just then, the office door burst open. Police officers flooded in, shouting orders. I dropped the gun, relief washing over me as the adrenaline faded and the pain intensified. The next few hours were a blur of ambulances, hospital rooms, and police questioning. It turned out one of our regulars, a off-duty cop who'd left just before closing, had noticed something off and called it in. Mike survived, though he faced a long recovery and even longer jail time. As for me, the bullet had grazed my side, painful, but not life-threatening. In the weeks that followed, as I healed and gave statements and tried to make sense of everything, I couldn't shake the feeling of how close I'd come to death. How quickly an ordinary night had turned into a fight for survival. I don't work at the Rusty Nail anymore. These days, I'm much more careful about where I work and who I trust. But sometimes, late at night, I still hear the echo of that gunshot, still feel the weight of that gun in my hands. And I wonder how many other secrets are hiding behind the everyday facades we take for granted. One thing's for certain. I'll never look at a quiet night at the bar the same way again. The key turned in the lock with a soft click, and I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. I wasn't supposed to be here, in this lavish house I'd been hired to show. But as I heard footsteps approaching from the kitchen, I realized with growing horror that I wasn't alone. Someone else had decided to pay an unexpected visit, and I had a sinking feeling they weren't here for a tour. My name is Rachel, and I've been a real estate agent for 5 years. It's usually a pretty straightforward job. Show houses, negotiate deals, help people find their dream homes. But on this crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and shadows lengthened across the manicured lawn, I found myself trapped in a nightmare I never could have imagined. It had started as a routine showing. The Maple Grove property was a gem, a sprawling Victorian mansion with all the modern amenities, nestled on 5 acres of pristine woodland. I'd been thrilled when the sellers chose me to list it, seeing dollar signs in my future commission. The prospective buyers, a well-dressed couple in their 50s, had seemed genuinely interested during our afternoon tour. They'd asked all the right questions, admired the crown molding, and even discussed where they might put their grand piano in the spacious living room. As we wrapped up, the wife had suddenly remembered she'd left her scarf in the master bedroom. "Oh, don't worry about it," I'd said with a smile. "I'll grab it when I do my final walkthrough. You can pick it up at the office tomorrow." They'd thanked me and left, and I'd locked up, planning to return later that evening to retrieve the scarf and double-check that all the lights were off. It was a service I often provided for high-end listings, just to ensure everything was perfect for the next showing. Now, as I stood frozen in the entryway, I cursed my dedication to customer service. The scarf lay forgotten on a nearby table. I'd found it almost immediately upon entering, but before I could grab it and leave, I'd heard the unmistakable sound of a key in the lock. My first thought was that the owners had returned unexpectedly, but as I heard low voices and the sound of heavy objects being moved, I knew this was something else entirely. I crept towards the kitchen, my heart racing. Through the partially open door, I could see two men I didn't recognize. They were dressed in dark clothing, and one was carrying what looked like a crowbar. "Check upstairs," the taller one grunted. "I'll start down here. Remember, we're looking for the safe. It's got to be here somewhere." Burglars. I was witnessing a break-in. My mind raced, trying to remember if I'd armed the security system when I entered. I didn't think I had. After all, I was planning to be in and out in just a few minutes. I backed away slowly, trying to figure out my next move. The front door was out. They'd surely hear me. My best bet was to find a place to hide and call the police. But as I reached for my phone, my blood ran cold. It wasn't in my pocket. With a sinking feeling, I remembered setting it down on the kitchen counter when I first walked in. The sound of footsteps on the stairs told me the second man was heading up. I had to move, and fast. I slipped into the nearby study, easing the door shut behind me. The room was dark, lit only by the faint glow of streetlights filtering through the heavy curtains. I scanned the room desperately, looking for a hiding spot. The massive mahogany desk? Too obvious. The floor-to-ceiling bookshelves? No good. Then I spotted it. A small door, almost hidden behind a potted plant. The entrance to a dumbwaiter, an old-fashioned feature that had charmed the prospective buyers earlier that day. Without hesitation, I squeezed inside, pulling the door closed just as I heard someone enter the study. Through the slats in the door, I could see the beam of a flashlight sweeping across the room. "Nothing in here," a voice called out. "You find anything upstairs?" "Nah," came the reply. "But keep looking. That safe's got to be somewhere." I held my breath as the man in the study moved around, opening drawers and tapping on walls. Every second felt like an eternity. What if they found me? What would they do? Just when I thought I couldn't take the tension anymore, I heard a shout from upstairs. "Hey, I think I found something." The man in the study rushed out, and I let out a shaky breath. But my relief was short-lived. I was still trapped, with no way to call for help. I waited a few minutes, straining my ears for any sound of the intruders returning. When I was sure the coast was clear, I slowly eased the dumbwaiter door open and crept out. The house was silent, but I knew the burglars were still here somewhere. I had to get to my phone and call for help. Moving as quietly as I could, I made my way towards the kitchen. I had just reached the doorway when I heard a triumphant shout from upstairs. Got it! The safe was behind a painting in the master bedroom. Footsteps thundered down the stairs. I ducked behind a large potted plant, praying they wouldn't come into the kitchen. But luck wasn't on my side. The two men burst in, their faces flushed with excitement. "Let's get this thing open and get out of here," the taller one said, hefting a small safe onto the kitchen island. That's when I saw it. My phone, still sitting on the counter where I'd left it. It was so close, yet impossibly far away. If I could just reach it. As the men focused on cracking the safe, I inched forward, my hand stretching out towards my lifeline. Just a little further. My fingers closed around the phone and I nearly sobbed with relief. But as I started to retreat, My elbow knocked against a vase. It teetered for a heart-stopping moment, then crashed to the floor. The burglars whirled around, their eyes locking onto me. For a moment, we all froze, equally shocked by the other's presence. Then, chaos erupted. I bolted for the back door, fumbling with the lock as shouts and curses filled the air behind me. I burst out into the cool night air, my lungs burning as I sprinted across the lawn. I could hear them in pursuit, their heavy footfalls getting closer with each passing second. I veered towards the woods at the edge of the property, hoping to lose them in the darkness. Branches whipped at my face as I crashed through the underbrush. I could hear them behind me, crashing through the woods, getting closer. My foot caught on a root, and I went down hard, the air rushing out of my lungs. As I struggled to my feet, a hand grabbed my arm, yanking me around. I found myself face to face with the taller burglar, his eyes wild with anger and fear. "You shouldn't have been here," he growled, raising his fist. In that moment, survival instinct took over. I brought my knee up hard, catching him in the groin. He doubled over with a grunt of pain, and I took off running again. I don't know how long I ran or in what direction. All I knew was that I had to get away, had to find help. Finally, I burst out of the woods onto a residential street. Lights were on in several houses, and I could hear the distant wail of sirens. I collapsed on the nearest front lawn, gasping for breath. The homeowner, an elderly woman in a bathrobe, peered out at me in concern. "Are you all right, dear?" she called. "Should I call the police?" I nodded, still too winded to speak. As she disappeared inside, I finally looked at the phone clutched in my hand. Somehow, through it all, I'd managed to hold on to it. The police arrived minutes later, followed closely by an ambulance. As I gave my statement and had my cuts and bruises tended to, the reality of what had happened began to sink in. I'd walked into a burglary in progress, been chased through the woods, and somehow made it out alive. The routine showing had turned into the most terrifying night of my life. In the days that followed, as the police investigated and I dealt with the aftermath, I couldn't shake the feeling of vulnerability that had taken root that night. Every house I showed felt like a potential trap, every client a possible threat. But I also felt a newfound strength. I'd faced my worst fear and survived. And while I knew I'd never forget that night, I was determined not to let it define me. Now, when I turn the key in a lock, I'm always aware of what might be waiting on the other side. But I'm also ready for it, whatever it might be. Because sometimes, the most dangerous situations can reveal strengths we never knew we had. The soft hum of machinery was the only sound in the dimly lit corridor as I made my final rounds. It was 2 a.m., and the research facility was eerily quiet. I'd been working as a night janitor here for months, but something felt different tonight. The air was thick with tension, as if the building itself was holding its breath. I never could have imagined that in a matter of minutes, my mundane job would thrust me into a nightmare of corporate espionage and deadly secrets. My name is Carlos, and this is the story of how I uncovered a conspiracy that nearly cost me everything. I'd taken the night shift job at Genticor Laboratories to help pay for my sister's medical bills. It wasn't glamorous work, but it paid better than most janitorial positions, thanks to the strict confidentiality agreements we had to sign. Genticor was at the forefront of genetic research, and they guarded their secrets zealously. That night started like any other. I cleaned the offices, emptied trash bins, and mopped floors. But as I approached the main research lab on the 3rd floor, I noticed something unusual. The door was ajar, and a faint light spilled out into the hallway. I frowned. The lab was supposed to be locked and empty at this hour. Thinking perhaps one of the scientists had forgotten to turn off a computer, I pushed the door open wider. What I saw inside made my blood run cold. 2 figures in dark clothing were hunched over a computer terminal, furiously typing and downloading files onto a portable drive. They weren't any scientists I recognized, and the ski masks they wore made their intentions clear. I must have made a sound because suddenly, both figures whirled around. For a moment, we all froze, equally shocked by the other's presence. Then, chaos erupted. One of the intruders lunged at me while the other frantically tried to finish the download. I stumbled backward, my mind racing. I had to alert security, but the nearest alarm was at the end of the hall. I turned and ran, my heart pounding in my chest. I could hear heavy footsteps behind me, gaining quickly. Just as I reached for the alarm, a hand grabbed my collar, yanking me backward. I hit the ground hard, the wind knocked out of me. As I gasped for air, a face loomed over me, eyes cold behind the ski mask. "You shouldn't have seen this," a gruff voice said. "Now we have a problem." Fear coursed through me as I realized the gravity of my situation. These weren't simple thieves, they were corporate spies, and I was a loose end. In a desperate move, I kicked out, catching my attacker off guard. He stumbled back, giving me just enough time to scramble to my feet. I slammed my hand on the alarm, and immediately, the hallway was filled with the piercing wail of sirens. The intruders cursed, and I heard the sound of running feet. But I couldn't focus on that now. I had to find a safe place to hide until security arrived. I ducked into a nearby supply closet, wedging myself behind shelves of cleaning products. My heart was racing so fast I was sure they would hear it. Minutes passed like hours as I waited, straining to hear any sound over the blaring alarm. Finally, I heard shouts and the sound of security guards running down the hall. I let out a shaky breath, thinking the danger had passed. I couldn't have been more wrong. As I stepped out of the closet, a hand clamped over my mouth, and I was dragged backward into an empty office. I found myself face to face with one of the intruders. "Listen carefully," he hissed. "You're going to tell security you saw someone running away. You didn't get a good look, understand?" I nodded, too terrified to do anything else. "Good. Because if you say anything else, we know where you live. We know about your sister. Don't test us." He shoved me out of the office just as security rounded the corner. I gave them the story the intruder had fed me, my voice shaking. They seemed to buy it, thanking me for sounding the alarm and asking me to give a formal statement in the morning. As I watched them continue their search, guilt and fear warred within me. What had I just become complicit in? The rest of the night passed in a blur. I went through the motions of finishing my shift, but my mind was racing. What had the intruders been after? How did they know about my sister? And what would happen if I told the truth? When I finally got home, exhausted and on edge, I found a note taped to my door. "Remember, not a word." The next few days were a nightmare of paranoia. I jumped at every shadow, constantly looking over my shoulder. When I gave my statement to the company's security team, I stuck to the story, hating myself for every lie. But as the investigation continued, I noticed strange things happening. Key card logs were altered. Security camera footage went missing. It was clear that someone on the inside was covering up what had really happened that night. Unable to shake the feeling that I was in way over my head, I decided to do some digging of my own. I started paying closer attention to the scientists' conversations, noting which projects seemed to be causing the most stress. It was during one of these eavesdropping sessions that I overheard something that made my blood run cold. Two researchers were arguing in hushed tones about the ethical implications of their latest project, something called Operation Lazarus. "We're playing God here," one of them said. "But if this gets out, it'll make the human cloning debate look like a schoolyard argument." I didn't understand all the scientific jargon, but I got the gist. Gentacor was working on something big, something that pushed the boundaries of science and ethics, and someone was willing to kill to get their hands on it. Armed with this new information, I faced a difficult choice. I could keep my head down, stay quiet, and hope that the danger would pass. Or I could try to uncover the truth and potentially put myself and my sister at risk. In the end, the decision was made for me. When I arrived at work the next night, I found the lab in chaos. There had been a fire, destroying key research materials. As I helped clean up the debris, I overheard the CEO talking to the head of security. "This was no accident," he said grimly. "Someone's trying to stop our research. Find out who's behind this, whatever it takes." I realized then that the stakes were higher than I could have imagined. This wasn't just about corporate espionage. Lives were at risk, possibly including my own. Over the next week, I became an amateur detective. I used my access as a janitor to snoop through offices after hours, piecing together bits of information. I discovered that Operation Lazarus was a revolutionary gene therapy that could potentially cure a wide range of genetic disorders, but it could also be used to enhance human abilities beyond natural limits. The more I uncovered, the more dangerous my position became. I was sure I was being watched, both at work and at home. Twice, I spotted the same car following me on my way home. Just when I thought I was in too deep, I found an unexpected ally. Dr. Chen, one of the lead researchers, approached me one night as I was cleaning her office. "I know you saw something the night of the break-in," she said quietly. "And I know you've been investigating. You're in danger, Carlos." She explained that she had been growing increasingly concerned about the ethical implications of their work. She believed that someone within the company was planning to sell the research to the highest bidder, regardless of how it might be used. "I can help you expose the truth," she said, "but we have to be careful. They're watching both of us." Together, we hatched a plan. Using her access and my ability to move around the facility unnoticed, we gathered evidence of the conspiracy. It was dangerous work. Twice, we nearly got caught. But finally, we had enough to go to the authorities. The night we planned to leave with the evidence, all hell broke loose. Alarms blared as we tried to exit the building. Security guards and men in dark suits swarmed the halls. In the chaos, Dr. Chen and I got separated. I managed to slip out a side exit, the flash drive with our evidence clutched tightly in my hand. As I ran towards my car, I heard gunshots behind me. My heart sank as I realized Dr. Chen might not have made it out. The next few days were a blur of police interviews and media frenzy. The story broke wide open. A cutting-edge biotech company, groundbreaking research with terrifying potential, and a conspiracy that reached to the highest levels of corporate leadership. In the end, several Genticor executives were arrested. The company's stock plummeted, and the future of Operation Lazarus was uncertain. Dr. Chen survived her injuries and was hailed as a whistleblower. As for me, I was offered a hefty settlement in exchange for my silence about certain aspects of the case. I used the money to pay off my sister's medical bills and start a small business of my own. But even now, years later, I sometimes wake up in a cold sweat, remembering the terror of those nights at Genticor. I've learned that sometimes the most ordinary jobs can lead us into extraordinary and dangerous situations, and that the choice to do the right thing, no matter the cost, can change everything. The antique mirror in the hallway caught my eye, reflecting a shadow that shouldn't have been there. I blinked, and it was gone. But as I turned back to the pile of mail I'd been sorting, a chill ran down my spine. I was supposed to be alone in this sprawling mansion, but a creeping sensation told me otherwise. Little did I know, my comfortable job as a house-sitter was about to plunge me into a terrifying game of cat and mouse with an intruder I couldn't see. My name is Olivia, and I've been house-sitting for the wealthy and elite for the past 5 years. It's a cushy gig, living in luxurious homes, caring for pampered pets, and generally enjoying the lifestyle of the rich and famous, while their actual owners are away on extended vacations or business trips. The Thornton estate was my most impressive assignment yet, a 10,000 square foot Victorian mansion set on 20 acres of manicured grounds. The Thorntons, a reclusive tech billionaire and his socialite wife, had left for a 3-month world tour. They'd given me a thorough tour of the house before they left, pointing out the state-of-the-art security system, the army of groundskeepers and cleaners who would be coming and going, and the extensive list of daily tasks to keep their home running smoothly. For the first 2 weeks, everything was perfect. I spent my days lounging by the pool, exploring the vast library, and taking long walks in the immaculately landscaped gardens. But then, little things started to feel off. It began with small inconsistencies. A book I was sure I'd left on the coffee table would be back on the shelf. The temperature in rooms would change inexplicably. Once, I could have sworn I heard footsteps upstairs when I was in the kitchen, but when I went to check, all the rooms were empty. I tried to rationalize it. Old houses settle. My memory was playing tricks on me. The advanced climate control system was just doing its job, but the feeling of being watched persisted, growing stronger with each passing day. Then came the night of the mirror incident. I'd been sorting through the day's mail when I saw that shadow, there and gone in an instant. It was the first time I couldn't explain away the oddities with logic. Someone, or something, was in the house with me. Sleep didn't come easily that night. I lay awake, straining my ears for any sound out of place. Just as I was drifting off, a soft thud from downstairs jolted me back to full alertness. My heart raced as I slipped out of bed, grabbing my phone and the heavy flashlight I kept on the nightstand. I crept down the grand staircase, my bare feet silent on the plush carpet. The house was dark, shadows stretching ominously in the faint moonlight filtering through the windows. As I reached the bottom of the stairs, I heard it again, a soft scraping sound coming from Mr. Thornton's study. With trembling hands, I dialed 911 on my phone, my thumb hovering over the call button. I approached the study door, which stood slightly ajar. Gathering my courage, I pushed it open wider, shining my flashlight into the room. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating nothing. The study was empty, everything in its place. I let out a shaky breath, feeling foolish. Maybe I had imagined it all. That's when I saw the desk drawer. It was open just a crack, but I knew for certain it had been closed earlier. My blood ran cold as I realized someone had been in here, searching for something. I backed out of the study, my eyes darting around wildly. The intruder could still be in the house. I needed to get out, to call for help. But as I turned to run, I collided with something solid, something that shouldn't have been there. A hand clamped over my mouth, stifling my scream. Not a sound. A low voice growled in my ear. "Or this gets very unpleasant for you." Terror coursed through me as I was marched back into the study. My captor pushed me into a chair, finally releasing his grip. In the dim light, I could make out a man dressed all in black, his face obscured by a ski mask. "Where is it?" he demanded. I stared at him, confused and terrified. "Where's what?" "Don't play dumb," he snarled. "The safe? Where's Thornton's safe?" My mind raced. I knew there was a safe in the house. The Thorntons had mentioned it during the tour, but they hadn't told me where it was located. "I don't know," I said, my voice shaking. "They didn't tell me." The man's eyes narrowed behind his mask. "You expect me to believe that? You've been living here for weeks. You must have seen them access it." I shook my head vehemently. "I swear, I don't know. They keep their valuables in a safety deposit box. The safe could be anywhere in this huge house." He studied me for a long moment, then seemed to deflate slightly. "Damn it," he muttered. "All right, here's how this is going to go. You're going to help me search this place room by room. If I find out you're lying or trying to trick me..." He let the threat hang in the air. For the next 2 hours, we moved methodically through the mansion. The intruder was thorough, checking behind paintings, tapping on walls, and scrutinizing every bookshelf for hidden compartments. All the while, my mind was working overtime, trying to figure out a way to alert someone or escape. As we entered Mr. Thornton's massive walk-in closet, an idea struck me. "Wait," I said, pointing to a section of the wall. I think I remember something. Mrs. Thornton mentioned a hidden panel somewhere in here." The intruder's eyes lit up with excitement. As he moved to examine the wall, I subtly pressed a small button on my watch, a panic button connected to the house's security system. I prayed it would work silently, alerting the authorities without tipping off my captor. "There's nothing here," he growled after a few minutes of searching. He turned back to me, anger flashing in his eyes. "You're stalling." I backed away, hands raised. "No, I swear. I thought I remembered." He lunged forward, grabbing my arm roughly. "No more games. You're going to show me where that safe is, or—" He was cut off by the sudden blare of alarms. Red lights began flashing throughout the house, and a computerized voice announced, "Security breach detected. Authorities have been notified. All exits are now sealed." The intruder cursed, shoving me aside as he ran for the door, but true to the announcement, it wouldn't budge. We were locked in. What followed was a terrifying game of hide and seek. The intruder, realizing he was trapped, became desperate. He searched frantically for a way out, all the while hunting for me. I managed to slip away in the chaos, hiding in a secret passage I'd discovered during my explorations of the house. From my hiding spot, I could hear him raging, tearing the place apart in his desperation. Tears streamed down my face as I huddled in the darkness, praying for the police to arrive quickly. After what felt like an eternity, I heard new voices, authoritative shouts, and the sound of breaking glass. The police had finally arrived. When it was all over, I emerged shaken but unharmed. The intruder was arrested, and I learned he was part of a sophisticated ring of thieves targeting wealthy homes. The Thorntons, it turned out, had a collection of priceless artifacts hidden in a safe I never knew existed. In the days that followed, as I gave statements to the police and tried to process what had happened, I couldn't shake the feeling of violation. The home that had been my sanctuary had become a place of terror. The Thorntons, upon hearing what happened, offered me a generous bonus and glowing recommendations. But I knew my days of house-sitting were over. The experience had shown me how vulnerable we can be, even in the most secure environments. Now, years later, I still sometimes wake up in the night. Sure, I've heard a floorboard creak or seen a shadow move. The fear never fully goes away, but I've learned to trust my instincts, to be aware of my surroundings, and to never take safety for granted. Because sometimes, the most dangerous threats are the ones we invite into our homes without even realizing it. And in the end, our greatest defense is our own awareness and quick thinking. The rhythmic patter of rain against my windshield was suddenly interrupted by a flash of movement on the roadside. A figure, hunched and desperate, thumb outstretched. I hesitated for a split second before pulling over, my instinct to help overriding the nagging voice of caution in the back of my mind. As the stranger climbed into my car, I had no idea that this simple act of kindness would lead me down a dark and terrifying path. My name is Jack, and I've always prided myself on being a good Samaritan. Growing up in a small town, helping others was second nature. But on this stormy night, as I drove home from a late shift at the hospital where I worked as a nurse, my compassion would be tested in ways I never imagined. The man who slid into my passenger seat was soaked to the bone, his clothes clinging to a lean frame. He had a scruffy beard and deep-set eyes that darted around nervously before settling on me. "Thanks for stopping," he said, his voice gruff but grateful. Not many people would have in this weather. I smiled, trying to put him at ease. "No problem. Where are you headed?" "Just up the road a ways," he replied vaguely. "I'll let you know when to stop." As I pulled back onto the empty highway, I couldn't shake a growing sense of unease. The man's vague destination, his nervous energy, something felt off. But I pushed the feeling aside, chalking it up to too many late-night crime shows. We drove in silence for a few minutes, the only sound the swish of windshield wipers and the drumming of rain on the roof. I was about to attempt some small talk when the man spoke. "So, Jack," he said casually, "how's life treating you?" I froze, my hands tightening on the steering wheel. I hadn't told him my name. Before I could respond, he continued, his tone shifting from casual to menacing. I bet it's pretty good, living in that nice house on Elm Street, with your golden retriever, Max, isn't it? My blood ran cold. How could he possibly know these details about my life? Who are you? I demanded, my voice shaking despite my effort to stay calm. How do you know these things? He chuckled, a sound that sent chills down my spine. Oh, Jack, I know a lot about you. I've been watching you for quite some time now. My mind raced, trying to process this information. Had this man been stalking me? Why? What did he want? What do you want from me? I asked, fighting to keep my eyes on the road as panic threatened to overwhelm me. It's not about what I want, Jack, he said, his voice unnervingly calm. It's about what you want. Deep down, in places you don't like to admit exist. You're bored, aren't you? Tired of your safe, predictable life. That's why you picked me up tonight. You were hoping for a little excitement, a little danger. His words hit uncomfortably close to home. It was true that I'd been feeling restless lately, dissatisfied with the routine of my life. But this was madness. You're wrong, I said, more forcefully than I felt. I picked you up because it was raining and I felt sorry for you. That's all. He laughed again, a sound that seemed to fill the car. Oh, Jack. Always the good Samaritan, always trying to do the right thing. But we both know that's not the whole truth, is it? I gripped the steering wheel tighter, knuckles turning white. I want you to get out of my car. Now. I'm afraid I can't do that, he said, his voice taking on a dangerous edge. You see, we're not done yet. Not by a long shot. Panic surged through me. I had to get away from this man. I pressed down on the accelerator, the car lurching forward as I searched desperately for somewhere to turn off, somewhere with people. That won't work, Jack, he said calmly. There's nowhere to go. It's just you and me out here. He was right. The road stretched out endlessly before us, empty and dark. I realized with growing horror that I had no idea where we were. How long had we been driving? It felt like hours had passed, but that couldn't be right. What did you do to me? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Nothing you didn't allow, he replied. You let me in, Jack. You opened the door. Suddenly, the car sputtered and died. We coasted to a stop on the side of the road, surrounded by darkness. I turned the key, but the engine refused to start. Perfect timing, the man said, smiling that unsettling smile again. Shall we continue our conversation outside? I'm not going anywhere with you, I said, trying to sound braver than I felt. He sighed, as if disappointed by my lack of cooperation. Jack. When will you learn? You don't have a choice in this. You never did. He reached for me, and I recoiled, fumbling for the door handle. But it wouldn't budge. I was trapped. Don't fight it, he said softly. It'll be easier if you don't fight. As his hand closed around my arm, I felt a strange sensation wash over me. The world began to blur and shift, colors bleeding into one another. The last thing I remember is his voice, echoing as if from a great distance. Welcome to your new reality, Jack. I hope you enjoy the ride. I woke up in my own bed, sunlight streaming through the windows. For a moment I lay there, disoriented. Had it all been a dream? But as I sat up, I noticed something that made my heart stop. There, on my nightstand, was a small piece of paper. Written on it in an unfamiliar hand were the words, "Thanks for the lift. See you soon." In the weeks that followed, I tried to convince myself that it had been some kind of hallucination, a product of stress and exhaustion. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something fundamental had changed. I'd catch glimpses of the man everywhere I went, always just at the edge of my vision. When I turned to look, he'd be gone. I changed my locks, installed security cameras, even moved to a new apartment. But nothing helped. He was always there, watching, waiting. And the worst part was, a small part of me was excited by it. The danger, the mystery. It awakened something in me I hadn't known existed. I found myself taking more risks at work, volunteering for the most challenging cases. I started going out more, seeking out new experiences in unfamiliar places. It was as if that night had unlocked a part of me that had been dormant for years. But with this newfound excitement came a constant undercurrent of fear. Every stranger could be him. Every locked door could open at his touch. I lived in a state of perpetual alertness, both dreading and anticipating our next encounter. It came on a rainy night, much like the one where it all began. I was walking home from a late shift, the streets empty and slick with rain. As I turned onto my street, I saw him standing under a streetlight, that same unsettling smile on his face. "Hello, Jack," he said as I approached. "Ready for another ride?" I should have run. I should have called for help. But instead I found myself nodding, a mix of terror and exhilaration coursing through me. As we walked towards his car, I realized that I had changed. The old Jack would never have agreed to this, would have fought against the danger and the unknown. But this new Jack, the one born on that fateful rainy night, craved the thrill of the unexpected. "Where are we going?" I asked as I slid into the passenger seat. He grinned, his eyes glinting in the darkness. "Wherever the road takes us, Jack. Are you ready for that?" As we drove off into the night, the rain pounding on the roof, I knew that my life would never be the same. I had opened a door to a world of shadows and secrets, of danger and excitement, and despite the fear that still gnawed at me, I couldn't bring myself to close it. Now, as I sit here telling you this story, I'm not sure what's real anymore. Am I losing my mind? Or did I really invite something sinister into my life that night on the rain-soaked highway? All I know is that I can't trust my own perceptions. Every stranger could be him. Every locked door could open at his touch. So let my story be a warning. The next time you see a hitchhiker on a dark and stormy night, think twice before stopping. Because you never know who or what you might be letting into your life. And once they're in, they may never leave. The faint click of a camera shutter made me freeze, my hand halfway to the light switch. It was 3 a.m., and I was alone in my apartment, or at least, I should have been. As I slowly turned towards the sound, my blood ran cold. There, in the darkness of my living room, a red recording light blinked steadily. Someone was watching me, and I had a sinking feeling this wasn't the first time. My name is Emma. And I never imagined that moving into my dream apartment would turn into a waking nightmare. It all started 3 months ago when I finally saved up enough for a down payment on a gorgeous loft in the heart of the city. The building was a recently renovated factory, all exposed brick and soaring ceilings. I fell in love with it instantly. The real estate agent gushed about the smart home's features, automated lighting, climate control, and a state-of-the-art security system. It seemed perfect. The first few weeks were blissful. I reveled in the space, the light, the sense of finally having a place that was truly mine. But then, little things started to feel off. It began with small inconsistencies. I'd come home to find lights on that I was sure I'd turned off. The thermostat would be set to temperatures I didn't remember changing. Once, I woke up in the middle of the night to find my TV on, playing a show I'd never seen before. I chalked it up to forgetfulness, to the quirks of a new place. But the feeling of unease grew. I started to feel like I was being watched, even when I was alone. I'd catch movement out of the corner of my eye, only to turn and find nothing there. Then came the night I heard the camera shutter. I stood frozen, staring at the blinking red light in my living room. My mind raced. How long had it been there? What else was hidden in my apartment? With shaking hands, I turned on the lights and began to search. In the next hour, I found 3 more cameras, One in my bedroom, one in the bathroom, and another in the kitchen. They were small, expertly hidden. If I hadn't been looking for them, I never would have noticed. I felt violated, exposed. Who was watching me, and why? My first instinct was to call the police, but as I reached for my phone, a thought stopped me cold. What if they were in on it? What if this was bigger than just my apartment? I needed to think, to plan. I couldn't stay here, not with those cameras watching my every move. But I couldn't let whoever was behind this know that I'd discovered their surveillance. I grabbed a bag and started packing, trying to act as normal as possible. Clothes, toiletries, my laptop, anything I might need for a few days away. I called a friend, keeping my voice casual as I asked if I could crash at her place for a bit. "I just need a change of scenery," I said, hoping my voice didn't betray my panic. As I left my apartment, I noticed my neighbors for the first time. Had they always watched me this intently? The elderly couple across the hall, the young professional next door. Their gazes seemed to follow me as I walked to the elevator. I spent the next few days at my friend's place, paranoid and jumpy. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was still being watched. I scoured the internet for information on hidden cameras, on stalking, on surveillance technology. The more I read, the more terrified I became. It wasn't just my apartment. People all over the city were reporting strange occurrences, unexplained noises, feelings of being watched, electronics behaving erratically. Most were brushed off as paranoia or technical glitches, but I knew better. I needed to know more. Under the guise of picking up more clothes, I returned to my apartment. This time, I came prepared. I had borrowed a signal detector from a tech-savvy coworker, claiming I suspected my ex of planting bugs in my car. The moment I stepped into my apartment, the detector went crazy. It wasn't just cameras. The place was riddled with listening devices, too. But the signals weren't just coming from inside my apartment. They were coming from everywhere in the building. Heart pounding, I followed the signals. They led me to a locked door in the basement, one I'd never noticed before. The sign read, "Maintenance authorized personnel only." But the signal detector told a different story. Whatever was behind that door was the source of the surveillance. I knew I should leave, call the authorities, do something sensible. But the need to know, to understand what was happening, overrode my common sense. Using the lock-picking skills I'd learned from countless YouTube videos over the past few days, I managed to open the door. What I found inside made my blood run cold. The room was filled with monitors, each displaying feeds from different apartments in the building. I saw my neighbors going about their daily lives, unaware they were being watched. And there, on one screen, was my empty apartment. But it wasn't just our building. There were feeds from all over the city, offices, restaurants, parks. Everywhere people gathered, hidden cameras were watching. As I stood there, trying to process what I was seeing, I heard a noise behind me. I turned to find my neighbor, the young professional from next door, standing in the doorway. But he didn't look surprised to see me there. He looked expectant. "We've been waiting for you to figure it out, Emma," he said, his voice eerily calm. "You're more observant than most. That's why we chose you." "Chose me?" I stammered. "For what?" He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "To join us, of course. We've been watching you, evaluating you. You've passed the test." As he spoke, more people filed into the room. I recognized them all. My neighbors, the real estate agent who'd sold me the apartment, even the barista from my favorite coffee shop. They formed a circle around me, their eyes gleaming with an unsettling intensity. "What is this?" I demanded, trying to keep the fear out of my voice. "Some kind of cult." The man who'd been my neighbor laughed. "Oh, Emma, this is so much bigger than that. We're the Watchers. We see everything, know everything. And now, you're one of us." My mind reeled. This couldn't be happening. It was too bizarre, too terrifying to be real. But as I looked at the screens, at the hundreds of lives being monitored and recorded, I knew it was all too real. "And if I refuse?" I asked, already knowing the answer. His smile turned cold. "That's not an option, Emma. You know too much now. You're either with us or, well, let's just say we have ways of dealing with threats to our operation." I felt trapped, cornered. But a part of me, a part I wasn't proud of, was intrigued. The power they held, the knowledge, it was seductive. What would I have to do? I heard myself asking, hardly believing the words coming out of my mouth. The group seemed to relax slightly. "For now, just return to your life. Act normal. We'll be in touch with your first assignment soon." As I left the basement, my head spinning, I knew my life would never be the same. I had uncovered a conspiracy beyond my wildest imagination, and now I was a part of it. The next few weeks were a blur. I went through the motions of my daily life, hyper-aware of the cameras watching my every move. But now, I was watching too. I began to notice things I'd overlooked before, the carefully placed cameras in public spaces, the way certain people always seemed to be observing others. My first assignment came in a plain envelope slipped under my door. It contained a name, an address, and instructions to plant a camera in a specific location. My hands shook as I read it, the reality of what I'd become crashing down on me. I stood at a crossroads. I could go through with it, become one of them, always watching, never truly living, or I could fight back, expose them, risk everything. As I sit here now, writing this down, I still haven't decided what to do. But I know one thing for certain. Nothing is as it seems. The world is full of eyes, always watching, always recording. And once you become aware of it, you can never go back to blissful ignorance. So the next time you feel like you're being watched, trust that instinct. Because in this brave new world of constant surveillance, paranoia might just be the most rational response. The crunch of leaves under my boots echoed through the forest, a stark contrast to the eerie silence that had fallen over the woods. I'd been a park ranger for 15 years, but something about this patrol felt different. The air was thick with tension, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. As I rounded a bend in the trail, I saw it, a crude camp hidden among the trees, littered with empty bullet casings and animal remains. My heart raced as I realized I'd stumbled upon something far more dangerous than the usual lost hiker or campfire gone wrong. My name is Sarah, and this is the story of how my routine patrol turned into a life-or-death struggle against a group of ruthless poachers. I'd always loved the outdoors. Growing up in a small town nestled against the mountains, I spent more time in the woods than I did in my own home. Becoming a park ranger was a natural choice, a way to protect the wilderness I loved so much. Willowbrook National Park had been my home for the past decade, and I knew every trail, every stream, every rocky outcropping like the back of my hand. That day started like any other. I'd set out at dawn, my backpack loaded with supplies for a long day of patrolling the park's more remote areas. The autumn air was crisp, and the changing leaves painted the forest in brilliant shades of red and gold. It should have been beautiful, peaceful, but from the moment I stepped onto the trail, something felt off. The usual sounds of the forest, birdsong, rustling leaves, the occasional scurry of a small animal, were muted, as if the woods themselves were holding their breath. I tried to shake off the unease, telling myself I was being paranoid, but 15 years of experience had taught me to trust my instincts. I'd been hiking for about 3 hours when I first noticed the signs. Broken branches that didn't look like natural wear and tear. Boot prints that were too fresh, too deep to be from fellow hikers. The park had been closed to the public for the past week due to fire risks. And then, the smell. A sickly sweet odor that turned my stomach, one I recognized all too well. Decaying flesh, Following my nose in the trail of disturbances, I pushed deeper into a part of the forest that was off the main trails. That's when I found the camp. It was well hidden, tucked into a small clearing surrounded by dense underbrush. But to my trained eye, it was clear this was no ordinary campsite. Camouflage tarps were strung between trees, creating makeshift shelters. A fire pit, carefully constructed to minimize smoke, sat cold in the center. But it was the other items scattered around that made my blood run cold. Snares and steel traps, high-powered rifles leaning against trees, and everywhere, the evidence of their grisly work, piles of animal pelts, antlers, and other trophies. I'd heard rumors of poaching rings operating in the area, but I'd never seen evidence this blatant. This wasn't just a couple of locals hunting out of season. This was organized, professional, and incredibly dangerous. I reached for my radio, ready to call for backup, when a twig snapped behind me. I whirled around, my hand instinctively going to the bear spray on my belt. But I was too slow. "Well, well," a gruff voice said. "Looks like we've got ourselves a nosy ranger." 3 men emerged from the trees, rifles aimed squarely at my chest. They were rough-looking, with the hardened expressions of men used to operating outside the law. The leader, a tall man with a scar running down his cheek, grinned at me, but it was a predator's grin, cold and calculating. "Now, what are we going to do with you?" he mused, taking a step closer. I raised my hand slowly, mind racing. "Look," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "You don't want to do this. Attacking a federal officer will only make things worse for you. Why don't we talk about this?" The man laughed, a harsh sound that echoed through the clearing. "Talk, sweetheart. I don't think you understand the situation. There's no talking your way out of this." One of the other men spoke up, his voice nervous. "We should just get out of here, boss. Leave her tied up and make a run for it." The leader shook his head. "No, she's seen too much. We can't risk it." My heart sank as I realized what he was implying. These men weren't just poachers, they were killers. And I was their next target. In that moment, survival instinct took over. I dropped to the ground, simultaneously pulling the bear spray from my belt. As I fell, I heard the crack of a rifle, felt the wind of a bullet passing just over my head. I rolled, coming up in a crouch, and unleashed a stream of spray directly into the face of the nearest poacher. He screamed, dropping his rifle and clawing at his eyes. I didn't wait to see the effect on the others. I ran, crashing through the underbrush, branches whipping at my face as I fled. Behind me, I could hear shouts and the sound of pursuit. I knew these woods better than they did, but they had the advantage of numbers and firepower. My only hope was to lose them long enough to call for help. I ran for what felt like hours, my lungs burning, my legs screaming for rest. But I didn't dare stop. Every so often, I'd hear a shout or the crack of a branch, reminding me that my pursuers were still on my trail. As I ran, I tried to formulate a plan. I needed to find a place with cell service to call for backup. The nearest ranger station was miles away, but there was an old fire tower on top of Cascade Ridge that might work. It was a steep climb, but if I could make it, I'd have a chance. I veered off toward the ridge, the terrain becoming steeper and more treacherous. Loose rocks slid under my feet, and more than once I nearly lost my footing, but fear and adrenaline kept me going. About halfway up the ridge, I allowed myself a moment to rest, pressing myself against a large boulder and straining my ears for any sound of pursuit. For a few blissful seconds, all I could hear was my own ragged breathing and the pounding of my heart. Then, a voice carried on the wind. "I see her. Up on the ridge." Panic gave me a fresh burst of energy. I scrambled up the rocky slope, no longer caring about stealth, focused solely on reaching the tower. When I finally crested the ridge, the old fire tower loomed before me, a rusted metal skeleton against the sky. I practically flew up the stairs, taking them 2 at a time, praying that my cell phone would find a signal. At the top, breathless and shaking, I pulled out my phone, 1 bar. It would have to do. I dialed dispatch, my eyes scanning the forest below for any sign of the poachers. "This is Ranger Sarah Mackenzie," I gasped as soon as the call connected. "I need immediate backup at Cascade Ridge Fire Tower. Armed poachers in pursuit. Shots fired. I repeat, shots." A bullet pinged off the metal railing beside me, and I dropped to the floor of the tower, the phone skittering out of my hand. "Come on down, Ranger," the leader's voice floated up. "There's nowhere left to run." He was right. I was trapped, but at least I'd managed to get the call out. Now it was a question of whether help would arrive in time. The next hour was the longest of my life. The poachers, not willing to risk the exposed climb up the tower, settled in to wait me out. They knew as well as I did that I had no way down without exposing myself to their rifles. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in brilliant oranges and pinks, I heard the most beautiful sound imaginable, helicopter rotors. The poachers heard it too. Their shouts of alarm were music to my ears. What followed was a flurry of activity. Park Service helicopters, state police, even a SWAT team converged on the area. The poachers, realizing they were outgunned and outnumbered, surrendered without further violence. As I was helped down from the tower, shaky but alive, I felt a mix of relief, exhaustion, and pride. I'd faced the darkest side of humanity and survived. More than that, I'd helped bring down a major poaching operation, one that had been terrorizing the park for months. In the days and weeks that followed, as I gave statements and testified in court, I often thought about that day in the woods, about how quickly a routine patrol had turned into a fight for survival, about the thin line between civilization and savagery, and how easy it is to cross. I still work as a ranger. The forest is still my home, still the place where I feel most alive. But now, when I walk the trails, I carry with me the knowledge of what lurks in the shadows. I'm more cautious, more alert, and I have a newfound appreciation for the quiet days, the uneventful patrols, because I know now, more than ever, that in the wilderness, everything can change in an instant. And sometimes, the most dangerous predators are the ones that walk on 2 legs. The smell hit me first, antiseptic and something else, something sickly sweet that turned my stomach. As I made my rounds through the dimly lit corridors of St. Mary's Hospital, a chill ran down my spine. Something was off tonight. The air felt heavy, charged with an energy I couldn't explain. Little did I know, my overnight shift was about to plunge me into a nightmare that would challenge everything I thought I knew about medicine, ethics, and the thin line between life and death. My name is Dr. Emily Chen, and I've been a night shift nurse at St. Mary's for the past 3 years. I thought I'd seen it all. Gruesome injuries, miraculous recoveries, and everything in between. But nothing could have prepared me for what I uncovered that fateful night. It started innocently enough. I was doing my usual rounds, checking on patients, administering medications, and updating charts. The hospital was quiet, as it often is in the early hours of the morning. Most patients were asleep, and the skeleton crew of night staff moved about with the hushed efficiency of those accustomed to working while the rest of the world slumbers. I had just finished checking on Mrs. Gonzalez in room 305 when I noticed something strange. The door to room 307 was closed, which was odd. We usually kept doors open for easy monitoring unless a patient specifically requested privacy. I didn't remember any such request for this room. As I approached, I heard muffled voices from inside. One was low and urgent, the other barely audible. My hand hesitated on the doorknob. Something told me I shouldn't interrupt, that I should walk away and pretend I hadn't heard anything. But my duty as a nurse overrode my instincts. I knocked softly and pushed the door open. "Everything okay in here?" I asked, trying to keep my voice casual. The scene that greeted me was bizarre. Dr. Reeves, one of our most respected surgeons, was standing over the patient's bed. But instead of examining the elderly man who had been admitted for routine observation, he was holding a syringe filled with a strange, iridescent liquid. Dr. Reeves whirled around, his face a mask of shock and anger. "Nurse Chen, what are you doing here?" I struggled to find words, my eyes darting between the doctor and the syringe. I heard voices. I was just checking. "Everything is fine," Dr. Reeves snapped, quickly hiding the syringe behind his back. "Mr. Peterson here was just feeling a bit restless. I'm taking care of it." But Mr. Peterson didn't look restless. In fact, he looked terrified, his eyes wide and pleading. As I watched, he opened his mouth as if to speak, but no sound came out. "Doctor," I said slowly, "what's in that syringe?" Dr. Reeves' expression hardened. "That's none of your concern, Nurse Chen. I suggest you leave now and forget what you've seen, for your own good." The threat in his voice was unmistakable. Every instinct told me to run, to pretend this had never happened. But I couldn't abandon Mr. Peterson. Whatever was happening here was wrong. Deeply wrong. "I'm sorry, doctor, but I can't do that," I said, surprised by the steadiness in my voice. "I need you to put down that syringe and step away from the patient." For a moment, I thought he might comply. Then, faster than I could react, he lunged forward, shoving me aside. I stumbled, catching myself on the edge of the bed. By the time I regained my balance, Dr. Reeves was gone, the door swinging shut behind him. I turned to Mr. Peterson, my heart racing. "Are you all right? What happened?" But Mr. Peterson couldn't answer. His eyes rolled back in his head, and he began to convulse violently. Alarms blared as his vitals spiked erratically. I sprang into action, calling a code blue and starting CPR. The next few minutes were a blur of activity as the crash team arrived. We worked frantically to stabilize Mr. Peterson, but it was no use. At 3:47 a.m., he was pronounced dead. As the team cleared out, leaving me to clean up and prepare the body, my mind was reeling. What had I just witnessed? What was in that syringe? And why would Dr. Reeves, a man with an impeccable reputation, be involved in something so clearly unethical? I knew I should report what I'd seen immediately. But to whom? If a respected surgeon like Dr. Reeves was involved, who else might be implicated? Who could I trust? Over the next few days, I grappled with what to do. I started paying closer attention to the goings-on in the hospital, especially during the night shift. And what I saw disturbed me deeply. There were other instances of doctors and nurses entering rooms they shouldn't, of hushed conversations that stopped abruptly when I approached. More alarmingly, I noticed a pattern of patients, mostly elderly or terminal cases, dying unexpectedly during the night. I started digging, carefully at first, then with increasing urgency. I reviewed charts, cross-referenced death certificates, even snuck into the hospital's records room after hours. What I uncovered was staggering. Over the past year, the mortality rate for certain types of patients had skyrocketed at St. Mary's, but instead of raising red flags, these deaths were being quietly swept under the rug. Death certificates were falsified, records altered. But why? What could possibly motivate medical professionals to essentially murder their patients? The answer came to me in a moment of horrified realization. The organ transplant list. St. Mary's had recently been celebrated for its remarkably short wait times for organ transplants. They were saving lives at an unprecedented rate, but at what cost? I felt sick as the pieces fell into place. They were harvesting organs from patients deemed less valuable, the elderly, the terminally ill, to save those they deemed more worthy of life. Playing God in the most horrific way imaginable, I knew I had to act to expose this atrocity, but I also knew that doing so would put my life in danger. These people had already proven they were willing to kill to keep their secret. I spent a week gathering evidence, making copies of records, even managing to sneak a sample of the mysterious substance from the hospital's pharmacy. I put everything on a flash drive and mailed copies to myself and trusted friends, with instructions to take it to the authorities if anything happened to me. Then, on a night much like the one where this all began, I confronted Dr. Reeves. I caught him alone in his office, working late. When I told him what I knew, the color drained from his face. "You don't understand," he pleaded. "We're saving lives. For every life we end, we save 3 or 4 others. Young people, people with families, with futures. It's not your decision to make," I said, my voice shaking with anger and disgust. "You took an oath to do no harm. You're murderers, all of you." I told him I was going to the police and that it was over. I thought I saw resignation in his eyes. I should have known better. As I turned to leave, I felt a sharp pain in my neck. Dr. Reeves had moved with surprising speed, jabbing me with a syringe. As my vision began to blur, I saw genuine regret on his face. "I'm sorry, Emily," he said softly, "but we can't let you stop us. We're doing important work here." I woke up 3 days later in a hospital bed, not at St. Mary's, but at a facility 2 towns over. The official story was that I'd had an allergic reaction to something at work and had been rushed to the nearest available hospital. But I knew the truth. They had tried to silence me, to discredit me, but they had underestimated me. In the months that followed, as investigations were launched and arrests were made, I often thought about that night, about how quickly the world as I knew it had unraveled, about the thin line between healing and harming, and how easy it is to cross in the name of a greater good. I still work as a nurse, but now I'm more vigilant, more questioning. I've learned that the most dangerous threats can come from those we trust most, those sworn to protect us, and I carry with me always the knowledge that in the sterile halls of our hospitals, in the quiet hours of the night, there are decisions being made, battles being fought, that most of the world will never know about. But I know, and I'll never stop fighting to bring the truth to light. The steady rhythm of my footfalls on the pavement was suddenly broken by the sharp crack of a twig behind me. I faltered mid-stride, my heart leaping into my throat. The park, usually a haven of tranquility in the bustling city, now felt ominous in the gathering twilight. As I glanced over my shoulder, I caught a glimpse of a shadowy figure ducking behind a tree. In that moment, I realized my evening jog had become a deadly game of cat and mouse. My name is Lily, and I never thought my passion for running would lead me into the most terrifying night of my life. I've always been a runner. There's something freeing about the way your body moves, the steady in and out of your breath, the world blurring at the edges as you focus on the path ahead. It's my escape, my therapy, my time to clear my head after long days at the office. Central Park had been my go-to running spot since I moved to New York City 3 years ago. I knew its winding paths like the back of my hand, from the bustling areas near the entrances to the quieter, more secluded trails deeper inside. I usually stuck to the well-lit, populated areas when running in the evening, but today had been particularly stressful, and I craved the solitude of the park's more remote corners. It was a decision I would come to regret. The sun was just beginning to set when I entered the park, casting long shadows across the grass. The usual crowd of joggers, dog walkers, and tourists was thinning out, heading home for the day. I relished the quiet, the cool air on my skin as I set off down my favorite trail. I was about 2 miles into my run when I first noticed something was off. It was subtle at first, just a feeling of being watched that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I shook it off, telling myself I was being paranoid. But as I rounded a bend in the path, I heard it. Footsteps, not quite in sync with my own, coming from somewhere behind me. I picked up my pace, hoping to put some distance between myself and whoever was back there. The footsteps quickened too. My heart began to race, and not from the exertion of running. I chanced to glance over my shoulder and saw a figure about 50 yards back, matching my pace. That's when I heard the twig snap, and my worst fears were confirmed. This wasn't just another runner or a coincidence. I was being followed. Panic surged through me as I realized how vulnerable I was. I was alone in one of the most secluded areas of the park, the sun rapidly sinking below the horizon, with no one around to hear me if I called for help. My mind raced, trying to remember the self-defense classes I'd taken years ago. Keys between the fingers, go for the eyes and groin, scream, fire, instead of the help, because people are more likely to respond. But all of that assumed I could get close enough to my attacker to fight back. I veered off the path, hoping to lose my pursuer in the denser wooded areas. Branches whipped at my face as I crashed through the underbrush, my lungs burning as I pushed myself harder than I ever had before. I could hear him behind me, closing the distance. He was faster, his longer stride eating up the ground between us. In desperation, I changed tactics. Instead of running deeper into the woods, I turned sharply, making for the more populated areas of the park. If I could just reach people, reach light and safety, I might have a chance. But my pursuer seemed to anticipate this move. As I burst out of the tree line onto a wider path, he was there, cutting off my escape route. In the fading light, I could finally see him clearly. He was tall and lean, dressed all in black, with a face mask obscuring his features. But it was his eyes that terrified me the most, cold and predatory, filled with a hunger that made my blood run cold. "Nowhere to run now, little rabbit," he said, his voice a low growl that sent shivers down my spine. I backed away, my eyes darting around for anything I could use as a weapon, any avenue of escape. But I was trapped between him and a steep embankment that led down to a creek. As he advanced, I made a split-second decision. I turned and half ran and half slid down the embankment. It was reckless, dangerous, but it was my only chance. I heard him curse behind me as he gave chase. The creek was shallow but fast-moving, the water icy cold as I splashed through it. The shock of it spurred me on, giving me a burst of energy born of pure survival instinct. I scrambled up the opposite bank, mud squelching under my feet, my sodden clothes weighing me down. I ran blindly now, no longer caring about direction, focused solely on putting distance between myself and my pursuer. The park had become a maze of shadows and looming shapes in the growing darkness. Every rustle of leaves, every snapping twig sent a jolt of terror through me. I don't know how long I ran. It felt like hours, though it was probably only minutes. My lungs were on fire, my legs trembling with exhaustion. But the fear kept me going, the knowledge that to stop was to die. Finally, blessedly, I saw lights ahead. I'd reached the edge of the park where it bordered the city streets. Safety was so close, just a few hundred yards away. I pushed myself harder, ignoring the burning in my muscles, the stitch in my side. But then my foot caught on an exposed root, and I went down hard. Pain shot through my ankle as I tried to get up. It wasn't broken, but I'd twisted it badly. I could hear him behind me, his breathing heavy but steady. He wasn't exhausted like I was. He'd been toying with me, letting me tire myself out. As his shadow fell over me, I closed my eyes, certain that this was the end. But then I heard something that made my eyes snap open. Voices, coming from the street. A group of people, laughing and talking as they entered the park. My pursuer hesitated, looking from me to the approaching group. I seized my chance. Summoning every ounce of strength I had left, I screamed. It was a primal sound, raw and desperate, filled with all the terror and pain of the last hour. The voices stopped. Then I heard shouts of alarm and the sound of running feet. My attacker cursed, then turned and melted into the shadows of the park. What followed was a blur of police sirens, paramedics, and questions I was too shaken to answer coherently. I was taken to the hospital, treated for exhaustion, dehydration, and my sprained ankle. The police took my statement, promised to increase patrols in the park, but warned me that without a clear description of my attacker, there wasn't much they could do. In the days and weeks that followed, as I dealt with the trauma of that night, I struggled to return to my normal life. The city that I had once loved now felt menacing. Every shadow held a potential threat. Every stranger a possible attacker. I couldn't bring myself to go running, especially not in the park, but slowly, with the help of therapy and a supportive network of friends and family, I began to reclaim my life. I took self-defense classes, not just a few sessions, but intensive training. I bought a personal alarm and pepper spray, and eventually, I started running again, though never alone and never in secluded areas. The man who chased me that night was never caught. Sometimes I still see him in my nightmares, a dark figure always just a few steps behind me. But I refuse to let the fear he instilled in me rule my life. I'm a survivor, not a victim. Now, when I run, I carry with me the knowledge that the world can be a dangerous place, especially for women. But I also carry my strength, my resilience, and the determination to never let fear win. Because sometimes, the most important race we run is the one for our lives, and I intend to keep winning. The curtains in Mr. Johnson's living room twitched again, and I felt a chill run down my spine. It was 3 a.m., and this was the third night in a row I'd caught a glimpse of his silhouette peering out into the darkness. Something wasn't right with my elderly neighbor, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was about to uncover a truth that would change our quiet suburban street forever. I'd lived next door to Mr. Johnson for nearly 5 years, and in all that time, he'd been nothing but a kind, if somewhat reserved, neighbor. He'd always keep an eye on my house when I was away, and I'd return the favor by mowing his lawn or shoveling his driveway in the winter. But lately, something had shifted. It started with small things. I noticed he'd installed new locks on all his doors and windows. Then came the security cameras, their red lights blinking ominously from every corner of his property. At first, I chalked it up to the paranoia that sometimes comes with age. After all, Mr. Johnson was pushing 80, and living alone could make anyone a little jumpy. But then, the night watches began. I'd wake up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom and catch a glimpse of him standing at his window, staring intently at something I couldn't see. During the day, he'd scurry from his car to his front door, looking around furtively, as if he expected someone to jump out at him at any moment. I tried to talk to him about it once, casually mentioning that I'd noticed he seemed a bit on edge lately. His reaction was unsettling. His eyes widened, and for a moment, I saw raw fear there. Then he composed himself, let out a forced chuckle, and said, "Oh, you know how it is. Can't be too careful these days." Before I could press further, he'd retreated into his house, the door slamming shut behind him. That conversation played on repeat in my mind as I stood at my own window, watching Mr. Johnson's silhouette. I knew I should just go back to bed, mind my own business, but something inside me wouldn't let it go. I had to know what was going on. The next day, I called in sick to work. As soon as Mr. Johnson left for his daily trip to the grocery store, always at precisely 10 a.m., I made my move. I felt like a criminal as I crept across our adjoining lawns, my heart pounding in my chest. I told myself I was just checking on a neighbor, making sure everything was okay, but deep down, I knew I was crossing a line. I tried the front door first, not really expecting it to be unlocked. To my surprise, it swung open easily. The house was silent as I stepped inside, the air thick with the musty smell of old books and something else I couldn't quite place. Everything looked normal at first glance. A tidy living room, family photos on the mantel, a half-empty cup of coffee on the side table. But as I moved further into the house, things started to feel off. There were small cameras hidden everywhere, behind picture frames, in the corners of rooms, even one disguised as a potted plant. In the kitchen, I found a stack of notebooks filled with what looked like coded messages and times of day. My hands were shaking as I climbed the stairs to the second floor. I told myself I was being ridiculous, that there had to be a reasonable explanation for all of this. Maybe Mr. Johnson was just really into home security. Maybe he was writing a spy novel in his retirement. The upstairs hallway was lined with closed doors. I tried the first one, locked. The second, also locked. The third door, at the end of the hall, opened with a creak that seemed to echo through the entire house. I stepped inside and froze. The room was dark, illuminated only by the glow of dozens of computer monitors. Each screen showed a different view. Our street, the inside of houses, local businesses. With growing horror, I realized I was looking at live feeds from all over the neighborhood. And there, on one of the screens, was the inside of my own living room. My mind reeled as I tried to process what I was seeing. Mr. Johnson, the kindly old man who'd brought me homemade cookies when I first moved in, was spying on the entire neighborhood. But why? What could he possibly gain from this? I was so caught up in my shock that I almost didn't hear the front door open downstairs. Almost. The sound jolted me back to reality, and panic set in. Mr. Johnson was home early, and I was standing in the middle of his secret surveillance room. I looked around frantically for a place to hide, but the room was small and sparse. The closet was my only option. I ducked inside just as I heard footsteps on the stairs. Through a crack in the door, I watched as Mr. Johnson entered the room. He moved with purpose, sitting down at the bank of monitors and typing rapidly on a keyboard. I held my breath, afraid that even the slightest sound would give me away. Minutes ticked by like hours as I watched him work, muttering to himself occasionally. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, he stood up and left the room. I waited until I heard his footsteps fade away before I dared to move. My legs were cramped from crouching in the closet, and my heart was still racing. I knew I had to get out of there, but I couldn't leave without understanding what was going on. I crept over to the monitors, my eyes scanning the screens. That's when I saw it. A document open on one of the computers. The heading read, Operation Neighborhood Watch, Surveillance Report. As I skimmed the document, pieces started to fall into place. Mr. Johnson wasn't just a paranoid old man. He was a former intelligence operative. The document detailed his mission to monitor the neighborhood for potential threats. But threats to what? The more I read, the more confused I became. Suddenly, a hand clamped down on my shoulder. I spun around to find Mr. Johnson standing behind me, his eyes cold and hard. I was hoping it wouldn't come to this, he said, his voice eerily calm. I've always liked you, you know, but curiosity can be a dangerous thing. I opened my mouth to speak, to apologize, to beg, but no words came out. Mr. Johnson sighed heavily. I suppose I owe you an explanation, he said, gesturing for me to sit down. But I warn you, once you know the truth, there's no going back. For a moment, I considered making a run for it. But where would I go? And who would believe me if I told them what I'd seen? Slowly, I sank into the chair, my eyes never leaving Mr. Johnson's face. He began to speak, and as the truth unfolded, I felt my world shift on its axis. Mr. Johnson wasn't just monitoring our neighborhood, he was protecting it. From what, you ask? From things most people couldn't even imagine. Our quiet suburban street, it turned out, sat on top of something valuable, something dangerous, something that certain powerful people would kill to get their hands on. Mr. Johnson had been tasked with keeping it safe, with making sure no one ever discovered the secret buried beneath our feet. But why tell me all this? I asked when he finally fell silent. Why not just get rid of me? Mr. Johnson's face softened slightly. Because I'm getting old, he said. This job, it's too much for one person. I've been watching you for years, waiting for the right moment. You're observant, you're clever, and most importantly, you care about this community. I think you're ready to take on the responsibility. My head was spinning. In the span of a few hours, my entire reality had been turned upside down. I wanted to refuse, to run away and pretend none of this had ever happened. But as I looked at the monitors, at the faces of my neighbors, people I'd come to care about over the years, I knew I couldn't walk away. "What do I need to do?" I heard myself ask. Mr. Johnson smiled, relief evident in his eyes. "First," he said, "we need to upgrade your home security system. You're going to need a lot more cameras." As I left Mr. Johnson's house that day, the sun seemed a little dimmer, the world a little darker, but I also felt a sense of purpose I'd never known before. I was no longer just a resident of this neighborhood. I was its protector. Now, as I sit in my own surveillance room, watching the monitors and keeping our secret safe, I often think back to that day. Sometimes, I catch a glimpse of my old self in one of the cameras, carefree, oblivious to the hidden dangers lurking beneath the surface of our quiet street. Part of me misses that innocence. But mostly, I'm grateful for the truth, no matter how terrifying it may be. Because in this world, knowledge isn't just power, it's survival. The fluorescent lights flickered ominously as I hunched over my laptop, the soft hum of lab equipment my only company in the otherwise silent building. It was nearly midnight, and I was the last soul left in the university's research wing. Or so I thought. The sound of footsteps echoing down the hallway made my heart skip a beat, and I couldn't shake the feeling that my late-night study session was about to take a sinister turn. I'm Emma, a grad student working on my thesis in biochemistry. My research focuses on developing a new type of biodegradable plastic, something that could potentially revolutionize the industry and help combat our growing environmental crisis. It's exciting work, but it's also highly confidential. The university has invested a lot of money in this project, and there are plenty of companies out there who'd love to get their hands on our findings. That's why I was still in the lab at this ungodly hour. I'd been making real progress lately, and I didn't want to lose momentum. Plus, the lab was quieter at night, free from the usual hustle and bustle of students and professors. The footsteps grew louder, and I found myself holding my breath. It wasn't unusual for other grad students to work late, but something about this felt different. The steps were too deliberate, too purposeful for someone just passing by. I quickly saved my work and closed my laptop, just as a figure appeared in the doorway. It was Jason, another grad student from the chemistry department. I'd seen him around campus a few times, but we'd never really talked. "Oh, hey, Emma," he said, flashing a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "Didn't expect anyone else to be here this late." I forced a smile in return, trying to ignore the uneasy feeling in my stomach. "Yeah, just trying to get some work done. What brings you to this side of the building?" Jason shrugged, taking a step into the lab. "Just taking a walk, clearing my head. Mind if I hang out for a bit?" Before I could answer, he was already pulling up a chair next to me. I shifted uncomfortably, angling my body to block his view of my notes. "So, what are you working on?" he asked, leaning in closer than necessary. I gave him a vague answer about polymer research, hoping he'd lose interest. But Jason kept pressing, asking increasingly specific questions about my methods and results. "That's fascinating," he said, his eyes gleaming with an intensity that made me shiver. "You know, I've heard rumors about some groundbreaking research happening in this lab. Anything you can share?" I laughed nervously, trying to play it off. "Oh, you know how rumors are. Nothing that exciting happening here, I'm afraid." But Jason wasn't deterred. He continued to probe, his questions becoming more pointed and insistent. I found myself stumbling over my words, trying to deflect without seeming suspicious. As the conversation dragged on, I became increasingly aware of how isolated we were. The lab suddenly felt too small, too confined. I needed to get out of there. "Well, it's getting late," I said, starting to pack up my things. I should probably head home. Jason's hand shot out, gripping my arm. Wait, he said, his voice low and urgent. I really think we should talk more about your research. It could be beneficial for both of us. I yanked my arm away, my heart pounding. I told you, there's nothing to talk about. Now, if you'll excuse me. I tried to push past him, but Jason blocked the doorway. I don't think you understand, Emma. I know what you're working on, and I know how valuable it is. We can do this the easy way or the hard way, but either way, I'm not leaving without that information. Panic surged through me as the reality of the situation sank in. This wasn't just a nosy student. Jason was here to steal my research, and he was willing to do whatever it took to get it. I backed away, my mind racing. I needed to get out, to find help, but the lab was on the top floor of the building, and at this hour, there was likely no one else around. Jason, think about what you're doing, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. This is crazy, just let me go and we can forget this ever happened. He laughed, a cold, humorless sound that sent chills down my spine. Oh, Emma, it's far too late for that. Now, why don't you be a good girl and hand over your laptop and notes? I clutched my bag tighter, shaking my head. Jason's eyes narrowed, and he took a step towards me. I reacted instinctively, grabbing a beaker from the nearby bench and hurling it at him. The glass shattered against his shoulder, and he cried out in pain and surprise. I used that moment of distraction to make a run for it, ducking under his arm and sprinting down the hallway. I could hear Jason cursing behind me, his footsteps pounding as he gave chase. I ran faster than I ever had in my life, my lungs burning as I pushed myself to the limit. I reached the stairwell and yanked the door open, only to find it pitch black inside. The emergency lights must have been malfunctioning. For a split second, I hesitated, weighing my options. Then I heard Jason's voice, too close for comfort, and I plunged into the darkness. I took the stairs two at a time, one hand on the railing to guide me, the other still clutching my bag. I could hear Jason stumbling down after me, his breathing heavy and labored. When I reached the ground floor, I burst through the door, ready to make a break for the exit. But my heart sank as I realized the main doors were locked. Of course they were. It was well past midnight, and the building was supposed to be empty. I spun around, desperately searching for another way out. That's when I saw it. A small security office tucked away in the corner. If I could get in there, I might be able to call for help. I ran to the office, praying it would be open. To my relief, the door swung open easily. I slammed it shut behind me, fumbling for the lock. Just as I heard the satisfying click of the lock engaging, Jason slammed into the door. The impact shook the entire room, and I stumbled backward, my heart in my throat. "Open the door, Emma," Jason shouted, pounding on the thick glass. "You can't hide in there forever." I ignored him, scanning the room frantically. There was a phone on the desk, but when I picked it up, the line was dead. Of course it was. Nothing could be easy tonight. My eyes fell on the security monitors lining one wall. Most of them showed empty hallways and darkened rooms, but one caught my attention. It was a live feed of the parking lot, and I could see a car pulling in. Hope surged through me. Someone else was here. If I could just hold out until they came inside, I might have a chance. Jason was still trying to break down the door, the wood splintering under his relentless assault. I knew it wouldn't hold much longer. I turned back to the monitors, willing the person in the parking lot to hurry up. But as I watched, I realized something was off. The car wasn't parking. It was just sitting there, engine running. A chill ran down my spine as a horrible thought occurred to me. What if this person wasn't here to help? What if they were with Jason? The door gave way with a sickening crack, and Jason burst into the room. I backed away, my eyes darting between him and the security monitors. "It's over, Emma," Jason said, advancing on me slowly. "Just give me what I want, and this can all be over." I shook my head, my back pressing against the wall. "Why are you doing this?" I asked, trying to buy time. "Who are you working for?" Jason's lips curled into a sneer. "Does it matter? In this world, information is power, and your little biodegradable plastic? That's worth a fortune to the right people." He lunged forward, grabbing for my bag. I twisted away, but he caught hold of the strap. We struggled, pulling back and forth until the bag ripped open, spilling its contents across the floor. My laptop clattered to the ground, and Jason made a dive for it. In that moment of distraction, I saw my chance. I bolted for the door, my feet pounding against the linoleum as I ran back towards the stairwell. I could hear Jason shouting behind me, but I didn't look back. I took the stairs two at a time, my legs burning with the effort. I didn't have a plan beyond get away, but my instincts were screaming at me to head up, not down. I burst out onto the roof, the cool night air hitting me like a slap to the face. I ran to the edge, looking down at the empty campus below. No signs of life, no one to help. The door banged open behind me, and I whirled around to see Jason standing there, my laptop clutched in his hands. "End of the line, Emma," he said, breathing heavily. "No more running." I backed up until I felt the low wall at the edge of the roof pressing against my legs. Jason approached slowly, like a predator cornering its prey. "You don't have to do this," I said, my voice shaking. "It's not too late to stop." For a moment, I thought I saw a flicker of doubt in his eyes, but then it was gone, replaced by cold determination. "Sorry, Emma," he said, "but I've come too far to back out now." As he reached for me, a bright light suddenly flooded the rooftop. We both turned, squinting against the glare. A voice boomed out from a megaphone. "This is campus security. Stay where you are." Relief washed over me as I saw figures emerging from the stairwell, real security guards, not whoever Jason had stationed in the parking lot. In the chaos that followed, as Jason was tackled and restrained, I sank to the ground, exhaustion and adrenaline catching up with me all at once. Later, as I sat wrapped in a shock blanket, giving my statement to the police, I couldn't help but think about how close I'd come to losing everything. My research, my future, maybe even my life. But I also felt a newfound strength. I'd faced my worst nightmare and come out the other side. And now, as I watched the sun begin to rise over the campus, I knew that whatever challenges lay ahead, I was ready to face them head on. The first time I saw the symbols, I thought they were just random scratches. Maybe the work of some bored teenager or the result of years of weathering. But as I traced my fingers over the rough-hewn marks in the old barn's wood, a chill ran down my spine. These weren't random at all. They formed patterns, intricate and purposeful. And somehow, deep in my gut, I knew they were a warning we should have heeded. My name is Sarah, and this is the story of how my family's dream of a fresh start turned into a waking nightmare. It all began 3 months ago when my husband, Tom, got a job offer in a small town upstate. We'd been struggling in the city for years, drowning in debt and stress. So when the opportunity came to move to a quieter, cheaper area, we jumped at it. The kids, Lily and Max, weren't thrilled about leaving their friends behind, but we promised them it would be an adventure. The farmhouse we found seemed perfect. It was old, sure, but it had character. Wooden beams, a wraparound porch, and acres of land stretching out in every direction. The real estate agent called it a handyman's dream, which was code for needs a lot of work. But Tom and I were up for the challenge. The first few weeks were a whirlwind of unpacking, painting, and exploring our new property. The kids quickly forgot their initial reluctance, spending hours playing in the fields and climbing trees. Tom threw himself into renovation projects, and I started planning a vegetable garden. It felt like we were finally building the life we'd always wanted. But then, little things started happening. Things that were easy to brush off at first, but became harder to ignore as time went on. It started with the noises. At night, when the house was quiet and still, we'd hear creaks and groans that seemed to come from inside the walls. Tom said it was just the house settling, and I wanted to believe him. But the sounds didn't sound like wood expanding or contracting. They sounded deliberate, like footsteps or whispers just on the edge of hearing. Then there were the cold spots. Certain areas of the house would suddenly become frigid, even on the warmest days. We'd walk through them and feel like we'd stepped into a freezer. The kids started avoiding these areas, saying they felt weird in there. But it was the barn that really got to me. It stood a little ways from the house, old and weathered but still sturdy. We hadn't paid much attention to it at first, focusing on getting the house livable. But one day, while the kids were at school and Tom was at work, I decided to check it out. The door creaked ominously as I pushed it open, dust motes dancing in the shafts of sunlight that streamed through the cracks in the walls. It smelled of old hay and something else, something musty and unpleasant that I couldn't quite place. That's when I saw them. The symbols, carved into the wooden support beams, etched into the walls, even scratched into the dirt floor. They were everywhere once I started looking. Circles and lines and shapes that looked vaguely like letters, but in no alphabet I'd ever seen. I spent hours in that barn, trying to make sense of the markings. By the time I heard Tom's car in the driveway, the sun was setting and my head was pounding. I hurried back to the house, not wanting to explain why I'd spent all day in a dusty old barn. That night, the noises were louder than ever. I lay awake, listening to what sounded like footsteps pacing back and forth in the attic. Tom slept soundly beside me, oblivious to the sounds that were driving me to the brink of madness. In the morning, I was determined to tell Tom about the barn and the symbols. But as I opened my mouth to speak, Lily came running into the kitchen, tears streaming down her face. "Mom, Dad," she sobbed, "there's something in my room." We rushed upstairs, Tom and I exchanging worried glances. Lily's room looked normal at first glance, but then I saw it. On the wall above her bed, scratched into the fresh paint we'd just applied last week, was one of the symbols from the barn. Tom was bewildered, asking Lily if she'd drawn it herself. But I knew this was just the beginning. Over the next few weeks, things escalated. The symbols started appearing all over the house, under rugs, behind picture frames, even carved into the vegetables in our garden. The noises got louder, and now we all heard them. Whispers in the walls, footsteps in empty rooms, and sometimes late at night, what sounded like chanting coming from the direction of the barn. Max started sleepwalking, something he'd never done before. We'd find him in the morning, huddled in corners or standing in front of blank walls, muttering words we couldn't understand. Lily became withdrawn, spending hours drawing the symbols over and over in her sketchbook. Tom tried to rationalize it all away. He called in exterminators for the noises, electricians for the cold spots, even a child psychologist for the kids. But deep down, I think he knew as well as I did that this was something beyond normal explanation. It all came to a head one stormy night in October. The wind was howling outside, rain lashing against the windows. We were all in the living room, trying to distract ourselves with a board game, when every light in the house went out at once. In the sudden darkness, I heard Lily whimper, and Max let out a startled cry. Tom fumbled for his phone, using it as a makeshift flashlight. "It's okay," he said, his voice strained with forced calm. "Probably just a blown fuse. I'll go check the basement." As soon as he left the room, the whispering started. It was all around us, coming from the walls, the floor, even seeming to emanate from the air itself. Words in a language I didn't recognize, but that filled me with a sense of dread. Lily screamed, pointing at the window. There, illuminated by a flash of lightning, was a figure, tall and gaunt, with limbs that seemed too long for its body. It was looking right at us. and though I couldn't make out its features, I knew it was smiling. In that moment, something in me snapped. I grabbed the kids and ran, not caring about the rain or the wind. We piled into the car, and I peeled out of the driveway, my hands shaking on the steering wheel. Tom came running out of the house, shouting after us, but I didn't stop. I couldn't. All I knew was that we had to get away from that house, away from whatever evil had taken root there. We drove through the night, the kids huddled and crying in the back seat. I had no destination in mind, just away. It wasn't until the sun started to rise that I finally pulled over at a rest stop, my body trembling with exhaustion and leftover adrenaline. As I sat there trying to figure out what to do next, my phone buzzed. It was a text from Tom. "Where are you? Are you okay? Please come home. We need to talk about this." I stared at the message, tears welling up in my eyes. Part of me wanted to turn around, to go back and face whatever was happening in our home. But a larger part, the part that had seen that figure in the window and heard those unearthly whispers, knew we could never go back. I texted Tom back. "We're safe. I'm sorry, but we can't come home. Not now. Maybe not ever. I'll explain everything soon. I love you." Then I turned off my phone, started the car, and pulled back onto the highway. I didn't know where we were going or what we'd do when we got there. All I knew was that we were leaving behind more than just a house. We were leaving behind a darkness that had almost consumed us, a mystery I'm still not sure I want to solve. As we drove, the sun climbing higher in the sky, I caught sight of my reflection in the rearview mirror. There, just visible on my neck, was a small mark, a symbol like the ones from the barn. My blood ran cold as I realized that whatever we'd awakened in that old farmhouse, it wasn't content to stay behind. It had marked us, claimed us in some way I didn't understand. I pressed down harder on the accelerator, the landscape blurring around us. We were running, yes, but I had a sinking feeling that you can't outrun something that's already inside you. Whatever happens next, wherever we end up, I know one thing for certain: our lives will never be the same. The fresh start we'd hoped for had turned into something dark and twisted, and now all we could do was face whatever came next, together. The old farmhouse stands empty now, I imagine, but sometimes, in my dreams, I see it. And in those dreams, I know it's not empty at all. It's waiting for the next family to come along, looking for their own fresh start. And I wonder, will they see the symbols? Will they hear the whispers? Or will they, like us, realize the truth too late? The snap of a twig under my boot echoed through the silent forest, and I froze mid-step. Something wasn't right. The woods, which had been alive with the sounds of birds and small animals just moments ago, had fallen eerily quiet. I felt eyes on me, watching from the shadows between the trees. That's when I realized I wasn't just lost. I was in danger. My name is Alex, and I'm an experienced hiker. Or at least, I thought I was. I'd tackled challenging trails before, spent nights alone in the wilderness, and always prided myself on my ability to navigate even the most remote areas. But this time, I'd made a critical mistake. I'd underestimated the vastness of these woods and overestimated my own skills. It had started as a simple day hike. The trail was new to me, but it came highly recommended by fellow hiking enthusiasts online. Challenging but rewarding, they said. Breathtaking views, they promised. What they failed to mention was how easy it was to lose the trail if you weren't paying close attention. I set out early in the morning, my backpack filled with water, energy bars, and basic survival gear, just in case. The first few hours were exactly as I'd hoped. The trail wound through dense forest, occasionally opening up to reveal stunning vistas of the surrounding mountains. I felt alive, invigorated by the clean air and the physical exertion, but as the day wore on, things started to go wrong. The trail markers became less frequent, and I found myself second-guessing my direction more than once. I checked my phone's GPS, but out here, deep in the wilderness, I had no signal. My paper map and compass were useful, but only if I knew exactly where I was on the map, which I didn't. As the realization that I was lost began to sink in, I tried to remain calm. I knew the basics of wilderness survival. Stay put, they always say. Make yourself visible. Wait for rescue. But something in my gut told me that staying put wasn't an option. I needed to find my way back to civilization, and fast. I picked a direction that I thought would lead me back towards the trailhead and started walking. That's when I first noticed the silence. It crept up slowly, the natural sounds of the forest fading away, until all I could hear was my own breathing and the crunch of leaves under my feet. Then came the snapping twig, and the undeniable feeling of being watched. I scanned the trees around me, searching for any sign of movement, but saw nothing. Still, the feeling persisted. I picked up my pace, no longer caring about stealth, just wanting to put distance between myself and whatever was out there. As I hurried through the underbrush, I caught glimpses of something moving in my peripheral vision. Shadows darting between trees, always just out of clear sight. My heart raced, and I found myself breaking into a run, branches whipping against my face as I crashed through the forest. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like lead. Finally, gasping for breath, I stopped to lean against a large oak tree. That's when I saw it, a structure in the distance. Hope surged through me. Maybe it was a ranger station or a cabin, somewhere I could find help, or at least shelter for the night. As I got closer, though, my hope turned to confusion, then to dread. It wasn't a single building, but a collection of them. Small, crude structures made of logs and salvaged materials. They formed a rough circle around a central clearing. It looked like some kind of settlement, but like nothing I'd ever seen before. I approached cautiously, every instinct screaming at me to turn and run. But I was exhausted, lost, and night was falling. I needed help, and this might be my only chance. The settlement appeared deserted at first glance. No smoke rose from the chimneys, no lights shone in the windows. But as I entered the clearing, I noticed signs of recent activity. A still warm fire pit, fresh footprints in the muddy ground. Someone, or something, had been here very recently. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding small and afraid in the vast silence. "Is anyone here? I'm lost. I need help." For a long moment, there was no response. Then, slowly, people began to emerge from the structures. Men and women, dressed in ragged, homemade clothing. Their skin was weathered and dirty, their hair long and unkempt. But it was their eyes that truly frightened me. They were wild, almost feral, filled with a mixture of suspicion and hunger. They surrounded me, keeping their distance but cutting off any chance of escape. An older man with a long, gray beard stepped forward. He seemed to be their leader. "You shouldn't be here, outsider," he said, his voice rough from disuse. "These woods aren't for your kind." I swallowed hard, trying to keep my voice steady. "I'm sorry, I got lost. I'm just trying to find my way back to the trail. If you could point me in the right direction, I'll be on my way." The man laughed, a harsh, humorless sound. "There's no going back for you now. You've seen us. You know we're here." The others murmured in agreement, moving closer. I could smell them now, an earthy animal scent that made my nose wrinkle. "Please," I said, desperation creeping into my voice. "I won't tell anyone about you. I just want to go home." The leader studied me for a long moment, his eyes boring into mine. Finally, he spoke. "We'll discuss your fate in the morning. For now, you'll stay here where we can watch you." Two burly men grabbed my arms, their grips painfully tight. They led me to one of the smaller structures, little more than a shack, and shoved me inside. The door slammed shut behind me, and I heard the sound of a heavy bar being placed across it. The shack was dark and smelled of mold and decay. As my eyes adjusted, I could make out a crude bed made of straw and animal skins. There was a small window, but it was covered with thick branches, allowing in only slivers of moonlight. I sank onto the bed, my mind reeling. Who were these people? How long had they been out here? And what did they plan to do with me? Sleep was impossible. I spent the night listening to the sounds of the settlement, muffled conversations, the crackling of fires, and sometimes, disturbingly, what sounded like animalistic howls in the distance. As the first light of dawn crept through the window, the door to my prison opened. The leader stood there, flanked by two others. "Come," he said simply. They led me to the center of the clearing, where the entire community had gathered. Dozens of eyes watched me, some curious, others hostile. The leader spoke. "We've lived in these woods for generations, hidden from the outside world. We've survived by staying isolated, protecting our way of life. And now you threaten all of that." I opened my mouth to protest, to plead my case, but he held up a hand to silence me. "We can't let you leave," he continued, "but we also can't dispose of you. It's not our way, so we offer you a choice. Stay with us, become one of us, or..." He trailed off, but his meaning was clear. The alternative wasn't really an option at all. My mind raced. Could I really stay here, cut off from everything and everyone I knew? But what choice did I have? I thought of my family, my friends. Would I ever see them again? As if reading my thoughts, the leader spoke again. "The outside world is poison, full of greed, corruption, and destruction. Here we live in harmony with nature. We take only what we need. We are free." I looked around at the faces watching me. Some were nodding in agreement with their leader's words. Others looked skeptical, even fearful. I realized that not everyone here was a willing participant in this isolated life. In that moment, I made a decision. I couldn't stay here, cut off from the world. But I also couldn't abandon these people, some of whom clearly needed help. "I understand," I said slowly, choosing my words carefully. "Your way of life is important to you, but surely there must be a middle ground, a way for you to protect your isolation while still allowing some contact with the outside world. For supplies, medical help if needed." Murmurs rippled through the crowd. The leader's eyes narrowed, but I pressed on. "I can help you. I can be a bridge between your world and mine. No one else needs to know exactly where you are, but I could bring necessities, news from outside, and in return, you could teach me your ways of living in harmony with nature." It was a long shot, but it was all I had. For a tense moment, no one spoke. Then, slowly, the leader nodded. "You speak wisely, outsider. Perhaps there is more to you than we first thought. We will consider your proposal." That was 3 months ago. I'm back in the real world now, but I make regular trips into the woods, bringing supplies and serving as a discreet liaison for the hidden community. It's not a perfect solution, and I know that someday, inevitably, their existence will be discovered. But for now, I'm doing what I can to protect their way of life while slowly, carefully, introducing them to aspects of the outside world that might benefit them. The experience has changed me profoundly. I've learned to question the values of modern society, to appreciate the simplicity of a life lived close to nature. But I've also seen the dangers of complete isolation, of cutting oneself off from the wider world. As I hike through the familiar woods, no longer lost but forever changed, I often think about how close I came to disappearing completely. And I wonder how many others, over the years, made a different choice when confronted with the hidden people of the forest. The laughter died in my throat as I watched Tom's empty chair at the dinner table. Just moments ago, he had been sitting there, cracking jokes about the overcooked steak. Now, he was gone, vanished into thin air. Little did I know, this was only the beginning of a nightmare that would consume our idyllic weekend getaway. My name is Emily, and what was supposed to be a relaxing vacation with friends turned into a fight for survival against an unseen predator. It all started when 6 of us, myself, my boyfriend Alex, and 2 other couples, Tom and Sarah, Mike and Lisa, decided to rent a lake house for a long weekend. We'd been planning this trip for months, eager to escape the chaos of city life and unwind in nature. The lake house seemed perfect when we arrived on Friday afternoon. Nestled in a secluded cove, it boasted panoramic views of the water and surrounding forest. The interior was rustic yet comfortable, with enough bedrooms for each couple and a spacious living area perfect for late-night board games and drinks. That first evening was everything we'd hoped for. We grilled on the deck, sharing stories and laughter as the sun set over the lake. As night fell, we gathered around the fire pit, roasting marshmallows and enjoying the star-filled sky. It felt like we were in our own private paradise. Saturday started off just as promising. Mike and Tom went fishing early in the morning, while the rest of us enjoyed a lazy breakfast on the porch. Later, we all went for a swim in the crystal-clear lake waters. The day passed in a blur of sunshine, good food, and better company. It wasn't until dinner that everything changed. We were all seated around the large dining table, plates piled high with slightly overcooked steak, courtesy of Alex's questionable grilling skills. Tom had just finished telling a particularly corny joke, and we were all groaning good-naturedly. I turned to grab the salt shaker, and when I looked back, Tom's chair was empty. At first, I thought he'd just gotten up to use the bathroom or grab something from the kitchen, but as the seconds ticked by and he didn't return, an uneasy feeling settled in my stomach. "Where's Tom?" Sarah asked, voicing the question we were all thinking. We called out for him, checked every room in the house, even looked outside. There was no sign of him. It was as if he'd simply ceased to exist. The mood shifted instantly from relaxed to tense. We tried to rationalize it. Maybe he'd gone for a walk and we somehow hadn't noticed him leave. But deep down, we all knew something was terribly wrong. Tom wouldn't just disappear without a word, especially not in the middle of dinner. We decided to split up and search the surrounding area. Mike and Lisa took the path leading down to the lake, while Alex and I headed into the woods behind the house. Sarah stayed behind in case Tom came back. As Alex and I pushed through the dense underbrush, calling Tom's name, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. The forest, which had seemed so peaceful during the day, now felt oppressive and threatening. Shadows seemed to move at the corner of my vision, always disappearing when I tried to focus on them. After an hour of fruitless searching, we returned to the house, hoping the others had had better luck. But Mike and Lisa were already back, looking just as frustrated and scared as we felt. Sarah was in tears, pacing the living room. "We have to call the police," Lisa said, her voice shaking. Alex pulled out his phone, but the no service on message mocked us from the screen. We'd known cell reception was spotty out here, but now the lack of connection felt suffocating. "There's a landline in the kitchen," I remembered suddenly, but when I tried it, all I got was a dead tone. We were cut off, isolated, and one of us was missing. As the night wore on, our fear and paranoia grew. Every creak of the house settling made us jump. We huddled together in the living room, too afraid to be alone even for a moment. Around midnight, Sarah announced she needed some air and stepped out onto the porch. We heard the screen door slam shut behind her. Less than a minute later, a blood-curdling scream pierced the night. We rushed outside, but Sarah was gone. The porch was empty, the surrounding darkness impenetrable. Panic set in. Mike started yelling, demanding that whoever was out there show themselves. Lisa broke down crying. Alex tried to calm everyone, but I could see the fear in his eyes. We retreated back into the house, locking every door and window. Sleep was out of the question. We took turns keeping watch, though what exactly we were watching for, none of us could say. As the first light of dawn broke over the lake, we made a desperate plan. Mike and Alex would take the car and drive to the nearest town for help, Lisa and I would stay at the house in case Tom or Sarah returned. I watched from the window as the guys got into the car. The engine sputtered to life, and for a moment, I felt a glimmer of hope. But as they started down the long driveway, the car suddenly veered off the path and into a tree. I saw Mike and Alex slump forward, motionless. Lisa and I ran outside, screaming their names. But before we could reach the car, a strange mist seemed to engulf it. When it cleared seconds later, the car was empty. Mike and Alex had vanished, just like the others. Overwhelmed with terror, Lisa and I sprinted back to the house. We barricaded ourselves in one of the bedrooms, pushing a heavy dresser in front of the door. We sat on the bed, clutching each other and sobbing. "What's happening?" Lisa whimpered. "Who's doing this to us?" I shook my head, unable to form words. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of the impossible events of the past 24 hours. As the day wore on, we remained locked in that room, too terrified to leave even for food or water. We took turns watching the door while the other tried to rest, though real sleep was impossible. It was during one of my watches, as the sun was setting, that I heard it. A soft scratching sound coming from the other side of the door. At first, I thought I was imagining things, but then I saw the doorknob slowly turning. I shook Lisa awake, pressing a finger to my lips to keep her quiet. We watched in horror as the doorknob turned further, then stopped. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then suddenly, the dresser blocking the door began to slide across the floor as if pushed by an invisible force. Lisa and I pressed ourselves against the far wall, watching helplessly as the door swung open. But there was nothing there. No person, no monster, just an empty hallway. Then Lisa gasped, her eyes wide with terror. I followed her gaze and felt my blood turn to ice. There, reflected in the mirror on the opposite wall, was a figure. It was tall and gaunt, with limbs too long to be human. Its face, if you could call it that, was a featureless void. As we watched, paralyzed with fear, the figure raised one impossibly long arm and pointed directly at us. I felt a tugging sensation, as if hooks had latched onto my very being and were trying to pull me towards the creature. Lisa screamed, and the spell was broken. We bolted from the room, running blindly through the house and out into the night. The forest swallowed us, branches whipping at our faces as we ran. I don't know how long we ran or in what direction. All I know is that eventually, we broke through the tree line and found ourselves on a road. A car was approaching, its headlights cutting through the darkness like a beacon of hope. We flagged it down, probably looking like madwomen with our wild eyes and torn clothes. The elderly couple inside were clearly frightened by our appearance, but they took pity on us and drove us to the nearest police station. The authorities searched the lake house and surrounding area, but found no trace of our friends or the mysterious figure we'd seen. The official report chalked it up to a bizarre series of accidents and possible hallucinations brought on by stress and isolation. But Lisa and I know the truth. Something was hunting us that weekend, something not of this world, and sometimes, late at night, I still feel that tugging sensation, as if it's still out there, waiting to finish what it started. We were 6 friends who went to that lake house. Only 2 came back, and not a day goes by that I don't wonder about the others. Are they truly gone? Or are they out there somewhere, trapped in a nightmare from which they can't escape? One thing's for certain, I'll never set foot near that lake again. Some getaways are better left as distant memories, no matter how idyllic they might seem at first glance. The red light on the security camera blinked steadily, a silent sentinel in the corner of the lobby. I'd watched that light for countless nights, but tonight it seemed to pulse with an urgency that matched my racing heart. Something was wrong. I could feel it in the air, thick with tension and the faint scent of fear. Little did I know, my mundane night shift was about to plunge me into a nightmare that would challenge everything I thought I knew about my job, my colleagues, and the very nature of the truth. My name is Jack, and I've been working as a night security guard at Evergreen Towers for the past 3 years. It's a massive office complex, all gleaming glass and polished chrome during the day, but at night it transforms into a labyrinth of shadows and echoing corridors. Most nights, my biggest challenge is staying awake. But not tonight. Tonight, everything changed. It started with a phone call. The shrill ring cut through the silence of the lobby, making me jump. I picked up the receiver, expecting it to be my supervisor or maybe one of the cleaning crew. "Security desk, this is Jack," I said, stifling a yawn. There was silence on the other end, then a woman's voice, barely above a whisper. "Help me, please, I'm trapped." I sat up straighter, suddenly alert. "Ma'am, where are you? What's your location?" "I don't know," she said, her voice trembling. "It's dark. There's no windows. Please, you have to find me before they come back." My mind raced. Was this a prank? Some kind of test from management? But the fear in her voice sounded all too real. "Okay, stay calm," I said, trying to keep my own voice steady. "I'm going to help you. Can you tell me anything about where you are? Any details at all?" "It's cold," she whispered, and I can hear humming, like machinery. The basement. It had to be. That's where all the building's mechanical systems were housed. But how did she get down there? And who was holding her? "I'm on my way," I told her. "Stay on the line if you can." I grabbed my flashlight and radio, then hesitated. Protocol said I should call the police, wait for backup, but something told me there wasn't time. I had to act now. The elevator ride to the basement felt like it took hours. When the doors finally opened, I was hit by a blast of cold air and the low hum of machinery. I swept my flashlight across the dimly lit corridor, its beam catching on pipes and electrical boxes. "Hello?" I called out. "Is anyone down here?" No response. I moved deeper into the basement, my footsteps echoing off the concrete walls. The further I went, the more uneasy I felt. Something was off about this whole situation, but I couldn't put my finger on what. That's when I saw it. A door I'd never noticed before, tucked away in a corner behind some old filing cabinets. It was heavy steel with no handle on this side, just a keypad lock. I pressed my ear to the door, holding my breath. Faintly, I could hear someone crying on the other side. "Hello?" I called out. "Are you in there? I'm here to help." The crying stopped abruptly. "Please," came the woman's voice, muffled by the thick door. "Get me out of here." I examined the keypad. 4 digits. I tried the building's standard security code, 1234. Nothing. I rattled off birthdays, anniversaries, any significant dates I could think of. Still, nothing. Frustration welled up inside me. I was so close, but this damn door was in my way. I considered trying to break it down, but it was solid steel. I'd probably break my shoulder before I made a dent. That's when I heard footsteps behind me. I spun around, my flashlight beam landing on a familiar face. It was Dave, one of the other night guards. "Jack, what are you doing down here?" he asked, his brow furrowed in confusion. I quickly explained the situation. Dave's expression grew more concerned with every word. "Jack," he said slowly, "there's no phone in the basement. And that door, it's always been there. It leads to the old fallout shelter. It's been sealed for years." I felt a chill run down my spine. "But I heard her," I insisted. "And she's in there right now." Dave gave me a look of pity. "Come on, man. Let's go back upstairs. I think you need some fresh air." But I couldn't let it go. I knew what I'd heard. As Dave turned to leave, I grabbed his arm. "Just help me open it, please. If there's nothing there, I'll drop it. I promise." Dave sighed, but nodded. "All right. But I'm telling you, it's sealed tight. Has been since before either of us started working here." He stepped up to the keypad and punched in a code. To my shock, the lock clicked open. "How did you—" I started to ask, but Dave cut me off. "Jack, I really think we should. But I was already pushing the door open. The hinges groaned in protest, decades of disuse making them stiff. As the door swung wide, my flashlight illuminated the room beyond. It was empty. No woman, no signs of anyone being held captive. Just bare concrete walls and a few pieces of old furniture covered in dust. I stood there, dumbfounded. Had I imagined the whole thing? Was I losing my mind? That's when I noticed something odd about the dust on the floor. There were footprints, fresh ones, leading further into the shelter. "Dave," I said, my voice barely above a whisper, "look at this." But when I turned around, Dave was gone. In his place stood a man I'd never seen before, dressed in a crisp black suit. Before I could react, he raised his hand. There was a flash of light, and then nothing. I woke up at my desk in the lobby, the morning sun streaming through the windows. My head was pounding, and I had a vague sense that something important had happened, but I couldn't remember what. As I gathered my things to leave, my supervisor walked in. "Morning, Jack," he said cheerfully. "Anything to report from last night?" I opened my mouth to speak, then hesitated. Flashes of memory danced at the edge of my consciousness. A phone call, a dark basement, a sealed door. But it all felt hazy, like a half-remembered dream. "No," I finally said. "All quiet." He nodded, satisfied, and walked away. But as I headed for the exit, I caught sight of something that made my blood run cold. There, on the security camera feed, was an image of the basement, and in the corner, barely visible, was a door I'd never noticed before. Over the next few weeks, I tried to investigate further, but every time I got close to uncovering something, I'd find myself back at my desk, hours of time missing from my memory. My colleagues acted like nothing was amiss, but sometimes I'd catch them watching me with wary eyes. I know now that Evergreen Towers is more than just an office building. It's hiding something, something big. And whoever is behind it has the power to manipulate memories, to make people disappear. I'm writing this down now while I still can, because I have a feeling that soon, very soon, I might disappear too. If you're reading this, please, don't ignore it like I ignored that woman's pleas for help. Something is happening here, something terrifying, and I fear it's only the beginning. Remember the blinking red light, remember the sealed door, and whatever you do, don't trust anyone at Evergreen Towers, not even yourself. The windshield wipers fought a losing battle against the relentless downpour, and I squinted through the blur, desperately searching for any sign of civilization. That's when I saw him, a lone figure on the side of the road, thumb outstretched. In that moment, I made a decision that would haunt me for the rest of my life. I pulled over. My name is Sarah, and this is the story of how a simple act of kindness turned into a nightmare that still keeps me up at night. It had been a long day. I was driving home from a conference 3 states away, and the torrential rain had slowed my progress to a crawl. I was tired, frustrated, and longing for the comfort of my own bed. When I saw the hitchhiker, my first instinct was to keep driving, but something about his bedraggled appearance tugged at my conscience. It was a miserable night to be stuck out here. I eased my car onto the shoulder, heart pounding as the man approached. He was tall and lean, with shaggy brown hair plastered to his forehead by the rain. As he opened the passenger door, I caught a whiff of wet dog and something else, something vaguely chemical. "Thanks for stopping," he said, flashing a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. I was beginning to think I'd be out here all night. "No problem," I replied, trying to keep my voice steady. "Where are you headed?" "Just up the road a ways," he said vaguely. "And I'll let you know when to drop me off." As I pulled back onto the highway, I snuck glances at my mysterious passenger. He was younger than I'd initially thought, probably in his late 20s. His clothes were worn but clean, and he had an intensity about him that made me uneasy. We drove in silence for a few minutes, the only sound the rhythmic swish of the wipers and the drumming of rain on the roof. Then he spoke, his voice low and oddly familiar. "So, Sarah, how was the conference?" I nearly swerved off the road. "How do you know my name? And how did you know I was at a conference?" He chuckled, a sound that sent chills down my spine. "Oh, I know a lot about you, Sarah. I know you live at 1542 Elm Street. I know you have a golden retriever named Max. And I know you really shouldn't pick up strangers on nights like this." My mind raced. How could he possibly know these things? I'd never seen this man before in my life, had I? "Who are you?" I demanded, my voice shaking. He turned to face me, and in that moment, I saw something in his eyes that made my blood run cold. It was a look of hunger, of predatory anticipation. "Don't you recognize me, Sarah? I'm hurt. After all, we've met before. Many times, in fact. You just don't remember." Images flashed through my mind, glimpses of this man in places he shouldn't have been. At the grocery store, outside my office, walking Max in the park. How had I not noticed before? "What do you want from me?" I asked, fighting to keep my voice steady. "It's not about what I want, Sarah. It's about what you want, deep down, in places you don't like to admit exist. You're bored, aren't you? Tired of your safe, predictable life. That's why you picked me up tonight. You were hoping for a little excitement, a little danger." His words hit uncomfortably close to home. I had been feeling restless lately, dissatisfied with the routine of my life. But this was madness. "You're wrong," I said, more forcefully than I felt. "I picked you up because it was raining and I felt sorry for you. That's all." He laughed again, a sound that seemed to fill the car. "Oh, Sarah, always the good Samaritan, always trying to do the right thing. But we both know that's not the whole truth, is it?" I gripped the steering wheel tighter, knuckles turning white. "I want you to get out of my car, now." "I'm afraid I can't do that," he said, his voice taking on a dangerous edge. "You see, we're not done yet, not by a long shot." Panic surged through me. I had to get away from this man. I pressed down on the accelerator, the car lurching forward as I searched desperately for somewhere to turn off, somewhere with people. "That won't work, Sarah," he said calmly. "There's nowhere to go. It's just you and me out here." He was right. The road stretched out endlessly before us, empty and dark. I realized with growing horror that I had no idea where we were. How long had we been driving? It felt like hours had passed, but that couldn't be right. "What did you do to me?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "Nothing you didn't allow," he replied. "You let me in, Sarah. You opened the door." Suddenly, the car sputtered and died. We coasted to a stop on the side of the road, surrounded by darkness. I turned the key, but the engine refused to start. "Perfect timing," the man said, smiling that unsettling smile again. "Shall we continue our conversation outside?" "I'm not going anywhere with you," I said, trying to sound braver than I felt. He sighed, as if disappointed by my lack of cooperation. Sarah, when will you learn? You don't have a choice in this, you never did." He reached for me, and I recoiled, fumbling for the door handle, but it wouldn't budge. I was trapped. "Don't fight it," he said softly. "It'll be easier if you don't fight." As his hand closed around my arm, I felt a strange sensation wash over me. The world began to blur and shift, colors bleeding into one another. The last thing I remember is his voice, echoing as if from a great distance. "Welcome to your new reality, Sarah. I hope you enjoy the ride." I woke up in my own bed, sunlight streaming through the windows. For a moment, I lay there, disoriented. Had it all been a dream? But as I sat up, I noticed something that made my heart stop. There, on my nightstand, was a small piece of paper. Written on it in an unfamiliar hand were the words, "Thanks for the lift. See you soon." In the weeks that followed, I tried to convince myself that it had been some kind of hallucination, a product of stress and exhaustion, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something fundamental had changed. I'd catch glimpses of the man everywhere I went, always just at the edge of my vision. When I turned to look, he'd be gone. I changed my locks, installed security cameras, even moved to a new apartment. But nothing helped. He was always there, watching, waiting. And the worst part was, a small part of me was excited by it. The danger, the mystery. It awakened something in me I hadn't known existed. Now, as I write this, I'm not sure what's real anymore. Am I losing my mind? Or did I really invite something sinister into my life that night on the rain-soaked highway? All I know is that I can't trust my own perceptions. Every stranger could be him. Every locked door could open at his touch. So let my story be a warning. The next time you see a hitchhiker on a dark and stormy night, keep driving. Because you never know who or what you might be letting into your life. And once they're in, they may never leave. The engine sputtered and died, leaving me stranded in the middle of nowhere. As I coasted to a stop on the dusty shoulder, the realization hit me. I was alone, miles from civilization, with a useless hunk of metal and no cell service. Little did I know, my car trouble was about to become the least of my worries. My name is Mike, and I'm about to tell you how a simple road trip turned into a fight for survival against an evil I never knew existed. It was supposed to be a straightforward drive. I was heading to my sister's wedding, cutting through backcountry roads to save time. The scenery was beautiful, rolling hills, dense forests, and quaint farmhouses dotting the landscape. But as the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the road, the charm of the countryside gave way to an eerie silence. I'd been driving for hours when my car started acting up. The check engine light flashed on, and the vehicle began to lurch and stutter. I managed to pull over just as it gave out completely. Popping the hood, I stared at the engine, hoping for some obvious problem I could fix. But mechanics had never been my strong suit, and the maze of wires and metal might as well have been alien technology. Sighing, I pulled out my phone. No signal, of course. I was going to have to find help the old-fashioned way. In the distance, I could see the faint glow of lights, a farmhouse maybe half a mile down the road. It wasn't ideal, but it was my best shot at finding a phone or at least getting directions to the nearest town. As I walked, the silence pressed in around me. There were no sounds of crickets or night birds, just the crunch of gravel under my feet and my own breathing. The farmhouse grew closer, and I could make out more details. It was an old place, weathered wood siding, and a sagging porch roof. But there were lights on inside, and an old pickup truck parked out front. Someone was home. I approached the front door, rehearsing my plea for help in my head. But before I could knock, I heard voices from inside. They were muffled, but there was an urgency to them that made me pause. "We can't keep doing this," a woman's voice said, sounding strained. "Someone's gonna find out." "Ain't nobody gonna find out," a man replied gruffly. "We're careful. Always have been. But what if—" The woman's voice cut off abruptly as I accidentally kicked an empty can on the porch. The voices inside went silent. I held my breath, suddenly aware that I was eavesdropping on something I probably shouldn't have heard. The door swung open, revealing a tall, broad-shouldered man with a weathered face and cold eyes. He looked me up and down, his expression unreadable. "Can I help you?" he asked, his tone making it clear that he'd rather not. I swallowed hard, pasting on my most apologetic smile. "I'm really sorry to bother you, but my car broke down about half a mile back. I was hoping I could use your phone to call for a tow." The man stared at me for a long moment, then glanced over his shoulder at someone I couldn't see. When he turned back to me, There was a glint in his eye that sent a shiver down my spine. "Course," he said, his voice suddenly friendly. "Can't leave you stranded out here. Come on in." Every instinct I had was screaming at me to run, but I didn't have much choice. I needed help, and this was my only option. I stepped inside, the floorboards creaking ominously under my feet. The interior of the farmhouse was dimly lit and cluttered. The air was thick with the smell of something I couldn't quite place, sweet and cloying, with an undertone of decay. A woman stood in the kitchen doorway, wiping her hands on a dish rag. She gave me a tight smile that didn't reach her eyes. "Phone's in the kitchen," the man said, gesturing for me to follow him. As we passed the woman, I noticed her knuckles were white where she gripped the dish rag. Her eyes met mine for a moment, and I saw something there that looked a lot like fear. The kitchen was large and old-fashioned, with a massive wood-burning stove dominating one wall. But what caught my attention was the cellar door. It was heavy and reinforced, with multiple locks on the outside. Who puts locks on the outside of a cellar door? The man pointed to an ancient rotary phone on the wall. "There you go. You know the number for a tow?" I didn't, but I figured I'd call the operator and get connected. As I picked up the receiver, I noticed the man positioning himself between me and the exit. The woman hovered in the doorway, her eyes darting between me and the cellar door. I dialed 0, praying for someone to pick up, but instead of a ring, all I heard was a flat, dead tone. The line was cut. "Something wrong?" the man asked, his voice far too calm. I set the receiver down slowly, my mind racing. Yeah. Seems like the line's dead." The man nodded, unsurprised. "Happens sometimes out here. Storms, you know." But there hadn't been any storms. The night was clear and calm. "Listen," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I appreciate your help, but maybe I should just start walking. Try to find a gas station or something." The man's expression hardened. "Oh, I don't think that's a good idea. It's dangerous out there at night. Why don't you stay here? We've got a spare room. In the morning, I'll drive you into town myself." It wasn't a suggestion. The way he said it, the way he was blocking the door, made it clear that leaving wasn't an option. "That's very kind of you," I said, desperately trying to think of a way out of this situation. "But I really should get going. My sister's wedding is tomorrow, and I was cut off by a sound that made my blood run cold. A muffled scream coming from beneath our feet, from the cellar. The woman let out a small gasp, quickly stifled. The man's face darkened. "Now look what you've done," he growled, all pretense of friendliness gone. "You've woken our guest." My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. I knew, with absolute certainty, that if I didn't get out of there right now, I never would. I feinted left, then dove right, trying to slip past the man. But he was faster than he looked. His hand clamped down on my arm like a vice, and he threw me against the wall with bone-jarring force. "Martha," he barked at the woman, "get the rope." I fought like a wild animal, kicking and clawing, but the man was impossibly strong. In moments, he had me pinned to the floor, my face pressed against the grimy linoleum. "You should have just kept driving," he muttered as he bound my hands behind my back. "But don't worry, you'll be joining our other guests soon enough." As he dragged me towards the cellar door, I caught a glimpse of Martha's face. There were tears in her eyes, but she made no move to help me. Whatever horrors lay beyond that door, she had long ago accepted them as inevitable. The locks clicked open one by one, and the heavy door swung wide. The stench that wafted up from the darkness below was indescribable, a mix of blood, waste, and despair. As the man began to drag me down the stairs, I closed my eyes, certain that I was descending into hell itself. I don't know how long I was in that cellar. Days blurred into weeks, marked only by the arrival of new guests and the disappearance of others. The things I saw, the things that were done to us. They defy description, but through it all, I never stopped looking for a way out. And then, one day, an opportunity presented itself. A new victim, brought in kicking and screaming, managed to injure the man. In the chaos that followed, I saw my chance. I won't go into the details of my escape. Suffice it to say, it was neither clean nor easy, but I made it out. Now, as I sit here telling you this story, I know you probably don't believe me. It sounds too horrific, too unreal, but I assure you, every word is true. And that farmhouse is still out there, tucked away on some forgotten back road. The man and woman are still there, still collecting unfortunate travelers. So the next time your car breaks down in the middle of nowhere, think twice before you go looking for help, because you never know what kind of hell you might be walking into. And once you're in, getting out might cost you everything. The rusty door creaked open, revealing a cavernous space filled with shadows and forgotten dreams. As we stepped inside the abandoned warehouse, the stale air hit us like a wall, carrying the musty scent of decay and lost time. Little did we know that our urban exploration was about to uncover a darkness far more sinister than we could have ever imagined. I'm Alex, and this is the story of how a simple adventure with friends turned into a nightmare that still haunts me to this day. It was supposed to be just another Saturday night hanging out with my crew, Jake, Mia, and Chris. We were all in our early 20s, bored with the usual party scene and looking for something different. That's when Jake suggested we check out the old Riverside Industrial Complex on the outskirts of town. I heard it's been abandoned for years, he said, eyes gleaming with excitement. Think of all the cool stuff we might find in there. We were all up for it. The thrill of exploring somewhere we shouldn't be was too tempting to resist. So, armed with flashlights and a healthy dose of misplaced confidence, we set off as the sun was setting. The complex was massive, a sprawling reminder of our town's industrial past. Chain-link fences surrounded the property, topped with rusted barbed wire. But it didn't take us long to find a gap where the fence had been cut away, probably by other explorers before us. As we slipped through the opening, I felt a shiver run down my spine. The buildings loomed over us, their broken windows like empty eye sockets staring down at us. For a moment, I hesitated. "Guys, are we sure about this?" I asked, my voice sounding small in the emptiness around us. "Don't tell me you're chickening out now, Alex," Chris teased. "Where's your sense of adventure?" Swallowing my unease, I followed them towards the largest building. The main entrance was boarded up, but we found a side door that yielded to Jake's persistent pushing. The interior was a maze of old machinery, conveyor belts frozen in time, and piles of debris. Our flashlight beams cut through the darkness, revealing graffiti-covered walls and the occasional scurrying of what I hoped were just rats. We wandered deeper into the building, our footsteps echoing in the vast space. Mia was snapping photos, the flash momentarily illuminating our surroundings. "This place is incredible," she whispered, her voice filled with awe. That's when we heard it, a metallic clang, like something heavy being dropped, coming from somewhere deeper in the building. We all froze and looking at each other with wide eyes. "What was that?" I asked, my heart suddenly racing. "Probably just something falling over," Jake said, but he didn't sound convinced. "This place is old. Things are bound to make noise." We stood in silence for a moment, straining our ears. Then we heard it again, closer this time. And it definitely wasn't just something falling over. It sounded deliberate. "We should go," Chris said, his earlier bravado evaporating. "Now." But as we turned to leave, we realized something terrifying. In our excitement to explore, we had wandered so deep into the building that we weren't sure which way led back to the exit. "Okay, don't panic," Jake said, trying to sound calm. "We just need to retrace our steps." We started moving, faster now, our flashlights darting around as we tried to recognize something, anything that might point us towards the way out. But everything looked the same in the beam of our lights, just more machinery, more debris, more darkness. The sounds were getting closer. Now we could hear what sounded like voices, low and muffled, and footsteps, heavy and purposeful. "Hide," Mia hissed, pulling me behind a large piece of equipment. We crouched there, hardly daring to breathe, as the footsteps grew louder. Then, they stopped, right on the other side of our hiding spot. "I know you're in here," a gruff voice called out. "Come out now, and maybe we won't hurt you." My heart was pounding so hard I was sure they could hear it. I looked at my friends, seeing my own terror reflected in their eyes. "Last chance," the voice said. "Come out, or we start searching. And trust me, you don't want that." Jake nodded at us, his face pale but determined. Slowly, we stood up, hands raised. There were 3 of them, large men, dressed in dark clothes, Kralger, with faces that looked like they were carved from stone. But it wasn't their appearance that made my blood run cold. It was what they were carrying. Guns. And behind them, I could see more men, moving large crates. "Well, well," the one who had spoken said, a cruel smile twisting his lips. "What do we have here? A bunch of kids playing detective." "We're sorry," I said, my voice shaking. "We didn't know anyone was here. We'll leave right now and won't say a word to anyone." The man laughed, a sound devoid of any real humor. "Oh, I don't think so. You see, you've stumbled into something much bigger than you can imagine, and we can't just let you walk away." That's when I realized the true gravity of our situation. We hadn't just wandered into an abandoned building. We had stumbled upon some kind of criminal operation, and these men had no intention of letting us go. What happened next is still a blur in my mind. I remember running, the sound of shouts and gunshots behind us. I remember the panic, the desperate search for an exit, any exit. Somehow, we got separated. I found myself alone, lost in the labyrinth of the warehouse and with the sounds of pursuit echoing all around me. I ducked into what looked like an old office, my lungs burning as I tried to catch my breath. That's when I saw it. A window, small but big enough to squeeze through. And beyond it, the night sky. Freedom. With shaking hands, I managed to force the window open. It let out a loud creak, and I froze, sure that I had given away my position. But the footsteps I heard were moving away, not towards me. I was halfway out the window when I heard Mia's scream. It was distant, but unmistakable. For a moment, I hesitated. Could I really leave my friends behind? But then I heard more shouts, closer now, and my survival instinct took over. I tumbled out of the window, hitting the ground hard. Ignoring the pain, I scrambled to my feet and ran. I ran until my legs gave out, until I reached the populated part of town, until I finally felt safe enough to stop. The police didn't believe me at first. It sounded too fantastical, too much like a plot from a movie. But when my friends didn't turn up, when their families reported them missing, they had to take it seriously. They searched the warehouse complex, but found nothing. No evidence of any criminal activity, no sign of my friends. It was as if that night had never happened. But I know what I saw. I know what we stumbled into, and I know that somewhere out there, Jake and Mia and Chris are either dead or wishing they were. I don't go out much anymore. I can't shake the feeling that I'm being watched, that those men are out there waiting to silence me for good. Every noise makes me jump. Every shadow could be a threat. Sometimes, I wish I had never made it out of that warehouse. The guilt of leaving my friends behind eats at me every day. But then I remember the terror of that night, the cold determination in those men's eyes. And I know that my survival wasn't just luck. It was a responsibility. So I'm telling this story, hoping that someone will believe me, that someone will help me find out what really happened in that warehouse. Because I can't shake the feeling that what we discovered that night was just the tip of something much larger and much more dangerous. And somewhere out there, In the abandoned places we think are empty, evil is still lurking, waiting for its next unsuspecting victims. The first gunshot shattered the night silence like a thunderclap, jolting me awake from a fitful sleep. For a split second, I thought I was dreaming. But as the echo faded, replaced by the sound of men shouting and branches snapping, I realized with growing horror that my peaceful getaway had just become a fight for survival. My name is Emma, and I never thought a solo trip to a remote cabin would turn me into prey. It was supposed to be a week of solitude and self-reflection. I'd been feeling burned out at work. My relationships were a mess, and I desperately needed to clear my head. When a friend offered me her family's cabin deep in the woods, it seemed like the perfect escape. The first few days were blissful. I hiked, read books by the fireplace, and enjoyed the simple pleasure of being disconnected from the world. No cell service, no Wi-Fi, just me and the great outdoors. But on the fourth night, everything changed. The gunshot had come from somewhere to the east, maybe half a mile away. Close enough to hear clearly, far enough to give me hope that whatever was happening might pass me by. I slipped out of bed, my bare feet silent on the cold wooden floor, and peered out the window. The moon was full, casting an eerie, silvery light over the forest. At first, I saw nothing but trees and shadows. Then, a flash of movement caught my eye, a figure darting between the trees, heading in my direction. My heart began to race. I backed away from the window, trying to think rationally. It could be nothing. A hunter, maybe, though it was the wrong season, or a hiker who'd gotten lost and fired a shot to signal for help. But deep down, I knew it was something far more sinister. I quickly pulled on jeans and a sweater, shoving my feet into hiking boots. My mind raced as I tried to form a plan. The cabin had no landline, and my cell phone was useless out here. I was on my own. The shouting was getting closer. I could make out individual voices now, gruff and angry. She went this way. Don't let her get away. Any hope I had that this wasn't about me evaporated. They were hunting someone, and that someone was close. Too close. I had seconds to decide. Stay in the cabin and hope they passed by, or run and risk being caught in whatever deadly game was playing out in these woods. The decision was made for me when I heard a frantic pounding on the cabin door. "Please, help me." A woman's voice, breathless and terrified. I hesitated for a split second, then ran to the door and yanked it open. She nearly fell into the cabin, gasping for air. She was young, maybe early 20s, with wild eyes and leaves tangled in her long dark hair. There was blood on her shirt. "They're coming," she panted. "Please, you have to hide me." I pulled her inside and locked the door, my mind whirling. Who's coming? What's going on? But there was no time for explanations. Outside, I could hear men crashing through the underbrush, getting closer by the second. "The cellar," I whispered, pointing to a trapdoor in the kitchen floor. "Quick!" We had just closed the trapdoor behind us when the cabin door burst open with a splintering crack. Heavy footsteps moved above us as the men entered. "Search every inch," a deep voice commanded. She couldn't have gotten far. The young woman and I huddled in the darkness of the cellar, hardly daring to breathe. I could feel her trembling beside me. Above us, furniture scraped across the floor as the men tore the cabin apart. "Nothing here, boss," one of them finally said. Maybe she kept running. "Impossible," the deep voice growled. "The dogs would have picked up her scent. No, she's close. I can feel it." My heart nearly stopped as I heard footsteps approach the kitchen. They paused right above the trapdoor. For a long, agonizing moment, all was silent. Then, mercifully, the footsteps moved away. "We'll set up a perimeter," the leader said. "She can't hide forever. By dawn, we'll have her." The men filed out of the cabin. As their voices faded into the distance, I let out a shaky breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. "Thank you," the young woman whispered. "I'm Sarah." "Emma," I replied. "What the hell is going on? Who are those men?" Sarah was quiet for a moment, and when she spoke, her voice was heavy with fear and exhaustion. "They're poachers, but not just any poachers. They're organized, professional. They hunt endangered species and sell them on the black market. I'm a wildlife biologist. I was tracking a pack of wolves when I stumbled upon their operation." The gravity of the situation hit me like a punch to the gut. These weren't just criminals. They were dangerous, well-equipped, and had every reason to want us silenced. "We need to get out of here," I said. "They'll be back at dawn." Sarah nodded. "But how?" "They're watching the cabin, and they have dogs." I thought hard, trying to remember everything I knew about the area. "There's a river about 2 miles west of here. If we can make it there, we might be able to throw off the dogs and find help downstream." It was a long shot, but it was all we had. We gathered what supplies we could from the cellar, some canned food, a flashlight, matches. I found an old hunting knife in a box of junk. It wasn't much against guns, but it was better than nothing. We waited until the moon had set, plunging the forest into near total darkness. Then, moving as silently as we could, we slipped out of the cellar and into the night. The woods were alive with nocturnal sounds, the hoot of an owl, the rustle of small animals in the underbrush. Every snapping twig made us freeze, our hearts pounding. But slowly, painstakingly, we made our way west. We had covered maybe half the distance to the river when we heard it, the baying of dogs in the distance. The poachers had realized we'd fled. "Run!" I hissed, grabbing Sarah's hand. We tore through the forest, branches whipping at our faces. The dogs were getting closer, their howls sending chills down my spine. Just when I thought my lungs would burst, I heard the sound of rushing water. The river appeared before us, a dark ribbon cutting through the trees. Without hesitation, we plunged in. The icy water stole my breath away, but I forced myself to keep moving. We let the current carry us downstream, fighting to keep our heads above water. Behind us, I could hear shouts of frustration as the poachers reached the riverbank. I don't know how long we drifted. It felt like hours. Finally, exhausted and half frozen, we managed to drag ourselves onto the opposite shore. As the first light of dawn began to break, we stumbled upon a hiking trail. It was another 2 hours of grueling walking before we finally reached a ranger station. The look on the ranger's face as we burst in, soaking wet, covered in mud and scratches, was one of utter disbelief. The authorities took our statements, and a massive investigation was launched. In the weeks that followed, the poaching ring was broken up, its members arrested. Sarah's evidence, combined with what we had witnessed, was crucial in bringing them to justice. But even now, months later, I still wake up in a cold sweat sometimes, the sound of baying dogs echoing in my dreams. I've moved to the city, as far from the wilderness as I can get. Sarah and I keep in touch, a friendship forged in the crucible of that terrifying night. I know I should feel safe. The danger has passed. The criminals are behind bars. But I can't shake the feeling that somewhere out there, in the dark woods of the world, other predators are waiting, and not all of them are animals. So I'll keep telling this story, a reminder that sometimes the most dangerous creatures are the ones who walk on 2 legs, and that even in our most peaceful moments, we must remain vigilant, because you never know when a simple getaway might turn into a fight for survival.